All right, everybody, we are live. It is Thursday night, but it's kind of early. It's actually afternoon, and I'm up north, so there's way more sunlight. I'm in a hotel room doing this on a laptop, so I really hope you can hear me. I really hope everything is working. The mic says that it's going, so I need you guys to let me know if you can hear me. Anyway, I'm Scott Allen Miller, and I am streaming this from the Home 2 Suites in Houston, Texas. I'm going to make some quick settings changes and lower the streaming rate on this because it says we're fine right now, but I don't want this to be crazy and send anything that is absolutely nuts. So I'm trying to figure out how I can control that. There it is. Yeah, we don't need to be at 6,000 kilobits, not at all. We are going to bring that down to, I think, maybe 3,500, probably good. We don't have the best camera and everything. We'll bring the audio bitrate down a little bit. We don't need it to be crazy. All right, that should give us a lot more leeway on the hotel internet, which is not the best. We're in the US, so we don't have the same level of internet that we're used to. We're used to having really good fiber and everything, but it's looking like we're coming through all right. And Desert is on all right already. How's it going? I assume you guys can hear me okay. Everyone can hear me okay. It seems like you can hear me, but I have no way to monitor. So this is always a little bit different. Let's see if I can switch this. How do I switch my view so I can see the chats here? Oh, I don't remember how this is done. I'm on OBS on the laptop, and I don't have it all set up the same as I'm used to, so not sure where that's off to. Anyway, it does seem to be healthy, though. It says everything is going well, so I'm happy with that. That's good signs for sure. See if I can resize some of this stuff. No, didn't let me. All right, I've got a monitor on the other screen. All right, turn the volume up, please. Okay, so you can hear me, but it's too quiet. Let me see what I can do. Okay, it is cranked on the actual... hold on. Input. This is as loud as it gets. So unfortunately, let me know if it's like not working, but this is everything with audio is turned all the way up. I'm not sure how I can change that. I'm not sure why it's quiet. That's surprising. Get back so I can see you guys. Oh, Desert says it sounds great. Okay. Well, at least you can hear me to some degree. Even if it's quiet. We don't have a lot of people on at the moment, but we're just getting started. I'm here in the Home 2 Suites on Beltway 8, the Sam Houston, in North Houston, Texas. And I'm here for, it's Thursday, so 2 full more days. My allergies are getting me while I'm here. Oh, man, it's hard to breathe. It's hard to sleep while here. But we've had a successful week. I have my driver's license, so that is a really big deal. We managed to get what's absolutely necessary. Oh, Federico says it is a bit better. I didn't do anything. It just cleared itself up, apparently. Did get some important work done in our storage unit. Not nearly as much as we wanted to, but we did get some things done. And we are hopefully in good shape for being able to, we're just going to have to send a shipping container. There's just no way around it. But I think we're ready for that. So hopefully that moves forward easily. All right, Desert says it sounds good. We're on kind of early. Oh, and I forgot to announce it. I should probably announce the live stream to somebody, right? Because it's not like YouTube really grabs all that many people. And grab the Expat group. All right. And I have no easy way to tell my father. Okay, good enough. I'm wearing my new orange shirt that I got at Bass Pro Shops. I know you're all excited about that. All right. Federica says, I'm a happy camper, opened a BAC account. Congratulations. I saw everybody talking about that. That's not something I've managed to do. I do have a LaFise. But, oh, Tiffany does great things is here. Good day, all. And, yeah, we're starting to get... Okay, now we got people on. Yep, I just had to send out the announcement. Funny enough, had to send out the announcement to get people on. I am a bit disorganized being in the hotel, but this seems to work. The laptop actually on my little tiny monitor looks pretty decent. I'm just on the laptop camera, right up there, and the microphone on the laptop. Not sure how great that is, but seems to be good enough. The light from the window is good. Like, that's not bad. I just had to pull the curtain here behind me, which I have this is home to suites. So it's a suite. I've got like a couch and stuff back there, but I've got all my laundry and stuff. So it's kind of a mess. But I've got a desk here beside me, and I've got this portable desk that I can put like right in front of the window. So this is actually not bad. And as long as the internet holds up, then I think we're in good shape. We got 14 people on right now. Hey, everybody. Good to see you. The exciting thing, I'm going to say this a number of times because people are worried. La Marcelita is here. Hola, La Marcelita. She is actually watching from my house with my dogs while I'm here in Texas. I have my driver's license. So this is a huge deal, and so happy with how easy that was. Texas DPS totally took care of me this time. Last time, you know, it was a cluster, and this time they really they nailed it. And it was so friendly and so easy, and they were so scared when they're like, oh no, your stuff is so out of date. Do you happen to have, and I whip out my passport. I'm like, a passport? And they're like, yay! They're like, no one is ready. They're like, you have what you need. And it went really well. So that was really nice that I was able to get my driver's license. And I have the legal notarized paperwork that says I can drive. So I'm fully legal with what I have. I'll eventually get my other license. But now I can pursue a Nicaraguan license, which you're legally allowed to pursue without having your U.S. one, but it's way more work. Like, it's a huge undertaking, but as long as you have your U.S. license, then going after one is not a big deal. As I'm a citizen, so not a citizen, as I'm a resident. Wow. Of all the people to mix that up. And our title today is Dueling Citizens, and you'll notice that our thumbnail is Dueling Ferrets. I had to make the thumbnail this week. My daughter, Luciana, who normally makes the thumbnails, is on vacation because I am hiding in Houston and she is back home in Nicaragua. So I had to make my own. She is out doing something with the family right now. So I'm just here alone in the hotel room, but we've been busy all week between my driver's license and running errands, going to see family, hitting the storage unit. We've been in there twice already. It's been actually kind of exhausting, and getting any work done, like both office work and the show, very painful. The internet here is about 1/50th. I mean that, measured numbers, the speed of what we have back home in Nicaragua, and it cuts out constantly, which is not entirely the internet's fault. I think it's actually GoPro Cloud's fault a bit, but it's been very hard to get things done. But we do have shows. I have every show posted already up until Monday, which is I'm back on Sunday afternoon. So I'm feeling good that I don't have breaks in the show. We've been able to keep up with that. And I've already recorded another one, and we're doing the live, which I was worried about the live coming out. So all that's been going great. So this week, while it's been kind of busy, has been very good. The big thing I've noticed is that the food hasn't been very good. We've really struggled to get good food. Now today we just went to Torchy's Tacos for lunch, so that was good. Always good at Torchy's, but even like Uber Eats here, the selection is super low. More than in Nicaragua, but not that much more really. It's really surprising how limited the same kind of thing that we see in Leon, right? My complaint in Leon is that, yeah, there's plenty of restaurants, but they all seem to have the same menu. Well, that's what I'm running into here in Texas. When we were leaving 5 years ago, there was this like push for all these, variety of restaurants from around the world and fusions of flavors and new things happening and loads of vegetarian food showing up in all the restaurants. And now coming back, half the restaurants are closed. Everything's out of business everywhere. All the things that we were excited about are off. All the menus, very few places still serve a lot of the variety. Like individual restaurants have lost the variety on their menus, but also the variety of restaurants has gone way down. Last night we drove 20 minutes to go to a Taco Bueno. Best tacos, like they're just normal tacos. They have nothing exotic. Best tacos that you can possibly find for Tex-Mex. They are the epitome of Tex-Mex tacos. We drove 20 minutes to one. The place went out of business like 2 days ago. It had only been in business for 6 months. They opened a brand new franchise location, made it 6 months and shut down because there's no business. And this is a place that we flew in and drove 20 minutes to go to. We could have ordered in from somewhere, but no, we drove specifically for this place, and they still didn't have enough business to keep their doors open. And they had just built the building, like the investment they made to lose that. But you drive around up here in Houston and everything is out of business. There are so many shopping centers that are just empty. And not only is each of the units available, but the shopping center is available. Like it's crazy. I was not prepared for how out of business America was coming back. But this is, oh, it's something. And if we drive, so you can look on a map, we're at the Home 2 Suites. If we drive from here to the airport on the surface roads, by the way, I'm looking out, the highway is at a complete standstill. I don't know what's going on, but it's just, there's a elevated overpass straight out the window. Oh, the views in Texas are fantastic, right? And it's just parking lots and the open grass, which is admittedly not bad, but just plain open grass between parking lots and the road and just traffic. That's all there is for views up here in North Houston. And there's these overpasses, and it's just a line of cars just parked on the overpass. I have no idea what's going on. But if you drive from here to the airport on the surface streets, you can make it almost the entire way without ever not being beside a totally destroyed apartment complex. It is basically just a wasteland, like from a video game, right? It's like Fallout between here and the airport. Just block after block after block after block of a big apartment complexes, hundreds of units, where the windows are gone, the roofs are collapsed in, the walls are coming down, everything's rotting, plants are growing through everything. And I talked to my Uber driver about it, and I'm on the live, I'm going to do this on a show, but shout out to Mike, my Uber driver, who has been following the show and very excited about Nicaragua since he learned about it, having me in his Uber. And he was telling me the whole way, just explaining what we were seeing as we drove from here to there, and just the climate changes here have been so dramatic that the structures cannot withstand the new flooding patterns and the storm patterns that are hitting them here. And so they can't even get roofs on fast enough to keep the buildings from being destroyed by the storms, even when they don't flood. And so they've given up on whole parts of the city, and it's so bad. And tons of the hotels here are abandoned, and the billboards are all lawyers and stuff. Like, it's really different. It's really surprising. When I left Houston, so I lived in Dallas, but our family's here, so I see a lot of Houston. It's it was all just, building up, building up, building up. Like it was just gangbusters. And it's still listed as one of the fastest growing cities in America. But the businesses are just collapsing. It's nuts. All right, yeah, get back to it. And Little Roundhouse, thank you so much. I just saw that come through. Very much appreciated. La Marcelita says, I'm here. Tiffany says, hola to Federico and Marcelina. La Marcelita says, hello, everyone. Tiffany says, typo, Marcelita. Oscar says, thank you for the great information you give us about Nicaragua. Well, thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Tiffany says, allergies are on the high here in Florida. Feel your pain. Today's all about allergy meds and pho? Like Vietnamese pho? That sounds good. I need to get there's nothing around here. Every so often when we're driving, we see a Vietnamese restaurant. Okay, I got to point out, shout out to Mr. Soy Sauce. So this is everyone's challenge right now. Is Mr. Soy Sauce a singular restaurant or is it a chain? Because they make it look like a chain, but it feels like a singular restaurant. And its name is Mr. Soy Sauce. And yet it's like an upgraded Panda Express. It's fantastic. Highly recommended. If you're going to be in the area, check out Mr. Soy Sauce. Not expensive. Great staff. The food's made by a Guatemalan. But when we would get Chinese in Dallas, they're made by Mexicans. So, it's a different thing. I'm used to Chinese families making them in New York, right? Chinese restaurants often run by Chinese families. Here, no, not so much. But the food was excellent. The cheese rangoons, they were so-so. The spring rolls, good. The snow shrimp is like an upgraded honey walnut shrimp. Very, very good. So highly recommended, Mr. Soy Sauce. Federico says, can you explain the Nika USA driver's license, please? Okay. So in Nicaragua, so all of North America, that's Canada to Panama, and I realize that Panama is disputably North America, but it's a part of the North American driving treaty zone because they have connected highways. So however you consider Panama, not important. What is important is that Panama is by road connected to Canada. So everyone on the Pan-American highway system north of the Darien, or west of the Darien, depending on how you look at that, shares a licensing zone. So all licenses issued within the zone are legitimate everywhere within the zone. So an American, Canadian, Panamanian, Belizean, Honduran driver's license is a valid driver's license everywhere else in the zone. This is generally true around the world. I can take my U.S. driver's license and drive across Europe. I can drive in South America. I can drive most places in Asia. Doesn't really matter. They accept the license. In some cases, they require the international driver's license as a explanation of my driver's license. That mostly is just an additional step and very easy. But in this region, you don't need it because the licenses are standard and universal. And the driver's rules are universal. Once you leave this zone, the rules can vary, but within this zone, they cannot. The real rules, there's placarding and stuff can vary. So as an American expat living in Nicaragua, my U.S. driver's license, if I have one, is completely valid and I'm able to use it for driving. My issue personally is that mine expired a year and a half ago, which we did not anticipate. That was my own oversight. And ended up without a license for some time, which created a disaster within my life, given that my show is much about traveling around Nicaragua, and I've had a hard time doing that. And during that time, I bought a car for the purpose of doing that, and have not been able to drive my own car. So, really need a license. So for me, the easiest thing is having a U.S. license, which I now have. So now that I have a U.S. license, I'm able to drive in Nicaragua. Now, someone's going to say, why didn't you renew online? I have many times. You can only do that so many times in Texas before you must appear in person. This was that time. This was a perfect storm of licensing problems coming together. I should have, one, renewed my license years ago and fixed that problem in Texas. And two, I should have dealt with my Nicaraguan license earlier, but I didn't have residency yet, so I couldn't really get one, at least not the normal way. So by the time I got my residency, my American license had expired, but we didn't know it was going to expire. My own fault, leaving me in this weird position. Now I have my U.S. license, so I am fully legal to drive in Nicaragua once again. Nicaragua does prefer, if possible, that you, if you are a resident or in Nicaragua for a really long time, that you obtain a Nicaraguan driver's license as well. So, I have been in Nicaragua for a very long time, and I can't pretend I have not been because, I have a YouTube show that shows how long I've been here, so there's no hiding it. So, I have to get a Nicaraguan driver's license. It is not an emergency. It is not urgent. I will not get in serious trouble for not having one, but it is an unnecessary issue to not have one. It is time for me to get one. So once I return to Nicaragua, I will now work towards a Nicaraguan license. Now, can you get a Nicaraguan license when you have a U.S. license? Yes. You show your U.S. license. I have not done this, right? This is a new process. But it is pretty simple. You put in your U.S. license, you go through a very small amount of paperwork and fees, and you get a Nicaraguan license. Had I had my U.S. license all this time, I would have gotten my residency and almost immediately gone to get my Nicaraguan driver's license, and all would be simple. I would have both driver's licenses, use my U.S. when in the U.S., use my Nicaragua when in Nicaragua. Very easy, very much like my passport, except I only have one. But because I haven't had the one, getting a Nicaraguan license when you don't have an American is an option, but you're starting from the beginning as if you're a 16-year-old just getting their learner's permit. So you have to go through all the schools, you have to pay a bunch of fees, you have to do a bunch of testing, and it's all in Spanish. And yes, I could absolutely do that. However, I do have a day job, and I'm very busy with that, let alone doing the show. Going out and doing all of that is a very time-consuming process that easily would not work for us. So the best thing, as we looked at it, because it takes a long time and a lot of money, especially the money is really in taking time off of work, not in paying for the classes, that the thing that makes sense is for me to get my U.S. license, which I've done, and then come back to Nicaragua and go through the normal process of just getting a Nicaraguan one issued, which I'm about to do. So that is the situation there. Tiffany says, the USA is suffering. I keep hearing about people losing their homes and rentals here in Florida. Oh, Florida is especially rough. Yeah, we hear that. Everyone's hearing that about Florida. Texas doesn't feel like that's happening. It's more of just things aren't going great. Federico says, he was just at the police to get the requirements, and it's a lot of, maybe, I think he meant I was, and a lot of sending to your expat group since I can post it here. Oh, okay. Little Roundhouse Sarasota says, you should do a rebuttal video on Kurt K's. He dumped all over Nicaragua. Point out his mis and disinformation. I'll be surprised if he can enter the country again. Get him, Scott. So a number of people have mentioned that to me. I only just saw it this morning because Eric sent it early this morning, and he said, I bet a bunch of people sent this to you. And I'm like, no one sent this to me. Then throughout the day, a lot of people sent it to me. So Eric was just a little bit ahead of the game. I have not watched all of it yet. I watched the first couple minutes, and it's pretty atrocious. I'm going to watch the whole thing, and I'll ask in the private group for some feedback as to whether we think we should do a rebuttal. Clearly, it's worthy of a rebuttal. The question is it going to be valuable? Anyone who's watching passport bro fake information on Nicaragua, is there a need for a rebuttal? Is there an audience that everyone is angry about it? Yeah. But is making a rebuttal to that valuable? I need to see the video, and the first few minutes, obviously everything was just made up, right? He didn't have any knowledge on the country. I did find it interesting that he referred to that he's a Brit, right? This is the important thing. That he referred to the being angry about a dictatorship. I'm like, well, it's a good thing he doesn't come from a country without an elected head of government. Oh wait, a hereditary dictatorship? That's what England is. What a weird thing for a Brit to complain about. A country that openly supports having a monarch. That's freaking weird. Is he even allowed back into England? Right? What if England watched that and was like, wait a minute. He's literally complaining about England, just disguised, right? I don't know. Oh, my wife is out getting glasses with my daughter, and she and my daughter are competing over the same pair of frames. Um, Federico says, my issue is my Arizona license expires in 2026. So, Federico, see if you can renew online. Mostly you can. If you can't, it's worth flying back to Arizona, renewing, and flying back, because Arizona specifically has one of the longest periods you can get on a license. A lot of people go for Arizona licenses specifically for that, and you'll never need to do it again. It'll just be that one time. It's probably worth it. Patricia says, I thought that was Bucky on your thumbnail. Tiffany, Kirk Kaz, Little Roundhouse? Yes. Oh, Kirk Kaz. Yeah, that's probably right. Then it says, the master procrastinator. Is that me? I'm super mad he has a big following. He does have a big following. It's important to note from what little bit I can tell, though, he has a Passport Bro following. So, oh, he's from South Africa, claiming Germany now, not England. Ah, okay. Well, that does change a little bit. Why did I think he was British? His accent doesn't sound British. Something made me think he was British. And now Paul is here. He's going to be on the live stream. Because I don't know why. Hello. Oh, thank you. You're on the live stream. We've been doing a lot of shopping this week. Everybody can see this is my new orange shirt. You'll see me wearing it in videos and stuff. We've been out doing necessary shopping, and he ended up with my deodorant, so I got new. This is the new Old. Everybody's gonna be appalled that I have Old Spice, but I had to grab something quickly. This is the new Old Spice Gentleman's with zero aluminum and parabens and dyes. So I mean, I guess that's nice. It's the scent of eucalyptus and coconut oil. So I didn't go for anything weird. Went for the as simple as I could get Old Spice. I'm old. I can use Old Spice. Stop shaming me. So, okay, he's from South Africa, but claiming Germany now. Oh, maybe he lives in Germany now. Federico says, that was true, but not so much after 65. Oh, they make it shorter after 65? Well, Federico, the thing to do if you don't plan on needing to renew your U.S. license, just get your Nicaragua license now and you should be all set. Once you've done it, it's not a problem. It's just that initial time that made a problem for me. So some quick food notes while no one has questions. We tried the Black Bear Diner. They were pretty decent. I did not like their desserts. Everyone made it seem like their desserts were like off the chart awesome. They're kind of gross. I actually didn't end up eating it. But their food itself was really good. Paul got a Reuben, was very impressed. I got just a hamburger, veggie burger, obviously. And that was quite good. Good fries, really nice service. It was a nice place, good price. So we were happy with that. Black Bear Diner was a thumbs up. We tried Dot's Diner, which everyone was raving about. It's part of the Papado chain, the Papa's chain, which is like a Houston staple. They're high-end restaurants in Houston, like really good. Honestly, it was so cold we couldn't enjoy our food. It was cold to the point of painful to be in the restaurant. We wished we had like jeans and fleeces. And even the Texans were complaining about it being cold. So it was cold. I did get a salad there that was excellent. They had really good Thousand Island dressing. If I go back, I'm just getting a bunch of salad. Like that was so good. But the food itself was just okay. I got like a shrimp basket, and it wasn't as good as I get in Nicaragua. It's not as good as I'm used to in New York. The French fries were actually bad, and it was crazy expensive. 2 people eating a relatively small dinner at a diner, no dessert, no drinks. It was $50, which is not the end of the world, but it's a lot for us not to be pretty impressed. Whereas Black Bear was like $40, and we were impressed, right? So, but they didn't have that awesome salad. We went to McDonald's. And the food came out cold. They put the wrong sauce on things. Like it was not an impressive McDonald's experience. And we did it just because we were being quick. And we're like, okay, we're just going to run in and grab Filet-O-Fish sandwiches. You can't get those in Nicaragua. So, okay, it's been a long time. Those are traditionally easy and good. You don't really go wrong. They kind of went wrong. For the first time ever, I got Filet-O-Fish sandwiches with Big Mac sauce on it, which is not terrible, but it's not right. Paul's food all came out cold and old. And I don't know. We ate at I'm trying to remember. We did eat at a place at the airport that was just prepackaged food, but that was actually one of the better meals. I ate Mr. Beast. I ordered Mr. Beast with his Beast style burgers, and I have to say, utterly unimpressive. I would not buy more products from Mr. Beast. He has such a reputation. I decided to give it a try. Absolutely not. It was way overpriced. Edible. It wasn't bad, but it was very mediocre. Anybody could slap that together, and it was not a well planned out system, because like you had to get a double patty, so it was way too much of protein for the size of the burger. They had no option for properly sized one. The selection was incredibly small. And it was like a proper burger, a burger with nothing on it, and a burger with nothing on it with the bun backwards. That was their entire selection. And then it wasn't very good. So definitely Mr. Beast is not a brand I would look for things. And then, of course, I mentioned it to people, and they're like, oh, yeah, everyone's talking about how bad his products are. I'm like, oh, thanks. But I at least gave them a try. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, and it was. So we've only been here for so many meals, but we just consistently... Oh, we went to Schlotsky's Deli. That was actually gross, threw the food out. Like, just awful. That might be the range of it. I have not made it to a Taco Bell at this point. Put in a lot of effort trying to get to Taco Bueno, and that didn't pan out because they went out of business. But we have gotten Americanized Chinese food, and that was good. I have to type something real quick. To renew an Arizona driver's license while residing outside of the country, particularly if over 65, it's generally not possible to renew it directly from abroad. Arizona requires in-person visits to renew. That sucks. The requirements are the same for new and USA to NICA license or easier. No. If you have an American and get NICA, it's easy. If you let your US expire, which is the same as not having one, then NICA is hard. So you want to do it now. Hassan is here. What's good, Scott? Life is pretty good. How are you, Hassan? Federico says the requirements are the same for... Oh, yes. Dia Kachimba. Did I miss anything? No. Patricia says there's no excuse for bad French fries. Right? That's kind of how I felt. It was like they dumped something on them by accident, like vinegar. And I don't mean like malt vinegar, like, fancy British fries. No, I mean just like accidentally got vinegar on them or something weird. It was very strange. They weren't bad, like, ew. They were just like, oh, I don't need to eat these. And that's been almost every fries I've gotten here. And I'm a big French fry guy, right? McDonald's fries, they weren't very good. Not what I remember of McDonald's fries. I'm sure it was just that one. I'm not saying McDonald's is bad. I'm saying the ones we got weren't good. The ones from Mr. Beast, I didn't bother eating those. The one from Dots, I didn't bother eating those. The ones at Black Bear, I ate almost all of. They gave me a lot, so that's not bad. But they were the mediocre fries, adequate fries, that are dusted with way too much powder to make you taste that rather than the quality of the French fries. I don't appreciate that. I know a lot of people like that. For me, that's just a phoned in, like, make good French fries instead, and then you don't have to do that. But it's much easier to have a seasoning than to have really good French fries, so it's a big thing. I don't think I've had really good French fries since I've been back. Certainly have not had as good a French fries since I've been back, trying to get them every day, as the one order of French fries I've had in the last month in Nicaragua was, which was really excellent. Now, at the Black Bear Diner, their onion rings are the second best I've ever had, the best I've ever had in the U.S. They were very good. But Paul did order them extra crispy, so maybe they wouldn't have been that good had he not. Dynamic Joey is here. Hey brother, I live in Ticuantepe and my rental lease is up. I need to move. I see a lot of affordable places in Ciudad Sandino and Leon. How's the climate out there? I hear it's hotter than Managua. Well, Ciudad Sandino is Managua. So to me, it's about the same temperature. I find Ciudad Sandino very comfortable, a lot of breezes. I've never had a problem with the temperature there. Leon is a lot warmer than Managua. You will really notice. Leon is hot. So for those of us who live in Leon, when we go to Managua, we instantly are like, oh my gosh, we can wear jeans and long sleeves. Like, it's so comfy, right? We like notice that Managua is fresh and relaxing. Managuitas are like, it's hot in Managua. And we're like, are you kidding? It's so nice. How can you complain about this? You need to spend more time in Leon because it is hot. So yeah, it is noticeably hotter than Managua. Prices have gone nuts in USA for food. There was nothing under 15 for an omelet 1 to 2 years before was 7 or 8. Yeah, it's gotten a lot. Burger King for Impossible. Yes, I do know the Burger King is pretty good. Has been. I haven't tried it yet. I've done the Burger King Impossible a lot of times, but Burger King is one of the ones we can get in Nicaragua. It's not the Impossible. It is the it's the Polish one, which we actually like quite a lot. I like the Impossible too. I'm not complaining about Impossible, but it's not the Impossible. So the Burger King here is different. So I kind of want to get the Burger King here just because I miss the Impossible. The Mr. Beast is Impossible, but it's a double Impossible and just done poorly. So Burger King and Mr. Beast both do Impossible burgers. The Burger King one is dramatically better and roughly half the price for anyone who's tracking these things, just to give you some feedback on that. Walking with Daleks. This is the voice of Mr. Ons. We know that you can hear us, Earthmen. Oh, no, he's really Daleks. Okay. Doctor Who. Patricia says, do you have to take a test for the Nicaraguan driver's license? Not if you have your American, but yes if you don't. Yeah. Or do they just let you get one if you already have a driver's license? Yeah, they basically just let you get one. Currently enjoying some brisket pho. I've never heard of doing brisket pho. Federico says, something I want to share. The FBU in CR, Costa Rica, will be in Managua next month, even though it is not out yet. I was able to actually talk to a live person, and they sent me an email to get an appointment for SSA extension. Nice. Good to know. Ron is here. Ron says Nicaragua uses the same orange jumpsuits as jails in the USA. Ha ha ha, just teasing. Oh. So this is my Nordic jail cell. This is actually Norway. I was incarcerated in Norway and get the orange jumpsuit and the suite hotel. I actually had no problems crossing the border. I do need to say, I was very worried about coming into the U.S. and no problems at all with border control. Now, I did let border control know I was coming, and I was like, hey, do I have to worry about anything? Should I not do this? And they're like, no, you seem to be clear. I'm like, okay. And I'm telling people as I'm crossing, I'm like, okay, I'm coming up to the booth. But they very fast, very friendly. And honestly, in 2015, coming back to the U.S. from living abroad, the U.S. didn't want you back. They were very grumpy. But in the years since then, we have this memory of how rough it was back then. And it's always and immediately post 9/11, even coming across from Canada was like, why'd you go to Canada? What kind of American would ever go to Canada? Oh, you think it's faster to drive across Ontario than to drive around Ohio? Well, we don't need your back. It was a very dramatic experience crossing the border for a number of years. But for the last many years now, it's been very good re-entering the U.S. And those fears seem to be unfounded for American citizens coming back, at least. And my experience has been for at least 5 years for sure, but I would say probably 8. It has been really, really good. Did you have to take a test? The foe, Nicaragua uses the same job. Love the upgrade on studio. Hey, Larry. Yes, this is my Home 2 Suites studio. I do really hope that I can make a new studio in the not too distant future. I want to have a very dedicated, awesome, complete studio space with full decorations and full built-in lighting and just all kinds of options. Because I do this all the time, right? This is a huge portion of my life, not just the live stream, but the show in general. And it would be really nice to be able to do a few of those things without it being so difficult or just time consuming or whatever. And having the option of these big windows for natural light, which I can only do so much at a time. But this is nice. Like the image is good. It's a big soft light. I've actually got a good sized window with not a curtain. It's the privacy thing. So most of the light comes through. It's just a really thin fabric, probably nylon. So you can't like see through the window and like see details. But I don't have to bring the shade down. If it was my wife, she'd be like, no, I have to have the shade down. But for me, like I'm on the 4th floor, first of all, and my view is the highway, and so it's just Brian. Hey, I'm in spring. I'm in spring. I think it's spring. I'm by the airport, by IAH, on the Sam Houston. If this isn't spring, I'm really close to it. My storage unit is in spring, so we run up there. And I've been at Bass Pro Shop, that's where this is from, twice now. I've never been to a Bass Pro Shop. I know a bunch of people just are like, where's your Texas card? I need it back. But I've never been to a Bass Pro Shop where I went in. I've been to the outside quite a bit. And it's always been like, why would I go in there? Like, I don't fish or anything. But Paul fishes, and at least fishing I find interesting, right? Some things they do, like I'm not into hunting at all, but fishing, I like to eat fish, right? So that works. And he's getting some upgrades because he wants to start doing deep sea fishing, or not deep sea, but real fishing out miles from shore in Nicaragua. Because I mean, once you live there, why not do that stuff? And so he's getting a new rod and getting his reels, maintenance on his reels, and that kind of stuff. So while I was there, I did some clothing shopping and just got a couple items, but made use of it. They have a really cool waterfall and aquarium at the one in spring, though. That was pretty cool. Dynamic says, Kurt's video was his way to get views. Yeah, of course. What he was trying to accomplish when he went to the worst of the worst, and walking around with his camera in hand, he was inviting trouble from the police. Yeah, for sure. And Brian says, you brought the heat. Is it warmer now? We think it's cold. We're like, this is terrible. It's so cold everywhere we go. I think it's funny. I don't even have to have air conditioning in the hotel room because the ambient temperature outside is so cold. I do have to say, if anyone is looking to stay in this region, Home 2 Suites, this is not my first time staying here, is absolutely excellent. We got it for either 84 or 86, I can't remember, per night for a suite. And I have a short video. If anyone hasn't seen it, go watch that and give it a thumbs up, where I do like a 2-minute walk around and show the whole suite. But I've got, a nice little cupboard for things. Oh, 90 in Dallas. Yeah, it's definitely not down here. Wait, and Rockwall is really cool. Huh. I've been to Rockwall a million times, but very rarely have I gotten off the highway. I like the curtained area. There's like a nice couch here. It's kind of a love seat. It's got an ottoman. It's got some side tables. I know why they do this. I'm not saying they're going to change it, but I wish that the TV was moved back, because I never want to see the TV from the bed. I want to see the TV from the couch. I want it to be straight onto the couch. I mentioned this because we're building a house, and I want a bedroom, and I'm considering this layout or the layout of the embassy suites for kind of a bedroom. I'm really a big fan of hotel room layouts for home bedrooms, because home bedrooms are actually, in most cases, pretty impractical. They're weird, right? So I have a really large bedroom at my current house, the one you guys see on the show all the time. It's not that much smaller than this hotel suite, but it has all this room in stupid spaces. It has massive ugly, dark, built-in um, cabinets, right? Like a whole wall of super dark cabinets that I don't like. And it doesn't have a good spot to put furniture, but it has way too much space that you have to have between the cabinets and the bed because of the way the cabinets open. So you walk in and it's like this huge walkway that's totally useless. And then the bed has plenty of space all the way around it. So every side has too much space. So much space that on the far side of the bed, we put in exercise equipment. I don't really want exercise equipment in my bedroom, but if I don't put it there, it's just wasted space. I could put a chair or something, but it can't look at the TV because there's no spot to put a TV because of the way that they put the bathroom door for it's just poorly laid out. So it uses almost the amount of space as this hotel room without giving me any of the benefits. But I like how the hotel room is laid out. I wouldn't need like a big office thing like they have here, a little tiny desk where I can pop my laptop so that when I'm in my bedroom and I want to have my laptop nearby, because often I'm like answering things at night or need to check things, that's useful. Having a dedicated spot that's nice and clean, places to plug things in, lots of charging spots, and you can, let me get this to a live view so I can see what I'm showing you guys. If I do this, like, so there's the second desk that's beside, it's a little bit too high. And then like this above, like if that had charging ports up there and you could charge things up there, that'd be amazing. And it's just, there's a lot of really comfortable space. And like having this little tiny living space is roughly the same amount of space that I have in my bedroom now, but instead of being wasted, it could be a spot where I could sit and watch TV. And like my wife watches TV in our bedroom all the time, but she has to sit in the bed to do it because it's the only spot with a view of the TV. So I think it's like really bad for her back. And for me, it's too uncomfortable. I won't even do it. But here, with that little tiny love seat, which costs like nothing, it would be really nice. And then it's got like this cabinet with stuff underneath. Like that could work. I would, if I was building my own, I would wall mount it so you have more space. Here, there's a lot of like hotel convenience things. And then, let's see if I can, no, it's this way. So this is actually a kitchenette, which this, right? Right here, there's a microwave, a refrigerator. You can see that's a shiny thing is a refrigerator. You can get a hot plate brought up. It's got a dishwasher. Yes, I know, Patricia, there's a dishwasher in the hotel room. So like you never need to leave the room. And then the bathroom is a little bit small. If I was building this as my own bedroom, I would want a more spacious bathroom because who doesn't want a more spacious bathroom? And if it was my own bedroom, I'd need a little bit more closet space. But you could rearrange a few things here, like this desk is way too big. I could double these closets here. I could make them a little bit taller. You could put some storage up above and then add some lighting because this room doesn't have the lighting that I would want. But beyond that, like this is a really comfortable room to actually have as a room you live in. And because it's a hotel room, it's got stupid things like the big wall air conditioning unit. But if it was in Nicaragua, you'd up on the wall, you'd have the split unit. So that would clear up a bunch. I mean, that's, I don't know, at least 4 square feet of the room is just gone because of that. And I'd want more windows. And just little things like that. And like this extra furniture that could be, like you could reclaim a lot of this room very easily and make it even more comfortable if custom built. So I pay a lot of attention to these kinds of things because this is very much like, oh, this is a room I would actually like to potentially base my own future bedroom on. So that is something I pay attention to. A lot of times I'm in hotel rooms and I'm like, oh, this would be comfortable. This would be nice as a place to actually have as my own. Because, there's times you want to just watch TV on your own. And I hate now, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I certainly don't want to do it in my office. It's not comfortable and I'm in my office chair all day long. I gotta have a variety of spots. And having a bedroom that's my own space makes it really easy for me to like walk around and do things. And that's important because I need to keep my back moving. I've got a slip disc. It's not terrible, but I can either make it better or I can make it worse. Well, I should do things to make it better. And so little things like that, and by having my own space, it's like I can just watch whatever I want to watch. I can walk around and move around however I want. And so when I'm here for the week, like this is super comfortable. I get a little bit bored in the room, of course, and I wish the internet was faster, but those are easy things to address at home. And then have my jellyfin access and all that stuff, and would be very cool. So always thinking. Always thinking. Now, the thing that I really like is with the embassy suites, what they do is instead of having this room and then the bed directly, or I'm sorry, this is the bed, right there. Instead of having the bed here and then this little couch area, what they do is they move the bathroom forward and put the bathroom right here. And then on the other side of the bathroom, having another open space like this, so it really is more separated, and then having a little bit larger sitting room with a TV and then a window the other direction. That's what I'm really kind of targeting, because I like having the bed with outdoor windows at the bed. So you get that outside light and everything. And what I'm hoping for is then to have windows on the other side that look into the house, which is how Embassy Suites does it, that they have one side by the bedroom with views out of the hotel, and the other side is views into the hotel. And so if we manage to pull off the house design in the way that I'm hoping, then I want to have windows that look into the common rooms of the house, so that it's like, the kind of like living room, the mini living room space in my private space. You open the curtains and then it can be part of the house or not, as just depending on your mood or whatever. That's always been a design that I really like, and I like living very differently than most people. So that is that's the thing. My daughter just got her prescription for her glasses, and the doctor is worried. It is alarmingly strong, they said, and they're recommending surgery when she turns 20. I don't know I hope they just mean LASIK surgery. Not sure. All right, where is... I've missed everyone's conversation for a few minutes, so I'm coming back. '90s Bass Pro Shop at Rockwell is cool. You stop calling Nicaraguan woodwork ugly right now. I can't take it, Patricia. It's so dark. It absorbs all the light. I can't take it. Dishwasher, that's a great hotel. The Home 2 is like our favorite. They're so cheap and they're super comfortable. I mean, the Embassy is really nice, but it is really nice. Patricia says, if I had other humans living in my house, I would want a suite style bedroom too. Right? That is, and especially because it's not just me and my wife and our kids, but my business partner Paul also lives with us, and so we always have kind of tried to gravitate towards our own suites whenever possible. So having something like this, and really, we're at that age where, like, my wife and I like having our own spaces as well, because she likes camping out in a room and having her stuff sprawl everywhere. I like a room that is completely bare and has nothing around, and I like having the dogs, like my space is dog space. And she likes having her snacks and her piles of things, and she has to have her own bathroom. So if we share a bedroom, we have to have separate bathrooms, like have to. It is so bad, the amount of space. So she has to have like a space completely balanced for all of her bathroom stuff. And I need a space that I can like work and relax and have dog time. And it's so very likely we're going to do dual suites next to each other in the future. And then Paul has his own suite. And then our plan is that our kids are probably going to live with us long term, maybe not full time, but at least half time. And so we want to give them side by side suites. They really want to be connected. So we're trying to like accommodate what they want, but also accommodate what we assume will be a future where they don't want to be so connected, and then have common spaces that we can all go to, but then spaces for us all to escape to. That's kind of, and my kids are like, we don't want to be that far from you. Like they're worried about our house being too disconnected. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Joseph says, is it difficult to be a gun owner in Nicaragua? It is extremely difficult. Yes, it is not technically impossible, but it is extremely difficult. I have heard rumors of expats who've been able to get guns under extreme circumstances, um, but it's very rare, and even Nicaraguans, all but impossible to have them. They used to, right? If you're talking to people who've been doing it for a while, um, you get um, you get stories of people who had guns in the past. But in 2019, I believe it was, they did a roundup where they recalled all the guns and everybody had to turn them in. And since then, it's been all but impossible to have one. You definitely need very special permission to be able to do that. And so that is a big challenge. Assume that, yeah, of course you can make an attempt to have one, but assume that you will never be able to. That is the realistic situation. And I do not know anyone who has pulled it off. I don't know anyone who is Nicaraguan that has pulled it off, who does not work directly for military, police, or retired police where they have a police-based security license. And then they don't have a gun, they use a gun for work, which is more or less different, right? All right, I'm just looking at something really. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just looking. The Embassy Suites that I really like the design of is also a Hilton property. Sometimes I forget. I'm like, Hilton has so many properties and so many new properties that it gets hard to remember what they all are. And I'm a Hilton member and have been for a long time, and I use them extensively, and yet I still struggle to keep track of all the things that they do. Did you know Hilton now has auto camps where you can stay in Airstreams, cabins, and luxury tents? Okay. Um, I'm getting like, I think they said 50,000 Hilton Honors points for this week here because I have 2 rooms in a suite hotel. So Hilton has the Waldorf Astoria. I think most people know that. They also have a new luxury line called LXR. Also in their luxury line is the Conrad series. I don't think I've ever been in a Conrad. And Signia by Hilton. And then they have a new one called Nomad, which is almost like Nomad, but it's Nomad. Grounded in the idea of the hotel as a great home layered with stories and animated by the collective spirit of its inhabitants, Nomad is the vision of an artfully lived life. I don't know anything about those hotels. Then there is Canopy. This is locally inspired. So I stayed at a Canopy in Argentina in September. That was nice. And they have a new one called Graduate, which is specifically for college towns. Interesting. There's a new one called Tempo that I don't know at all, and Motto that I don't know at all. Then their premium experiences, which I didn't realize is how they called them, is the Hilton and the Doubletree. I normally stay in the Doubletree, and those are the ones I stay in all the time. That's what we have in Managua. Then curated collection, the Curio and Tapestry, those I'm familiar with. And then spacious suites, the Embassy, which is my favorite, but there's almost never one where I'm staying. Embassy I love. Homewood I like, but definitely not like the Embassy. And then the Home 2, which is what my family really likes. And then the Live Smart Studios, which I've never been, I don't know. And then their bargain ones, the Garden Inn, which I use sometimes. The Hampton I use only because they're quite often the only thing available to me. And then the True, that one my family really likes. We stay at the True a lot, very cheap. And then Spark is the new one where they're taking over lower end hotels and fixing them up a little bit and being like, okay, we'll put Hilton on it, but we need something to let people know it's very cheap. That's the Spark. So the old hotel that I used to manage in Rochester, New York is now the Hilton Spark up there, and I stayed at it recently. So that's all of their hotel brands, but I'm very happy with Hilton over the years. I stay at them a lot, and so I get all my points there, and I use my Hilton American Express card for everything, and because of it, we make a point of either we're staying at local places, which we try to do most of the time, but the moment we're staying at a branded hotel, it's always Hilton. So they've done a good job of capturing us as loyal customers because they're affordable but luxurious, and they have a mix of things that really works for us. I'm not complaining. Like Hyatt is very nice, Holiday Inn is very nice, Marriott are very nice. Like they're all nice, right? It just Hilton has just worked out for us and is all the places we want to go. So it's been quite good. Um, Tiffany says the Waldorf just opened up in Costa Rica. It's muy bonita. Or it's my bonita. It's my lovely hotel. I gotta check that out. Where is a brand new Waldorf in Costa Rica? I'm supposed to be in Costa Rica sometime soon, so I need to check that out. Okay, destination. Do you know where in Costa Rica? Let's just do Costa Rica and find hotel. Any dates? I don't care. Okay, there's a lot of Hiltons. I do stay at Hilton Costa Rica a bit. The Garden Inn San Jose Airport. There's the Hampton Airport. That's the one I always stay in. There's a DoubleTree that looks quite nice. I don't know where that is, though. There is a Homewood Suite coming soon. Interesting. They have something that's the SLH Hotel. Is that the Signia Local or whatever? The Hilton Garden Inn Santa Ana. That looks nice. Hilton Garden Inn La Sabana. Hilton La Sabana, Grand Hotel Costa Rica, that's a curio. Los Altos Resort, Senda Monteverde Hotel, the Tabacon Thermal Resort and Spa, Hotel Nantipa, Hotel 360. They got a lot of these like specialty custom ones. The Garden Inn Guanacaste Airport. I think we stay there sometimes. No, we stay at the Hampton Guanacaste. The Rio Perdido, Waldorf Astoria, Costa Rica, Punta Cacique at $1,264 per night starting. Wow. What? And then they also have the Botanica Osa Peninsula Curio. And just to give you guys some comparison, the one that I stay at Guanacaste is $123 a night. This Osa Peninsula that looks amazing, $192. Some of these resort ones are in the 300s. Okay, the Thermal Resort, that's in the 600s. Los Altos 700s. Most of these are in the 100s though, under 200. Some of them, like the DoubleTree, 116. I would stay there. It's just never in the right location for me. Maybe I'll stay there soon. But then the Waldorf, which sometimes the Waldorf is the same price as the DoubleTree, $1,264. What? That is unreal. Like, okay, yeah, muy bonita for sure, but what? That's pretty crazy. Who is spending? Now, is that? No, that's for no particular dates. Okay, we're gonna look wet. Now, maybe it's because it's just built. Okay, it drops to just over $1,000 by August. But November, starting price is like $1,600. My gosh. Okay, I won't be staying there. Sorry to disappoint, Tiffany, but that's not where I'm going. Punta Cacique. One of my favorite YouTubers went. The videos were amazing. I bet they were. I want to be a Hilton sponsored YouTuber. That would be amazing. I would be Hilton's bargain sponsored traveler. It's like I travel Latin America going to the cheapest Hiltons I can find. How to travel cheap and stay at the Hilton using the Hilton American Express card and all your points. Now, last year we did an entire vacation in Disney World. Obviously, Disney World itself we had to pay for, but all of our hotels and all of our flights were paid for between our Spirit points, our Hilton points, our Chase credit card points. We used card points and got an unbelievable vacation out of it. So that was pretty cool. And now I'm saving up towards the new things. But one nice thing about being in the Amex program with the Hilton card, because I'm an honors member with the Hilton Amex, is that you're automatically a gold member, which is only one level down, right? The platinum. And you can pay your way to get into the platinum. That's a little bit much. But being gold is really nice. We always worked really hard to maintain silver because the base level's blue and then it's silver, then gold, then platinum. And platinum does give you some cool stuff. It would be nice, but I don't need those upgrades. But because of my gold status, I get like the Hilton stuff is nice. I get more points for everything. I get more upgrades. I get more cookies, more water. I don't have to worry about them canceling my room. I get last minute things. I get the important traveler things. The platinum gives you you get to stay on the exclusive executive floor. You get access to a special lounge sometimes. That stuff's pretty minor things. I'd like it. I'd be like, oh, this is cool, my VIP lounge. But they don't matter. But the gold stuff does matter. It's all the oh, you get free parking. Oh, you get, late check-ins that you don't have to worry about or whatever. So I think that's a really good deal and has been really good. We got 27 people on. That is not bad at all. And it's early. We're just 5 o'clock in Central American time. I am a little bit hungry. I'm thinking I may order food while we're on the show, but where would I order from? And I mean, this wouldn't be for a long time yet, but hold on. Answering things on the show. This is what I look like when I answer you guys. All right. And I'm going to bring up Uber Eats and see what's going on. Uber Eats. I do like that Uber is so easy to use here, but it's really expensive. Larry says, you should have young Pablo set up a fishing contest in Las Piñatas, sponsored by Desperados. They have a big one in Trujillo, and the hotels and restaurants benefit. That could be cool, actually. Not sure how we do the launches and stuff for that. All right. Arabian, I have not seen this one before. Arabian Nights, Humble Indian Cuisine and Lounge. Okay. Can you guys see this? There, real time. Arabian Nights, Humble Indian Cuisine. Now, are we all clear that Arabia and India are not super close to each other? And I get the Nights joke, but it's weird. What? Seriously odd. Veggie appetizers, gobi Manchurian. Manchurian? That's a different region yet. Vegetable pagoda, paneer tikka, appetizer. All right. Not feeling it. Arabian Nights, too weird. Too weird. There's a place called the Burger Joint. Let's see. Mushroom burger, but it's not actually a mushroom burger. Do they have... See, I should just get Burger King, right? Now I'm going to make myself hungry and then want to eat way too... Oh, they have an Impossible Burger. They also have a kimchi burger. Wonder if I can get kimchi on the Impossible Burger. How much is the Impossible Burger? $17. Why would I take a chance on what doesn't look like it's as good? I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but it doesn't look as good as a Whopper. I would just get a Whopper. Oh, they also have a veggie burger that's... Okay, wait, this is... Okay, an Impossible Burger for $17. Or I could get their regular veggie burger, which is a red bean and mushroom patty. That sounds amazing. For $9. I understand that you got to pay a little bit extra for an Impossible, but that's $8 extra. That just feels like a ripoff. The Halal Taco Company, Demasi's Mediterranean, Mad Burgers Spring. Oh, well. Mad Burgers. I wish I could see our conversation on here. Why can't I see that? If I close that, it's just going to be messed up. I just don't know why that's like that. Let's see. They've got the quadruple smash burger. 4 halal beef patties. 4. The elote smash burger? Okay. That sounds awesome. But nope, only beef patties. They're halal at least, but there's Taco Cabana, Popeyes, the Kebab Corner. You can see there's a theme. Ojos Locos Sport Cantina. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh, Mr. Beast. I was so, positive. I'm like, this will be good. It won't be the most amazing thing, but I was really sure it was going to be like, okay. Half those are probably Applebee's ghost kitchens. I think all the Applebee's are out of business here. I haven't seen one yet. Larry says, I lived in an apartment across from the Waldorf in PC. They opened a Buffalo Wings down the street when I was there. You can't go wrong with a good black bean burger. That's what I had last night, and it was good. Right? I should order shawarma. No, Larry, I'm in Houston. I can't order shawarma. Ron says, I've been to the Waldorf in Panama City. I didn't sleep there. I just purchased some cigars. They are cheaper. Yeah, the Waldorf in Panama City is specifically the one I'm thinking of. It's the same price as the DoubleTree. Tiffany says, Egyptian food is great in Texas. Yes, it can be. I've had Indian down here that was just atrocious. Worst I've ever had is Houston. Houston's rough. Consistently, Houston is the worst food. Is Houston consistently the worst food anywhere I've ever lived in the world? That may actually be true. I'm trying to think of anywhere that had worse food. There must be somewhere, right? But Houston as a large market may be the worst large food market I've ever been in. It's just, its selection is low and the quality is consistently bad. Anytime I try something new, it's always, oh, this looks like it's going to be so good, and then it's just not. It's always something really bad. And it's Brian says Houston is horrible. It really is. Dallas is good for food. Austin is great for food. San Antonio is good for food. But Houston, it's so many chains. I mean, all of Texas is chain heavy, but Houston is like double the density of chains of anywhere else. If you're in Dallas, you're like, well, of course there's a Sonic, of course there's a Whataburger, of course. But in between is all these local restaurants. But here, if I drive down the street, it's just chains. And the one thing we found that wasn't a chain literally looked like they were selling drugs out of the drive-thru. Like, it was scary. And the chains here are very redundant. Brian says, no, in general. It is. Houston is definitely the worst city in Texas. No question there. El Helima Egyptian was good when I was there. Tiffany, do you happen to know what part of Houston it was in? Remember, Houston is a city slightly larger than Nicaragua, so it's got to be right here for me to be able to order it. But like seriously, I'm looking through the Uber Eats here, and I'm like, I am pretty much down to Taco Bell is like what I can get that looks at all interesting. Like there's other things I could eat, but nothing looks safe or good. A grilled cheese. Why is it called a grilled cheese burrito and then it comes with beef? Do they not know what a grilled cheese is? Like, I don't mind that it comes with beef. I mind that it's called grilled cheese and comes with beef. The Cantina chicken menu? What? Where's their veggie menu? They've got so many things. Veggie cravings. There we go. Do they have anything interesting? The cheesy bean and rice burrito. Always safe, but not exciting. The spicy potato soft taco. Always good. That's a good one. Cheesy fiesta potato, cinnamon twist, bean burrito. Nope. Pretty much Taco Bell has gone down to all it is the bean burrito, the potato soft taco, and the cheesy bean and rice burrito. It's just, that's not exciting. This is really bad. And like Checkers. Oh wait. It has a four stars out of over 3,000 reviews. But do they have sliders? Nope, nothing vegetarian. See how they are? No, they don't. It's Houston. Tiffany says it's on DoorDash. No, Tiffany, but it can be hours away. Houston is huge. It has to be like generally available. Let's see. So the only thing that comes up close to that is this. And something crazy just happened with my studio. Oh, it just reloaded. Are we all still there? Everybody good? My thing just reloaded. Okay, we're good. So the Elyon African Food Kitchen. Did that come up on the... Were you able to see it? This is the... This is the closest I can find on Uber Eats. I've got to go back so I can see the conversation. Zaxby's has good salad, fries, and Texas toast. I don't really want to order a salad for dinner, though. Soup and vegetable, jollof rice, fried plantains, mala, pounded yam. Tilapia fish stew, vegetable soup. Beef and fried, no. Beans and fried plantain with beef. Extra goat meat. I often do like African food. But, and then there's Checkers. Of course, no vegetarian. Always want Checkers. It always sounds good, and then they never have. Nobody ever has vegetarian anymore. It's all been removed. Some of these places never did, of course. But, no, they do have the deep sea combo, which could be good, but I don't know. Oh, the Burger Den. We can try them. Brent is here. Hello. Hope the trip is going well. It is pretty good. Oh, Brian just DoorDash sushi. Yeah, I should check DoorDash, see if there's anything else in there. It's just also depressing looking through all the food that's like, this has potential, this has potential. Oh, nope, nothing. Oh, wait, here we go. So the Burger Den, you guys help me remember this. They have a rodeo ring veggie burger combo with Dr. Prager's, I have no idea what that is, veggie patty with white cheddar cheese. Oh my gosh, it's a $22 burger. Wait, it's a combo. So it's still bad. White cheddar cheese, beer battered onion rings, barbecue sauce, lettuce, tomato, red onions, pickles on a brioche bun. All right, let's share this. It can come with wavy cut fries or beer battered onion rings. I don't think you want double onion rings. And then it comes with a beverage. That's a lot of money, but it does look good. So we're going to, I can't favorite this. Oh, this is not Petito's Jaw. Although that patty doesn't look particularly good. The picture doesn't really sell it. But that's a big possibility. The Burger Den, you heard it here first. That's one we're going to consider. So what I really want is Whataburger to offer like a Beyond Burger. But do they? No. I would totally order that if they did. I'm checking out Smash Burger, but I don't think they do. Oh, wait. Veggie Smash. All right, let's take a look. Southwest seasoned. I hate Southwest seasoned, though. Why? Why is everything Southwest seasoned? That's just another term for we threw taco seasoning on it from McCormick. Southwest seasoned black bean vegetarian burger, lettuce, tomatoes, mayo, butter toasted bun. Really good price. Okay, happy with the price. Happy with the fact that it's their own patty. That's all good. I've never gotten to eat at Smash Burger, so that's, But Smash fries, $4. Crispy Brussels sprouts. All right, good to know it's an option. All right, we're finding a few things. It's not completely out of the realm of reason. There's something called the Waffle Bus. Mad Dog Spring. Is it a hot dog place? What are the chances they have a veggie dog? They have halal dogs. If this was San Francisco, they would have veggie dogs. That's something I miss. I really appreciated living in working in San Francisco and staying there long term. You could go up on a street vendor and get veggie dogs on the street. Oh my gosh, that is good. Patricia, there is Captain D's. I've never been to one. I don't know what they serve, but I've seen the signs. Captain D's sponsored fast food. All right, checking it out. Let's see. Okay, so it's a seafood place. Is this like Long John Silver's, but more upscale? As if you could be less upscale. Here we go. 10-piece fish family meal. That could be my dinner. What do they got here? Garlic butter shrimp, fish, and fries. Cheap. $7.79. Not bad. The double dozen garlic butter shrimp meal. A little bit more pricey, but it's a double dozen. Key lime pie. Garlic butter french fries. I see a theme here. Add-on appetizers. Jalapeno poppers. Oh, my kids would be jealous. Hush puppies. Okay, 12 hush puppies, 1, is way too many hush puppies for anybody. And 2, $10. Hush puppies are the things you throw away. Right? 12 hush puppies should be at most $4. Mozzarella sticks, 8 mozzarella sticks, which is a very reasonable size, for $6. How are mozzarella sticks cheaper than hush puppies? Mozzarella sticks are a premium food item. Hush puppies are a throwaway food item you use for cleaning the grease. Add 2 crab shells. Not a thing I eat. All right, Captain D's. I don't know it. That is definitely edible. Not something I was looking for, but Brian says, Whataburger is just too cool to serve vegetarian peasants. It's true. Id Group is here. Hey, Scott, living abroad with Eric. Did I miss it? We're all aching to hear your input on the Kurtz video. Yes, we talked about it a little bit. No, I don't have any particular input. I haven't watched it yet. I have no free time. Id Group just got here. Are we figuring out what's for dinner? Yes. So I'm in Houston for another 2 full days, and I thought I might DoorDash or something food while on the show. But I've got to make sure it comes to the room and I don't have to go downstairs. Otherwise, you guys will just be staring at the room for a long time at some point. This is for way in the future. I'm not at a point. Patricia says, check out the Burger Den's pickup address to make sure it's not Burger King. Are you saying that Burger Den and Burger King might be the same place? Captain D is owned by Shoney's in Memphis. Shoney's? Okay, I might have to get it then. I like Shoney's, or I used to. I haven't been to a Shoney's. My gosh, I feel like I went to Shoney's in West Virginia. I'm going to say 2001. Oh, I can't remember if I had even met my wife yet or not. I was on a business trip with my then business partner, John. And I have no idea. We were driving through rural West Virginia, as if there's any other West Virginia. And we were in some small town, and it was like, there's a Shoney's, and we just went for dinner. I used to go to Shoney's a lot when I was younger, but that's the last time I remember being in one. And it was like, we just decided to get lost on back roads in West Virginia kind of day, as one does. I mean, that's kind of who I am, but... Tiffany says, USA will give you sticker shock leaving Nicaragua. It really does. It really does. Although, honestly, there's a number of things that have been pretty good. Our hotel is super cheap. So that has really surprised me. I was not expecting my hotel to be so cheap. I mean, I'm $20 a night cheaper than staying at the DoubleTree in Managua. Obviously, this is a home to, and that's a DoubleTree, and that one comes with a chocolate chip cookie, and this one does not. So, I mean, there's differences, but still, $20 cheaper. Now, this one, the DoubleTree has restaurants. The DoubleTree has really nice pools and a bar, and, this place has, like, the snack thing, and it's not the same. But $20 cheaper. Wow. The food has been pretty expensive here, but not as expensive as I was actually expecting. Gas is crazy cheap here, like What? That's nuts. Um, oh, I know. What would be hilarious? Watching Kurt's video while on live, getting my reaction. The problem with that is I don't know how the copyrights work, and like I don't know what do I do, right? Do I prop it up and watch it on something, and then you guys can't hear it? Then I have to pause it and say what's going on. I thought about that, and I don't know how to do that in a way that works. So if anyone has an idea, for sure let me know, because that would be interesting. And I don't know about doing it for a regular video, but doing it as like kind of a live thing. But it's got to be licensed that we're able to do that, or I've got to do it where you guys can't hear it, and then it's just me watching. So this will be the show. Okay, blah blah blah. Right? Like, is that what we're gonna do? I'm not sure. Brent, Eric, I mentioned to Scott being aggravated about a clickbait titled Nicaragua video. That's the vid. I knew, Brent. I can't deal with that dude. Luckily, I figured out how to keep his videos from showing on my feed. Yeah, you can block. I block a lot of things that piss me off on the feed because I'm on YouTube obviously all the time. So it gets to be a bit much. It's funny. I feel so. We're on an hour and a half, which is not a ton, but here it's 6:30. But it's amazing because the sun stays out so late because, daylight savings time. So we have this shifted hour, plus we're up north, so we get way more time than in Nicaragua. So I get like 2 hours more sunlight than I'm used to. And so it's 6:30 here, but it's 5:30 our normal time, so we're way, way ahead. Id Group says, a couple of my employees went to a conference in Dallas in February, and the taxes were more than the room cost. I was shocked. Luckily, we got an exemption because we were not a local company. Well, that's weird. I mean, I never really stay in... I've never seen anything like that. The taxes here, I think, are pretty normal. Nothing that you really noticed. What is this? Not sure. Patricia says, seriously, there are so many ghost kitchens on the delivery apps that you need to check the addresses to make sure you're not buying marked up fast food. Oh, interesting. I understand how that works. It would not have occurred to me that it was like a really big thing that people were doing all the time. Seems like people would figure it out and it would become like a well-known, don't order this kind of thing. But that's one advantage to getting like, Indian food or Arabian food, Egyptian food. Well, that is Arabian food, or whatever, because there aren't like if it's a ghost kitchen making it, it's a custom ghost kitchen that's making just that, right? It's not a ghost kitchen that's doing a bunch of other things, or it's not like Burger King making Whoppers and marking them up. If it is a Burger King, it's a Burger King making something utterly different that they've never done before. And honestly, if Burger King can pull off a full Indian ghost kitchen, more power to them. But Burger King is an option. Getting an Impossible Whopper does sound good. I don't want to eat an Impossible Whopper on video because beard and big messy burger. That I try very much to avoid that. I am real quickly going to see if my drink is cold, so bear with me, guys. I'm just going to walk back to this fridge back here. This is a little bit weird. Normally, when we do the video, I zip off of video when I do anything, but now the whole room is visible, so you guys can see me walking around. So here's one of the other surprising things that I found is that Monster is the same price in both places. So it's 2 for $4 basically in both countries, but there's more flavors, or at least different flavors here in the US, more of the sugar-frees. And I've always been a fan of Monster, not like a fan, but if you need like some caffeine drink and you're tired of Coke, they've got a lot of sugar-free options. They're not that expensive. And they've got some decent flavors. This is the Blue Hawaii. It's all right. Wouldn't make a special trip for it, but it's perfectly adequate. And it's got a bunch of caffeine, which I need. Because doing the live stream, it uses a lot of energy. Thanks for letting me listen. I'll see you again when you're back to Nicaragua. Back to Nicaland. All right, Ron, have a good night. That seems like kind of an odd place for the curtain, says Brent. So not really. It's a little bit hard to move my laptop around because I've got attached cables to it, but I got to switch to. All right. So I'm on the live view. Actually, I can do this as well. We can just do this. Okay. So this is the room. So the window's right here, obviously. Right. I've got a lot of things on this desk. I really don't, but so let's go look at the window. So that's where my light is coming from, and you can see the highway out. Like, you can see the highway out there. And the coffee I was drinking. So I'm going to turn this around. Sorry for the bumping. And I'm going to throw this coffee away. Keep this place nice and clean. Because like I said, my wife, when she has stuff everywhere, I like to have a completely organized room. Everything in its place, everything clean. It's funny because I hate making the bed, but I have someone to make the bed for me, both here and at home. So that's like a consistent thing. Okay, I'll give you guys a quick tour. So the bed space is right here with the tables on both sides and power and charging, which is as it really needs to be. That's what you need, right? Got to have lights and storage. Obviously at home, I would want a phone as well, because we actually have an American phone that we can have, and we can call room to room on it and do a bunch of stuff. So we actually have reasons to have phones, unlike most people. The other side has a clock, which I really like having on a bedside. Those are things I would want at home. The thing that's missing here that I would want from home is my Apple HomePod, so that you can just play the Apple Music wherever and have a nice thing. So let me show you how the curtain works, because all my laundry's back there, so you can see my laundry, because this is how I hide it. So this is the living space, right? So I've got all my stuff spread out. But so you have a couch here, and then both sides can watch the TV, which is right here. So it actually works really nicely, as obviously I sprawl out here because there's no real spot to set up for all the laundry and stuff when you're living here for the week. And I'm doing repacking, because one of the things we're getting out of storage is additional clothing and stuff, and additional luggage and stuff that we have. We have so much stuff in storage, including luggage. So I got a number of luggage pieces out. We're figuring out what to bring back, how we can repack things, how we can fit this stuff. So I have an extra luggage allowance on Spirit. I came with one piece, but I have two, so I'm returning with two. And I didn't have to buy luggage because I just went to the storage unit, picked out a piece of luggage, and I'm using that. So that's what's over there. So it's all very complicated trying to figure it all out and stuff. But so our storage situation. I'm gonna break this down because I need to charge it. Is that we went through and determined that there's so much stuff in storage that there's no reasonable way that we are going to be able to ever get through it all in such a way that we will be able to send it in pieces to Nicaragua. It's too much. And this is one of the mistakes that we made, is we gave ourselves a situation where we simply have too much, and there's no way to fix it. We would have to stay here. We'd have to have a large vehicle. We would have to have a living space, and we'd have to be here for an extended period of time, and we'd have to have all of us. Now, we fixed a lot on this particular trip. Paul had a lot of the stuff at the front of the storage unit, including really big tool cabinets and stuff, and just tons of really heavy objects. And then in the back, there was a really large safe, like a 3-foot tall, big safe. These things were very heavy, very, very hard to use, and very hard to move, and very much in the way. Along with a ton of furniture that was not his. A lot of it was mine or the company's. We stored just loads of computers and all kinds of stuff. So with us being in there, we were able to get in, and Paul was able to give away all kinds of stuff, right? Big objects that we just don't need, furniture items, so bar stools and tables and office equipment, a lot of stuff. So we cleared a lot physically out of the storage unit, but most importantly, a lot of weight out of the storage unit, things that would be really problematic to potentially ship. So those things are gone, but the storage unit is still packed. We still have not seen at least half the storage unit since it was initially packed. The whole back right corner, all the way to the left, with the exception of one bin width to the back left corner, we still have not seen the back 2/3 of the room yet. So we've seen the entire front third and then a little bit along the left side. So it's right about half. But we were able to get enough done that we were able to see a bunch of stuff, determine pretty much of what's in there, and all the stuff that we know of that's in there at this point is relatively light. So at this point, the game plan is there's so much to get, and anything we do is impossibly ineffective. If we were to try to move to a different storage unit that was smaller, we would just end up shoving things into a smaller unit that then we couldn't maneuver around. We will never have enough time and energy and people to really go through everything. If we were going to do anything, we would need to have a hotel room right next to the storage unit, get a truckload of bins, bring them to the hotel, open them up, go through them, and just constantly do that. And it would take so long. It would be so expensive to stay at, $100 a night plus food plus whatever, just day after day after day after day, trying to sort through. And when we're all done, what are we going to do? We're still going to have a lot of stuff that we want to keep because so much of it is my kids that we can't just get rid of. And some of the big items that are in there are like my wife and my wedding furniture. Well, yeah, we could get rid of it and probably should have, but if we were going to get rid of it, we should have done it 5 years ago or 10 years ago, right, when we first left Texas. That's at this point, we've stored everything for so long, and we can't make good decisions on stuff that it just makes sense that there's no way we're going to get it smaller than a small shipping container. So we need to just get a shipping container and do it. And any effort and any money and any time that we put in past this point, I think this trip was valuable. But anything more than this is going to end up being a complete waste of money and energy, and we're just going to be very unhappy. And so we just have to ship it. So that's where we are. We're now at a point where we're ready to have it packed up and shipped. Brent says that seems kind of like an odd place for the curtain. Brent says, oh, I see, it's like a partition. That makes sense. Looks like a nice room. It is a nice room. I like it a lot. There's a short where I walk around and show the whole video. So if you go to my channel when this is done and watch the shorts, it's like 2 or 3 videos back. I try to always do hotel room tours wherever I am, even if it's just, a home 2 suites or whatever. Because, it's interesting. I think I put them up on Nicoloro as well. Maybe I missed it. No. I'm pretty sure that Nicoloro has this room as well. Hotel rooms are always good content for Flickr, for Nicoloro, for the shorts. It's not a huge thing, but they're pretty generally popular, and obviously very easy to do. Once you have a hotel room, you might as well take pictures of it and get the credit for it. There it is. Where's the copy link? That's all I want. Copy link. There you go. You want to see pictures of the room so you can really see it. Larry says, you may be flirting with an Emmy for your camera work tonight. I'm pushing the boundaries of, it's kind of hard. In some ways, it's kind of hard working with the laptop because I've got to deal with the whole laptop at once. But it's also kind of nice because in some ways I can take you guys with me. Sometimes I wish I had a more portable setup. So, we've lost internet. It might be back. We're still having issues. All right, you guys can still see me. I said, yep. Okay. It must just be having momentary stream issue. Anyway, okay, so we're back. Yeah, so same. Oh, I think this is for Patricia who mentioned, I think it was Patricia that mentioned Captain D's. Let me see. Yes. Paul just said he likes Captain D's. Brian says you can't see this, it's your imagination. It is my imagination. We might do Captain D's. He likes that. It's still giving me errors over here, but seems to be working. Checking messages. All right. Yep, seems to be a healthy stream again. Marco is here. Hello, Scott. Just got done talking with my wife. She wants to move back to Nicaragua. She asked me a question, and I didn't have the answer. I told her I would ask you. So here is my question. All right, I'm ready, Marco. And the stream says it's excellent again. So I think we're ready. What if the other end cleared up? Oh, the other end is happy now too. Okay. She wants to move our stuff from here in the U.S. back to Nicaragua. Oh, gosh, that's the same thing I'm doing. No! I'm liking the light in this position, and I can kind of kick back and relax. It's choppy. They are mad and dossing me. Marco says, how did you move your stuff, and would you recommend to move our stuff there, and the cost? We did not move our stuff, Marco. That's the tough thing. So I'm here in Texas. My storage unit is here, and it's a huge problem. That's what I was just talking about. It is a mess trying to deal with getting our stuff down there. The only reason that we're moving things is because we started moving 10 years ago. We started living abroad, and we put all of my kids' stuff into storage with the promise that not everything, but that they would get their stuff when we found a permanent home. And so they allowed a lot of things that they were very possessive of, right? They're nostalgic things. And my kids have basically never had a stable home, right? They were born in 2008 and 2011, and we were backpacking around Europe by 2012. So my youngest was 13 months old, and by 2013 we were moving around the U.S. for work. So basically never had stability. Infant at 2011. My eldest, I'll give the quick. In 2008, my eldest was born in New York. 2009, we lived in Texas. My youngest was born in 2011. 2012 is the year we were backpacking around Europe. 2013, we moved back to New York, back to the same house we had come from for the first one. In between there, when we first moved to Texas, we had an apartment, then we got a house. That wasn't much of a move, but there's a little bit of instability. Going back to the same house in New York was good because my eldest remembered it a little bit, and she got a small sense of stability. My youngest had never been there, so to her it was a new house. We were only there for 1 year before we were moving again. Now we ended up with about a 6 month delay, but then we moved, and that move was to Europe. So everything we had that wasn't already into storage went into storage. So we moved to Europe in early 2015. So my youngest was only 4, and wait, is that right? My youngest was only 3, and my eldest was at that point 5 when we moved to Europe. And so at that point, they had a bunch of very small childhood items, right? Playmobil and Legos and stuffed animals and things that they were very attached to, and they were very difficult to take all of them with us. And so we made a promise that we were going to get a storage unit, which we did, and we kept those things for the long haul. And it was like, these things are light, they're in plastic bins, we're going to do our best. You can't keep everything, but they kept the things that mattered to them. And now that they're older, they keep extremely little. They're very, very good at not collecting things. But there's some amount of stuff they need to have, right? But because we took away the stability of home from them, and even now we've lived in the same house for a couple of years in Nicaragua, and we plan on keeping it for a few more years, and we're planning on building our forever home within the general vicinity of where we are. They still feel like nothing's ever their space, nothing's ever their permanent thing, nothing's ever their where they get to settle down. And so that is a little piece of stability that we're keeping for them. For my wife and I, it doesn't matter. None of the stuff we have in storage is really important. Sure, when we go into storage, it's like, oh, I love having this book I used to have. Oh, do you remember this chair we used to have? Right? Oh, this is important because it's from this other part of our lives. Like, yes, we like having it, but it's all stuff we're willing to let go. But for my kids, that's something we're not willing to give up for them. So we are moving their stuff at great cost to our permanent home in Nicaragua. If they want to move it somewhere from there, that's on them. But we're going to make it that they can have those things and have that connection to their childhoods. So it's a really big deal for them. Otherwise, we would have gone to that storage unit and thrown everything away or given it all away. And what we're planning on doing is once the stuff gets to Nicaragua, tons of it is going to be given away anyway. But at least we're going to get it there and give it away there rather than giving it away in Texas. Marco says, what would you recommend to getting her stuff there? She is from Nicaragua and been here on her permanent residency card. She's done here. She wants to go back. I said, no problem. So I would ask you, how do I get her stuff to Nicaragua? How much stuff is it, Marco? Like, I assume this is a bit of stuff. Most likely, I'll start answering, but go ahead and answer how big it is. Under most circumstances, your options are really shipping containers. So whether it's a 20-foot or a 40-foot, you either buy or rent. You can find shipping companies that handle everything. What we're planning on doing it, we're planning on buying a 20-foot shipping container, filling it up with our stuff, shipping it to Corinto through Los Angeles, most likely. We're talking, there's no way you're going to come in under $10,000 for a small one. And we live in León, so we don't need to go very far from Corinto. So a truck should be able to get it in Corinto and bring it to us. We plan on putting it as a permanent bodega on our property because we own our permanent home space. And so our plan is so a 20-foot shipping container is more than double the size of our current storage unit. Our current storage unit is the 10 by 10. So this is noticeably larger than that, right? So with this, it will be kind of a permanent storage unit for us. And so we plan on making it a permanent bodega on our property that we will use as a storage unit for much of the stuff that's in it forever. So my kids never have to worry about taking it out of there if they don't want. What we do want to do is put in shelves. We want to go through everything and take anything we don't want and donate it. And then anything we do want, we either want to use right? Like, oh, we've been waiting for this, right? We know there's some practical stuff in there. Like there's some Ethernet cables, we'll use them. There's some, uh, uh, power blocks. Yeah, we'll use those, right? So we'll use the things that are practical. I have some collectible items that I would like to display on walls and on shelves in my office. So we're going to try to do that. And then everything else, we just want to put shelves into the shipping container and have everything organized on shelves so that my kids can go and find their stuff when they want it. So we're planning on making that shipping container into a really practical long-term bodega and being a 20-foot shipping container. Once we clear out all the crap we don't want and put in shelves and organize it, my expectation is that that's going to be an amazing long-term storage for way more stuff. So every little thing that we have now that doesn't need to be in our house can all go in there. And that's something that we've done over the years. Maybe it wasn't smart, but we've always, I cannot remember a time that my wife and I did not have a storage unit. Now, for a long time, it was on the farm, and it was enormous. It was like a 20 by 20 or something, 15 by 15. It was way bigger than what I have now, that my father custom built for us. And we didn't have to pay per month because it was on my family farm. So we always had it. We would put stuff in, take stuff out, and we used it as a working storage expansion to the house. And before that, we had public storage different places over the years. We always had one in New York, then we had one in Texas, and now we still have, for forever. And it really has helped us. But also it's made us hang on to a bunch of things we didn't need. But I moved all the time, so it did make our lives a lot easier. And so our plan is to have the same kind of thing in Nicaragua, but it's going to be ours, and that's how we're going to do it, so that our house doesn't have to be full of those things, and we don't have to have an attic, we don't have to have a basement. We just have this shipping container that takes care of that. Brent says, Scott, are you guys building a place in the Leon area? Yes. That is our permanent, our permanent home. Our plan is in the area nearer to the beach. We already own the place. We already have a lot of the plans, a lot of things in motion. Some work has already been done there. And it's literally touches our housekeeper's house. So she will be able to have a back door that goes directly onto where she works. She will never have to go to the road for anything. But yeah, Marco, that's a 20-foot shipping container seems to be, from what research I've done, which is not very much, the best size option, and you can ship to Corinto from Los Angeles. Where are you now, Marco? That will make a difference. You can ship from Houston. You can ship from Miami, obviously. If you ship from some places, they need to bring it in at Bilwi, which is or at Honduras. And if you ship from others, it can go to Corinto. We may end up shipping out of Houston, but I think because then it goes through Panama. I think the more practical thing for us is to overland it to Los Angeles and then ship directly to Corinto. But we will see. We're going to play around with different shippers and just see what works out. Oh, in Seattle. Yeah, almost. You might be able to ship out of Seattle. That's probably a premium, but you can probably ship to Los Angeles and do that. Paul's like, let's go get food. I'm like, Paul, I'm on the live stream. He's like, how late do you go? I'm like, seriously, do you not know what my live stream is like? Oh, Marco says, but I'm looking to ship from Miami. Why, Marco, do you want to ship from Miami? If you're in Seattle, what's the reason? Oh, Paul's just gonna have churches on the corner. Never mind, I have to order my own food again. Janet says, so I'm here, but I have class in a couple of minutes. The story of Janet's life. So, Marco, the only problem with Miami, Miami's by far the easiest, right? But the challenge from Miami is that Miami doesn't have a deep water port, so shipping containers is more difficult. Shipping pallets and barrels and that stuff, I think, is easier from Miami because they just come in at the shallow port and they just throw it on the trucks. But containers almost always go through Corinto because it's the only deep water port. So if you ship that from Miami, it's got to go through Panama and all the way around. Not that that's impossible, because if you ship from Long Beach in Los Angeles, it's really far down the coast. So it's not as close as it seems. Janice says he should be shipping from the West Coast. Yeah, I agree. Brent says, I'm in North Seattle, Marco. Id Group says, when I was in Granada last year, I bought paintings and pottery and had a hard time shipping things back. Yes. The dealer recommended DHL, but DHL was super expensive. Do you experience ship things to US? No, Id Group. I've never shipped to the US. I'm interested as well. That's a whole thing I'd like to experiment with. DHL, I don't even think services this region anymore. But I can't imagine that DHL makes sense. I would think that the places that ship here can ship back, right? NVO's Fast Track and Optima, those kinds of places. I would expect that they're the ones to talk to. I mean, if they do it one direction, they probably can do it the other. Not necessarily, right? Import-export is not the same. You can be an importer and not an exporter, but I'm sure at least one of those companies has the access to do that stuff. I assume that it's ship to the U.S. Yeah, the U.S. you're going to. It should be relatively easy. However, now, because there are tariffs on everybody, all shipping into the U.S. is way more complicated. So even things that were easier before are not necessarily. We have 22 people still on, 222 views. Not too bad. Yeah, northbound shipping is rare, right? Most people, I think, just put things in their luggage. I don't know very many people that want to get too much back to the U.S., and especially now with the tariffs, because the tariffs hit everything, right? It feels like, oh, but it's just no, it hits everything. So I forget what the rate is out of Nicaragua. It's like 18% or something. So anything you ship north, they've got to figure out and do that 18% tariff on, and which is doable, right? It's not impossible, but it's a bunch of cost of things that if you can put paintings and pottery into your luggage or whatever, then generally they let you pass the tariff. They're like, whatever, that's your personal stuff. But once it's coming through the port and it's not on your person, it's gonna be tariffed. What about containers from Pods and other companies? So the thing about Pods is they're 10-foot, I believe, and I don't think that they ship internationally. I've never actually looked into that. But my understanding was that they were always just local, that I didn't think they went international. Pods, there we go. Moving and storage company. Our biggest sale in history has been extended. The #1 container moving company. Choose from an 8, 12, or 16-foot weather-resistant container delivered right to your door. I think the problem with those is you don't own the pod, so you end up with a problem, right? They can't pick it up. Long move. Yeah, they do it in weird ways. How many containers? Only one. Yeah, they don't even ask if you're going internationally. Moving plus storage. Next locations. Initial delivery address. Just gonna randomly grab a place in Houston. Do you know your new address? Yes. Yeah, they do not allow international addresses. So I'm guessing they don't allow anything of the sort. If anyone knows of a place like that, that you could use, that would be amazing. But the whole pod concept is that you're renting the pod. And if you ship a pod to Nicaragua, that means you'd have to ship the pod back to the U.S. And that's the whole expense, right? The pod, one of those pods, like an 8-foot pod or whatever should be like $1,200, maybe $1,400, but probably not even that. Probably cheaper than that. It could be $1,000, right? But the shipping cost could be $6,000. So if you were to ship it one direction, you'd be like, yeah, I bought one for $1,000, shipped it for $7,000, I got moved. But if you have to rent one and ship it back, your rental is still going to be $800, and the shipping is going to be $10,000, $12,000. Now you've got a really big problem. Lindana says, is shipping from the port of Tampa an option and to Corinto? So, I mean, that's a question in Tampa. I'm sure you can ship from just about anywhere. The issue is if you're going to go to Corinto, that shipment has to go through Panama, right? So anything coming from the East Coast has that extra step. Or you have to go in at Bilwi, which is complicated, or into Honduras. Marco says she sends large boxes to Nika via a contact we have in Miami who ships out via containers to Miami to Nika. It arrives 15 to 17 days. She just pays the receiving end and what the contact charges us. Per pound, everything sent, everything arrives. Yeah, we do the same thing for small things. This is way too much, right? It would, just organizing, just getting it to Miami would cost too much. And if we do that, we don't get a container. We want the container. We're not going to go out of our way for the container. But to us, dropping $1,800 on a 20-foot container is money completely well spent, because we're buying an $1,800 bodega that is weatherproof. So we don't even have to unpack it. We just have it delivered, dropped on a slab that we'll have ready for it, and good to go, right? 100% ready. That's just awesome. Completely locked up. No one's going to break into it. Ooh, this web page is using too much memory, and so it keeps reloading. That's really weird. We have a memory leak on the studio. Our contact is in Corinto on the receiving end. Everything comes through Honduras. Wait, I'm confused. You have a Corinto contact, but things are getting to Corinto from Honduras? Why are they going from Honduras to Corinto? How are they going from Honduras to Corinto? By sea through Panama? Honduras doesn't have a good way to get to Corinto, unless like a port by El Tigre. What the heck's the name of that town? I'm not sure. That would be wild. Normally, if it's coming through Honduras, I thought that they came in by truck once it was received. The whole point of Honduras, I thought, was Miami to Honduras, and then they overland by truck. It's all very complicated because we don't have a deep water port on the Atlantic, on the Caribbean, which that's what we really need. If we could get that, life would be so easy. And then if they put in that dry canal train, that would be something. We'd be like, yeah, we got a shipping container. It came in from Miami, came here in 5 days, hopped on a train. Now it's here a day later. Woo! The allergies in Texas. I don't feel too bad, but I really notice it. Like I'm not sleeping as well as I should. Sneezing all the time, coughing a lot. On a barge? Are they coming out of the Gulf of Fonseca? I guess. It seems like, this sounds crazy. Once you go from a port in Honduras to the Gulf of Fonseca overland, you could have just driven to Leon. It's about the same drive. And then to load it onto a barge and then go out and around Chinandega and come down, and then you got to offload in Corinto and then drive to Chinandega and then down to Leon. It really seems like it would be a lot easier to just drive from Honduras. That's a weird roundabout way. So we never did figure out what the food is going to be for tonight. All right, guys, let's get some questions, comments, stuff going on. Let's not forget that La Marcelita, I don't know if she's still here. So she's got a little bit of feedback on her. Unfortunately, she can't be here to be on the show with me. So, but she is stuck in Nicaragua while I am here in beautiful, exciting Houston, Texas. Insert eye roll here. And her chemotherapy has mostly been going well. Her lung tumor has shrunk considerably, which is super important, and so that's why she's able to breathe. Now, that is not her cancerous tumor. That is a tumor that exists because of her cancer. Her cancer makes her susceptible to it. That's the theory anyway. So the chemotherapy seems to be working in that regard. She has another tumor in her thorax, in her chest cavity, and that one has not shrunk. And they are very concerned about that. Now, there's not a lot of information about that. Unfortunately, we're not getting really great communications on some of these things, but they are preparing for her to start radiation therapy on that because the chemotherapy is not having the effect that they want. So chemotherapy is generally lighter than radiation therapy. Radiation therapy can be pretty intensive. Not that chemo can't be pretty intensive as well. So she's very scared and looking at starting radiation relatively soon, which is a big step. So just letting people know where we are with that at this point. So there is a little bit of feedback that there is some positive moves on the whole tumor thing, but there's some negatives as well, which is more or less to be expected. But it's, of course, very scary and very stressful that it's not just a clear win. At this point, we're about 9 weeks, 8.5 weeks into the process of her chemotherapy. So she's got, is that right? 9 weeks? 9 sessions. I'm sorry, 9 sessions through 12. So there's quite a bit left to go, but she is most of the way through, and at least there is some amount of positive news. And she feels quite a bit better, but she's having chest pains and such, which obviously the thoracic tumor is going to contribute to or be the cause of. So at least we know that is where the pain is coming from and not inside her lungs. So that's a big deal. But that is the current status. So for anyone who is looking to help support there, of course, we have her GoFundMe that we share on all the live streams and is on every show. We try to mention it and get people there. She's looking at possibly pulling her kids out of school because there's so much stress and everything going on with them being in school and trying to move around and deal with her being in chemo and now in radiation, and it's a lot, and so there's just a lot going on. So and I think that probably makes sense. Having the kids in school, it's very normal in Nicaragua to pull your kids out of school for things. You'll see kids who are still in high school at 20, 21. That's getting old, but you see it, right? It isn't a stigma. It doesn't really hold them back in life. There isn't a ton of jobs in Nicaragua, so that people take longer in high school, societally is not a bad thing at all. Individually, of course, it can hold you as an individual back a little bit, but it doesn't really hurt the system, and the chances that you would get out of high school or university and immediately be able to find work, very low. So if you push it off a year or two, it easily has no impact on you whatsoever, unless you were going to go out and be entrepreneurial, which you could do without doing those things anyway. we're hoping that the kids don't end up losing a year, which could happen, but because they're at the halfway mark. But pulling them out of school will give her a lot of flexibility because she spends a lot of time jumping back and forth between Managua and Leon. Her house is in Leon, but the kids have to stay in Managua because of the school and everything. And so there's a lot of really good reasons that maybe they should be pulled out of school. And it's a really important time for her and the kids to get a lot of time together. And with her house and her job and her life all being in Leon, but her treatment and the kids and the school all being in Managua, it's really been difficult. And she spends so much time going back and forth and so much time in the logistics. And if the kids can be with her full time, one, I mean, that's just super important. But also it reduces a lot of the running back and forth. And just like my kids, we have to do a lot of things to create the sense of stability as much as possible because they don't have a stable physical address in their lives anymore. And so we do things to try to make them feel stable. The same thing she does is she needs to do things to try to make her life seem as stable as possible. And they really enjoy being in Leon, and they really like that they have a house there, and they like their house there. It's much nicer than the house to them. They prefer it to the house that they had in Ciudad Sandino. I like the location that they were at in Ciudad Sandino more, but this house is larger, and each of the kids has their own bedroom with a decent amount of space. It used to be that they had to share a bedroom with very little space, so it's a pretty big upgrade. And Marcela's own room is quite a bit larger than her old room, like 50% larger. Plus they have a dining room, which they didn't have before. They used to have like a kitchen thing shoved together. So they have quite a bit more space just overall now. And so the kids really like it because they have some neighbors that they hang out with, and they've gotten to know their little community, and they live in a really good spot, and it's really easy for them to get food and to go places, and it's easier to cook at home, and activities at home are just a lot more comfortable because they have a fully enclosed yard. When they lived in Ciudad Sandino, they had a yard that was open to their gated community, and now they have a fully enclosed yard, so their yard is their house. They have an enclosed patio. And so they just have it's a much nicer space. So the kids really like being there, and they're right down the street from us. So a lot of times they come down, and sometimes they come to my house and they're like, "It's really hot, and there's air conditioning here," and then they stay there. But so that's an important move. So anyway, we have the GoFundMe to help her with all that stuff. So if anyone is so moved as to donate, every bit makes a huge difference. We're probably going to be doing a new GoFundMe pretty soon. We have someone else who has been on the channel who has to have some very intensive back surgery, and she's been able to raise most of the money on her own, but has quite a bit left to go and needs some help with that. So I've not had a chance to really sit down and talk with her, and I want to get her on the show and talk about it. But I do kind of like this as a kind of community outreach from our little community here, being able to help raise medical and family support for people who are kind of in the show ecosystem for Nicaraguans who need that help. So that's kind of a cool thing. And we're talking in another channel about ways that we can help with setting up clinics to help with stray animals. Jillian from the channel has done a ton and has a clinic in Las Piñitas that's doing amazing things with the animals there. And Vettastic is helping them with providing free technology for stuff. And people are talking about maybe doing this in like Matagalpa. And so we're looking at ways that maybe we can get kind of a program going and get the word out and coordinate making a bigger difference, because there's so many stray animals in the country, and the things that they need, right? They need spay and neutering more than anything. They need medical care more than they need food. They need food more than most things, right? And then like tackle from the top down, like curtail the number of strays, get the strays healthy, reduce the amount of shared parasites, and then of course adopt, right? Find these friendly animals that need help, and then find pathways to adoption for everybody. So we're working on that stuff, and there's some interesting things going on. Ariel is here. Hi, Alan. Viva Leon Hodino! Dalila Almanza. Some people only need 3 treatments, 1 every 3 weeks. Plus, she needs to have. Wait, is this a follow up? Oh, this was a follow up to. Hey, Scott, has she tried immunotherapy? Plus, she needs to have acromantia musin. I can't pronounce that. Fruits that contain things I can't pronounce are pomegranate seed, cranberry, and dried berry, etc. It is. Well, she's reading that, so she can see that information. Let's see who's on. Hey, the Estelite group has people talking. We have 28 people on. Hey, we're getting kind of busy. I guess it's. I'm watching the clock. Is that the right time? Yeah. I never know if the clock changes. We've been on for a couple hours. It feels kind of like we've been on for a while, but the light is so good. I'm so thrown off on time. Like it's all it's all crazy. How the time just is weird. I can't believe it's 7:15 here and it's so bright out. Like I don't have any lights on in here. Once it gets dark, we're gonna have to turn on some lights and do stuff. But yeah. Oh, now we're up to 32 people. Whoa, this is where like we're getting into the evening where people actually jump on and know that the show's on. So welcome everybody. Glad you're here. Get in with your questions and comments and stuff. If anyone is joining Nika Lauro or Nika Graham, let me know. We always try to help out with people getting approved during the show so we don't miss anybody. I haven't seen anyone new to Nika Graham this week, but I have noticed that we have we do have a new person from yesterday. And approve. There we go. So there's a new person on Nika Graham that I don't know who it is. Might just be someone from the community whose name I don't know. Let me go check Nika Lauro. But I've noticed there's a consistent increase in like activity on the platform, which is pretty cool. Mostly it's from our connections to other platforms, but it's all pretty interesting. No pending users on Nika Lauro. So we have 1 new Nika Grammer. I'm a little bit surprised by how much more people seem to be interested in Nika Graham than Nika Lauro, but that's just how it is. I guess it's easier because it is photography based, so it's like, aha, that's just the thing. All right, let's get back to Ariel says, hi, Dalila. Pino misses you. Hola, Ariel. Apparently they know each other. We're up to 34 people. Every time I look, we're getting busier. This is awesome. We need to do more early streams, I guess. Actually, we do need. I try so hard. This is the advantage. I have nobody here, so I don't have the entire day of every time I move through the room that someone grabs me and is like, oh, I need you to do this thing or that thing, which is so hard. That's what my Thursdays are like. My whole day is every time I end up in a room, it's just so busy. Oh, Brian says on the social, is Mango Lassi still a thing? It is. It's just super slow. Hardly anyone's ever on there. It's still up and running. Hopefully it's up. Yeah, it's up. But it's mostly Starwind posting these days. It's been so quiet. I see that some people were posting a few days ago, but yeah, it's gotten really quiet. Oh, Eddie was on not too long ago. We should get on there right now, Brian, and post a bunch of stuff and be like, how busy can we make it really quickly? I really need to. It should be updated, overall though. So for those who are wondering, Mango Lassi is a online forum that's really targeted at IT professionals. And it's a really nice forum. It has a lot of good stuff. But all of those forums have gotten really just quiet these days. Like the whole vibe of those types of forums feel like they've kind of faded away. And obviously things like Facebook groups and the WhatsApp groups, things like these real-time chat things have taken over a lot of that. And that, I think, because they're so fast, but they're very conversational. So I don't personally find them at all satisfying in the same way or useful in the same way with these traditional forums. I think it's much better for, like, you have a clear question and then you have discussion on that question. And I've been always wondering, and I'd love you guys' feedback. We have all these social media things for Nicaragua, right? We've got Nika Loro, which is like Twitter. We've got Nika Graham, which is like Instagram. We've got Nika Habla, which is kind of like WhatsApp. And all those things are available. And we have a few users, but we don't have a ton of users. And we have the WhatsApp group for this real-time communications. But in theory, we could have pretty easily a really nice forum that is a traditional forum, but very fast, that people could join and have like real questions with discussion, like a forum. Whereas it's not a discussion group like WhatsApp or Facebook. What do people think of that? Is that something that would be valuable? Because there was a time period where there was no question that would have been like the thing. It would have been crazy popular. I'm going to post on this one on my live stream right now. And I've always enjoyed those kinds of platforms. And this one particular thread has 89,000 responses and 285 people talking on it, on the one that Brian just asked about. And it's like, this was such a popular forum. And at its peak, it was 170 million views per month. That was busy. That was crazy. And it was amazing. But it's now died off and like people don't really use it. But I never have people coming to me with tech questions in the same way. I feel like people have lost their way as how to do that stuff or something. But in Nicaraguan content, we're getting asked those questions and stuff in a similar way to we were getting asked those technical ones 15, 20 years ago. And so I don't know if this is something that people would gravitate to and be like, this is an amazing resource. Yes. Or would they just be like, forums, that's so passé, and ignore it? So I really want your guys' feedback on that. I'd really like to know, because it's something that, I've been running forums for decades. We know how to do this. If it's something that was valuable, we would certainly provide it. Renee says, hey, Scott, I was researching the new hospital, and if I'm not wrong, there's 3 hospitals opening, if not already, in the area. All new advanced transplants, trauma, Leon, Matagalpa, Chinandega input. I don't know if Matagalpa's getting one. I know that Wee Willie just got one. They're all over. There's way more than 3. Leon is the biggest in Central America. Chinandega is getting something. Matagalpa, I don't know, but there's a lot. So yeah, hospitals everywhere. Milton says, hey, Scott, have your kids ever desired to return to the U.S.? No. Are they overall happy in Nicaragua? Yes. They have their drawbacks about Nicaragua. They don't like the heat. They don't like the number of bugs, although it's not the actual number of bugs. It's the outdoor living of Nicaragua means that we're around the bugs that are there, like every bug. We don't have screens on the windows, so there can't be that many bugs. But because there's no screens on the windows, there are bugs in the house. That's the real problem. I think once we have a new house that is sealed and they're not going outside for every little thing, because they go outside to go to the kitchen. They go outside to come to my room. They go outside to go to my office. They go outside to go to the video game room. They go outside to go to the pantry. They go outside, in many cases, to use the bathroom. They do have their own bathroom, but they don't like to use it, so they go outside. There's like a million things. So they're outside constantly, and they don't want that. For us, my wife and I and Paul, we're all like, yeah, we love that we're like living outside. But my eldest, has a crippling, and I mean this, a crippling phobia of all insects and spiders. And so even the tiniest things, spiders that you can't even see, the little tiny specks, if they're moving anywhere in her vicinity, you have to do something. Um, so she has to live in a sealed world. She lives as it is. She has a sealed room with that she never really leaves. She has her window is closed. It has a screen, and then it also has plastic wrap over it. And then in her room, she lives inside of a mosquito netting at all times. She has a giant mosquito netting on her bed, and she just lives inside the bed area, and she has to. She has such a crippling phobia of insects and bugs that anything, one itty bitty like daddy long legs kind of thing, all the way across the room, and she won't be able to sleep or do anything. And she'll text. She can't get out of her bubble. Like it's really really bad. And so, getting her into a sealed house, like an American style house, will make a massive difference. It doesn't mean you'll never get insects, but she'll be able to function because she's not, because now if she leaves her room, she has to open to the outside instantly, right? And so that'll be very different. So that's a driving factor for us, why we're designing the house the way we are. Otherwise, we would just have an outdoor kind of living house. It would be extremely different, but my youngest prefers that, but my eldest must have it. It's just an absolute necessity. So we've learned that, and she's old enough to drive now. So this is not something from her childhood. It's not something she's going to get over. Hopefully she gets better, but she's never going to be better. So we just have to provide that for her so that she has a long-term place that she's comfortable. But my kids have never wanted to go back to the U.S. They talk about wanting to live in places like Guatemala and Peru and Norway. They have interest of living. They love traveling. Their whole lives have been traveling. So that's just part of their view of the world. Being stationary is odd for them. Their biggest problem in Nicaragua, beyond the outdoor living, is just that we're stationary for too long. So they're itching to move, but not to the U.S., not in any way whatsoever. But as places they've been, they really like Nicaragua. They complain about it. They're teenagers. They would complain about anywhere, but their complaints are like, the bugs, it's warm, right? Things that are reasonable. Was there an adjustment period for them? There really wasn't, but you have to remember that they first came to Nicaragua when they were very tiny, and they had just been living in Panama, and before that they'd been living in Spain, and then before that in New York, and that was real brief, and just before that in Texas. So they had been boom, 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 boom. It was their fifth place in 3 years or two, something like that, and their third place that spoke Spanish. And when they lived in Texas, their nanny, their in-home nanny, the nanny that came to our house, was Mexican and spoke Spanish, and their nanny that they went and stayed with was a Mexican family who spoke Spanish at home. So for them, Spanish has been always something that they were exposed to, and moving constantly, something they were always exposed to. So by the time we came to Nicaragua the first time, they didn't even notice, like, at all. And then when we returned to Nicaragua, we had lived many places in between. After Nicaragua, we had lived in Italy and Greece and Romania and Ukraine and Galveston, Texas at the beginning, and Dallas, Texas at the end. And so there were so many moves, and then we came back to Nicaragua. So when we came back, they had so much moving experience, more that they were like, whatever, another place. And it was familiar because they had lived in Nicaragua before, and they both spoke some Spanish. So like it was just cake, right? So no, at no point did they have an adjustment period, but we did a lot of things that created that situation. And Milton says, I guess I'm asking about the taking your kids experience. I mean, we've planned for our kids to move around and live around the world since before they were born. So I think both we have this kind of built-in mentality around it, but also we've made sure that they knew they would be moving and have been adjusted to that always. And I talk about how that move started in 2013, but before that, I talked earlier, in 2012, we were backpacking across Europe. So even though we didn't move, we essentially moved because we had to live in New York briefly. We had to go from Texas to New York, wait a little while, go to Europe, be there for months, backpack and go to a different country every couple days, and then eventually return to New York and then return to Texas. And my youngest was 1 year old. So these constant moves to new countries and stuff and states started when she was one. So to her, that is what the world is. There isn't any world where things are stable. Brian says, I've lost my drive to use forums anymore unless it's looking up an issue, but not posting randomly anymore. Yeah, I'm the same. Like I miss the way that it was, but honestly, things got really toxic. And I think a lot of it was when I moved to Nicaragua, there was a few people on there who were just super racist, and dealing with it I just didn't have the energy. So there was a Telegram group for Mango Lassi, and once people were tolerating the outrageous racist behavior, I'm not involved anymore, and I was out. But I miss the forum thing, but the constant hand holding in the tech space got a bit much. And so I kind of shifted the tech thing over to the YouTube channel as well, not nearly as much as this one. But after having done that for 36 years, it starts to get a little bit like, okay, I've done this, I've covered this. So the Nicaragua stuff is a little bit fresher and more exciting and more interesting because I can travel and stuff. But I do miss the forum world, and I feel like instead of the WhatsApp group driving people to a forum where it's like, okay, here's this question that people have asked before, here's discussions where people have talked about it, here's where we've dug into these things, here's, feels a lot more useful, because the tools we're using right now are the same questions over and over and over and over, and so rarely are we getting something new that it feels like that might be useful. People have these questions, and then having a date on it and be like, okay, so this was good 2 years ago. Is this still current, right? Instead of, oh, no one's ever asked this before. I've come up with something new. Nope. And then you can search on it. Dalila says, well, I hope that helps. Have to get back to work. Have an amazing night, everyone, and all the best for Marcelita. Thanks, Dalila. Have a good night. Ariel says, good night. Good night. Milton says, did you say you're building a new house? What neighborhood? I am building a new house slowly. It's not like actively under construction, but we're in the early stages. Like, we have to dig out septic and stuff. In Las Bonitas, we're going to be on the beach area. We're not going to be beachfront. We learned that is not something we want, but we want to be. That's our hood, right? That is inside Sutiava. So as a municipality, we are Sutiava. That is, we're not just Leon. We're Sutiava. But we're going to move from the barrio of Sutiava to the barrio of Las Bonitas inside Sutiava municipality. So we'll have the same alcaldía and all that, but a different cacique. But we have lots of space, and we're itching to get moving on that. So we're hoping that happens relatively soon. Do you feel like that AI like ChatGPT killed the vibe with people? Do you mean with like forums in general, or like with Nicaragua information? Tiffany says, I just learned about the search bar on WhatsApp. It doesn't do, I mean, it does a really good job for certain things. Like, I'm amazed how well it works, but for other things, it's totally garbage. So it's, the way that it searches is not entirely useful all the time. So it's definitely something you need to know how to use. Like, oh my gosh, I do use it like all day, every day, but it's got its limitations too. I feel like I'm talking myself into having a forum for Nicaragua, Or maybe it should be a forum for like Latin American living. So because we have the channel Latin American Living, maybe that's what we should have. One across all of Latin America, and then subgroups for every country, and maybe that so that there's a bigger audience, right, and more traffic. Maybe that makes sense. Do you have a contractor that you can recommend? Is construction in Nicaragua difficult? Construction is only a little bit difficult. If finding good contractors is hard, but the actual construction process is not. It's just finding people who are motivated to actually get things done. I do not have a contractor that I can recommend. I own a company that does hospitality, so we have our own construction division that's constantly building things. So we kind of have a bit of built-in crew for that stuff. So we don't act like a normal builder or a normal person building a house in most cases. Brian says forums. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that may be true that people are asking ChatGPT. This is a very recent thing. Asking ChatGPT instead of getting real answers. And I mean that. Like this happened to me today. Someone came back, and this annoys me, right? And I get this both in the Nicaragua stuff. This happened in both Nicaragua stuff and tech stuff in the last 48 hours. People came to me with whole concerns, and the entire concerns were fake things made up by ChatGPT. Having to explain to people that ChatGPT is fake and that it's not in any way researching the information for them and is just garbage, and like having to prove that ChatGPT like is a really annoying process, right? And I have a video that's already recorded up, so you'll get it within the next week, that talks about why ChatGPT cannot give you actual information about Nicaragua. Like I recorded that last week, I edited it yesterday, and it's up and just goes live sometime before the 26th. So it's in the next half week, I think. But it's worth thinking about, right? As a general guide, don't open ChatGPT. It's just useless. I can't believe how bad its results are, right? I can't believe that people use it and think they're going to get useful information out of it. I'm so lost by that. Like, I understand if I'm looking up like, hey, what's the longest sonnet written by Shakespeare? ChatGPT probably can feed that back really well because it's standard information that's very old and it's very discrete. It's very hard to get it confused. But when you ask like, what's the current law in Nicaragua about something, it pulls the most random stuff. Or they asked it about some security stuff, and it would completely expose your business. Like, it doesn't have any context, it doesn't have any knowledge. It is so unreliable. It's any use of ChatGPT is the intent for most things is the intent for misinformation. Kevin says, Grok knew a surprising amount about surfing when I was on the Emerald Coast last week. Do you mean about surfing as the activity of surfing? That I would expect it to know, because that's public knowledge. Public things that are just on websites, it's able to gather really easily. Tiffany says, I stick to keywords when searching now. Brian says, my manager believes the output on GPT on everything. That's pretty rough. That's basic adulting right there. Eberth says, hey Scott, welcome to the boring concrete jungle. I'm sure you know the temperature is just starting to rise here in Houston. Last year we had several days hovering above 101. Yeah, I know. How would you compare the temperature and humidity here to Nicaragua? Right now I'm cold every day, all day. No, I didn't bring heavy clothes. Notice I'm sitting in my hotel room with the air conditioning off, and I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt on top of a t-shirt because I'm cold, right? Now I don't want to turn the heat on. Obviously I could. When we go outside, mostly I'm comfortable, but when we get into any restaurant, I don't want to go into any restaurants here. They air condition them so cold that they're uncomfortable. We were at Dots, the place from Papados. We had to leave. Neither Paul nor I could handle how cold it is. I'm from New York. He's from Wisconsin. We couldn't sit in the restaurant. It was painfully cold, like really bad. I'd forgotten how dramatically cold Americans air condition their buildings. Living in Nicaragua, when we have air conditioning, we air condition to like 80, maybe 79, right? So we keep it so that even when you're in air conditioning, which we don't do very often, when you go outside, the jump is not that much. But here, even though it's cooler outside, the air conditioning is so dramatic that we're in pain in the restaurant. So we have to be bundled up. We're shaking in the restaurant. And then we walk outside, and it's like, well, now it's too warm. Like the jump is too much. I feel like no one understands how temperatures work. It's made a situation that's just always uncomfortable. If you're comfortable inside, you'll sweat outside. If you're comfortable outside, you'll freeze inside. There's no easy way to move back and forth. In Nicaragua, at least whatever temperature it is all day. Let me tell you, it is a strong reminder of why I don't like living here. I hate the change in temperature. Give me the hot all day of Nicaragua anytime. Sure, I prefer less hot, but more than anything, I want stable temperatures. That is both the year, day to day changes outside, but also the going in and out of air conditioning. Oh my gosh, I hate it so much. That's what makes me sweat all the time. I mean, people are gonna be like, "You're in Nicaragua, you're sweating." We see, like, yeah, because it's 95 degrees and I'm doing stuff. I'm animated on camera, so yeah, I'm standing in the sunlight with a hat on. Of course, I'm gonna sweat. But I appreciate if everything was cooler. Guatemala temperatures, heck yeah. But going from super cold to now I'm sweating is it's the worst of everything. Grok knew about the breaks in Gigante. Oh, that's cool. I'm actually surprised that it knew that much, but at least that's stuff that doesn't change like it is the Gigante breaks. Benoit says, WhatsApp group is nice to chat, but to find information is lacking. A forum or even a Discord group would be more suitable, perhaps. Had to scroll to find answers to questions. How does Discord solve that? I've been in Discord groups, and to me, they're exactly the same, or they seem that way. Searchable, but difficult. Whereas a real forum would be nice. Obviously, the advantage to the WhatsApp is that you got, say, we have 100 people and everyone's just chatting. It's like a room we walk into and we just talk. But the advantage of a forum is someone has a question and we answer it. The problem is that none of the forums that I know, and not the ones I would use, they don't have like an open. Well, that's not completely true. So we have in Mangolassi, which is mangolassi.it. There is this one group in there that's like, what are you doing now? And it's the one with 89,000 entries. And it's literally just people posting what they're doing right that second. Like, hey, having lunch, right? And so it ends up being like the live conversation, but it's not actually a live conversation. But it's really close to it when people are active. Now it goes days without people posting anything, but when the forum was busy, it was all day, every day, just constant stuff being posted, and you'd have 20, 30 questions throughout the day. I feel like a forum where people felt comfortable being able to ask those questions would be valuable. Where it's like, for example, people are like, well, how long do you get on a tip coming into Nicaragua? How do you do the extension in Leon? How do you do the extension in Granada? How do you do the extension in Rivas? Where do I find the bus schedule, right? There's like links that people need to have, and they need to have a date on those things. Like, oh, can we get an update on this or whatever? I don't know. It feels to me like it'd be beneficial, but I also don't want to put in a bunch of work and have nobody be interested. Calvin says, I freeze my ass off in the summer inside DFW area. It is a constant battle with my wife. Brian says, I have to igloo cold sleeping. I like sleeping super cold normally. However, over the years, now that I live in Nicaragua, I actually like sleeping so much warmer. When I lived in the U.S., I liked sleeping really cold, covered in heavy blankets. And now I like sleeping in Nicaragua, warm with no blankets at all. I can't believe how much that has changed me. That's a weird one to me. But that completely, like, I sleep on top of the bed now, almost all the time. And we're up to 32 people. We're quite busy again. Larry says, I'm interested in a weekend house to build. Where are you thinking about building, Larry? I'm guessing up north in Juluquillo. Calvin says, we had an Airbnb on the coast last week and only turned on the AC in the bedroom and spent most of our time in the outdoor area. Airbnb on the coast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the way to go. Minimize the AC and keep it. The one thing that's very valuable is keeping the room drier. If you keep the room dry, you don't have this huge shock going inside and out, but you feel much cooler being inside. But you don't. Hey, Dad. But you don't have this like, oh, I was cold, now I'm hot. It's like suddenly your body can cool down, but not because you're cold, because you can cool down. It has a very different effect. And so a little bit of air conditioning. So let's say it's 90 outside. If you can make the room 85, but drier, just stepping into it, you'll be like, ooh, oh, this does the trick in most cases. But if it stays humid, then it doesn't really work. Airbnb, interesting weekend. Oh, we're all caught up. How's it going, Dad? I have a new flavor of sugar-free Monster. The light is remaining pretty good. What is... I gotta go to my real time. What am I looking at right here that has light around it? Oh, it's the mirror. That's the mirror and the light coming around the curtain behind me. That's why it looks that way. Raul is here. Hello, friend. Good to see you live again from Jersey. Hey, Raul, I am here in Houston, Texas tonight. My one live show from Texas. It's getting a little bit dim. I'm going to have to figure out lights in here in just a few, probably 15 minutes or so. We'll have to go to like harsh indoor lighting. It's going to be boring. But I'm enjoying having this bright window. This is cool. It's a nice change of pace. And it's nice having been able to be on for almost 3 hours and still on natural light. I'm liking that. So, and this chair is pretty comfy. Not bad. I am starting to get a little bit munchy. The only thing I've eaten all day is one burrito at Torchy's Tacos. So, but there's just nothing in this. Nothing in Uber Eats is really just calling my name. I can't find anything that's like. I mean, I'm going to end up at Burger King, aren't I? That just feels like failure. I was just in A. All right, now we're wondering where this is going. Why is it showing me groceries in Uber Eats? Clearly, I don't want groceries. I want restaurants. What? All right. Why are restaurants so hard to find? This feels weird. They're still pushing that Arabian Nights. I'm not doing Arabian Nights. Like, get over it. And I'm certainly not doing Mr. Beast again. I need to give that a mediocre rating. I don't know how to rate it. I'm definitely not marking it as a favorite. I could do that smash burger. That, at least I know, is not a ghost kitchen. The Burger Joint. Did we look at that one? From 2002 North Shepherd Drive. Somebody want to check that out, see if it's real? Oh, this is the place that had nothing. Pretty sure. Oh no, they have an Impossible Burger. That's way too expensive. And then the veggie burger that was $9. But I don't know. Could do it. Oh, and the Mad Burgers. Yeah, we found that. Checkers has nothing. Taco Bell looked bad. We're back to Man versus Fries. That did not look good. Velvet Tacos here. They're decent, but I just had tacos. Tiffany keeps sending the food thing. My dad says it's cold and rainy here. Almost snowed last night. Oh my gosh. Brian says love Torchy's. Yeah, Torchy's was quite good. I could do that again, but interesting weekend, Airbnb. Good evening, glad to see you live. Oh, I was just in Alice, Texas for a family vacation. Who does a family vacation in Alice, Texas? Renee says, so explore trip. Managua, cab to Matagalpa, then bus to Leon, Las Penitas. Cab company, again, please pay international T-Mobile for trip. Yes. Brian says, all right, gotta run later. Have a good night, Brian. Tiffany says, when I hear Arabianism Nights, I think of the Disney Aladdin song, right? Arabian Night. I can't sing that or they'll dox us or something. Raul says, you in Texas, man? Get some real barbecue meal. Wait, you're a vegetarian. I am a vegetarian, and I am from the land of barbecue. Both New York and Nicaragua are well known for being much better barbecue than Texas. I know that Texans are all like, what? But the whole world is like, Texas has great barbecue until they come to Texas. And then everyone is always like, wait, this is Texas barbecue? Texans talk about it a lot, but I live in Latin America, man. Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Nicaragua. Texas is not serious barbecue. And I'm from the land of dinosaur barbecue. So even if doing vegetarian, I own a barbecue restaurant, right? Arabian, not Arabism. Arabism Nights. Id Group, going back to my project. Good luck finding dinner, Scott. Good night, everyone. Calvin says, have some mud bugs. What are mud bugs? Marco, do I live near Ponaloya? Yes, I live very near Ponaloya. Ponaloya and Las Penitas are the only city beaches for Leon. I'm running low on Monster. Seems like we're still bright enough. I'm worried that it's going to get dark. But yeah, Uber Eats is super disappointing here. It just, the same things keep coming back up. I could order from Chili's, and that's probably one of the better options. At least delivery's free. I have actually had Chili's kind of recently, and it was actually not that bad, which I feel gross saying that, but it actually wasn't bad. Honey chipotle mozzarella. Okay, that I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. And I'm pretty sure they have. See, that's the kind of place that has veggie burgers. The veggie Santa Fe burger, but it's a black bean patty. I kind of don't feel like black bean because I just had that last night. But they did have food last time I went there, and it was not bad. Wait, that's Nicaragua lobster. Wait, that's crayfish. That is correct. Oh, mud bugs is crayfish. Yeah, we get so much crayfish back home. Larry says, thought you were ordering Captain D. No, Paul decided he couldn't have delivered food. He can't handle food that is not completely fresh. And so by the time they deliver it, he won't eat it. So he's doing his own thing. And it's pretty far away. So not necessarily ideal. It's also super unhealthy. Nara Thai dining. Okay, I could get Thai. I could get Pollo Campero and have the feeling of being back. Ooh, La Crawfish Shack. Renee says, I think you responded. I had to fend off an ad. Oh, sorry, Renee. What did I answer about? About your trip? Yeah, I mean, I think the trip sounds good. International T-Mobile for trip, certainly. Managua to Matagalpa, bus to Leon, and then cab company again, please. We don't use cab companies. We don't really have cab companies. You gotta track down a driver. Really is the thing. Goldwyn says, Scott, you referenced GoFundMe for medical treatment. I am somewhat confused as I understand that medical treatments are pro bono. So it's not GoFundMe. So there's a couple things. For Marcela, it is not for her medical treatment. It is for the cost incurred by her medical treatment. She has to live in a different city than where she's doing treatment, has to take care of 2 kids as a single mother. There's a lot of cost to life to taking care of people when you have cancer. So her medical treatments are completely covered. That is true. But what's not covered is her bus expenses every couple days, her shipping her kids to a different school, her needing to feed her kids when she's not able to cook for them. She has to have people do a lot of things for her, things like that. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of expenses that come up. Now, my other friend, Yvonne, who has been on the show, but not for a while. She was in some of the episodes when we were in Guatemala in 2022. She has, so I don't think pro bono is the right term, but they're generally free. But pro bono means, I think, something similar, but not quite. If you are Nicaraguan and not in the Nicaraguan system, there's some complications to getting treatment, but some of the treatment, this is for Yvonne, for her back surgery. She has gone through a number of treatments already. There are potential ways that she can get treatment for her back, but they are years out in waiting. It's a piece of the system that's kind of like Canada, and we can get her on the show and she can talk about the limitations, because she's not in the INS system, because she is she owns her own business, which is extra bad, right? She can't work her own business as well because of her back not working. So she can't stand to be able to work. Literally, she can't stand on her feet to be able to work. So she's being impacted by that. That kind of stuff is not covered by the medical system. But she, because of the problem with her back, she really needs to get private treatment. And so that she has to pay for. There are cases where the public hospital will send you to private, and the public will cover it or cover most of it or get some discount or whatever. And Marcela has had some of that happen. So that kind of stuff can work. But there's a number of complications for what Yvonne is trying to get through the public system. The public system just doesn't have the resources for the level of surgery that she needs to have. So that's the complication there. But we'll hopefully get her on the show. She speaks English, and could talk about that. But for Marcela, it's completely not medical. It's all for expenses around it. That was Golden Tiffany. Thai for the win. Thai might be good. I do miss Thai. Renee says, so grab a taxi to Managua bus terminal. Don't use city cabs. What's the right company? No. You always use city cabs. You call them using InDrive. I think that's what you're asking. I will type it. InDrive calls the city cabs, but it arranges the price and manages it so you don't have to worry about. So it tracks the driver, it tracks your location, it does all that Uber stuff that protects you, because cabs on their own are crazy dangerous. Like, I cannot fathom that any municipality anywhere in the world allows traditional cabs. They should be illegal, let alone promoted by the cities. They are insane. Now, I understand Uber has its problems, Lyft has its problems, but one of the most important things they do is they identify your driver and they identify where you are. The degree of safety you get from those and the degree of danger you are in with traditional cabs that you just hail is nuts. So InDrive takes the taxi system and layers this protective layer on top. So you prearrange the price so you can't get scammed on the price. You, like, if they called the police, you could be like, there's the price they agreed to. Nothing they can do about it. You know where they're going. They know where they're taking you, right? I know people who've had major incidents with cabs taking them to the wrong place because there was no way to share a map and the information relayed was not clear. Now, that was not in Nicaragua, but I know people who've had major problems in, like, Colombia because, the same address exists in two different parts of the city. They set an address and the cab company took them to the complete opposite side of the city that they wanted to go to, and they were furious and they ended up having to call the police and stuff, and then the police are like, this is actually the city's fault for having the same address in two places. Both of you are right. They took you where you paid to go. You didn't get to go where you paid to go. Like, it was a mess. All those things are fixed by tools like InDrive. So it gives you that comfort and safety that you should have when taking a cab, and generally lowers your price dramatically, right? Because a Managuan would always use InDrive. So if you just hail a cab, you're really going to make yourself stand out as a tourist, and they're not going to give you a good deal. So use InDrive. Marco, do you live near Ponaloya? Yes, I did answer that already. I live very near Ponaloya. Las Piñitas is directly next to Ponaloya. Calvin says, I used to take cabs in Colombia, but the cab number is welded on the cab. The number has to match, and the driver and passenger names have to match. How do match to what? Where does the passenger name get listed that they can match to? Just checking a few things, see what's going on in the world. All right. Brent says, when I was there, I thought InDrive was nice just to see what the price should be. Kellen says, they tell you the driver's name and tell you the driver your name. Calvin, how does the cab get that information? So if you take a cab in Colombia, so like my friend who took it, you just walk up to the cab and get in it. So who's telling who the names? What system is sharing those names between the people? Is InDrive an app? Yes, InDrive is an app that you download. How do you solicit them on arrival? You do not solicit, on arrival in the country, you open InDrive and you call a cab, right? It's always the same. You find it. You have InDrive. I'm hoping these things show up. I can't see them. And then it opens up. Okay, it's taking a while. It probably won't open because I'm not in Nicaragua. Yeah, it's having problems, so I'll just close it. But you just open up InDrive and do it. Kellen says you call for a cab. The hotel would call a cab for you. Okay, so how do you deal with that, though, if you're just on the street? So with InDrive and stuff, you just, anywhere you are, you're just like, I'm here, I want a cab, I want to go there, and it handles all that. If I'm calling a cab, that's easy, because but we never call for a cab. Like, I guess in Leon we do sometimes, but everyone's on WhatsApp, so everyone is already connected. But yeah, if calling a cab is easy, you don't really have to worry about that. It's not a big deal in those cases because you're connected through the hotel. It's when you're grabbing a cab on the street that it really becomes a problem. Or at the airport, because obviously the airport will always rip you off. You never let an airport call cabs for you. That's always a bad idea. The thing is, Thai would be good, but it's not calling my name. I don't know. I've been burned by so much of the food here this week that I'm just like sad. I'm food sad. I was looking forward to getting food, and then it's been so just Renee, how's your cab identifiable? So have you ever used Uber? Like, you get the guy's name, you get the license plate, you get the car description. Like, it's super easy. Just install InDrive, use it like Uber, and the only thing is you have to, instead of Uber telling you the price, you offer a price and see if someone will take it. But it tells you what price to offer. It is ridiculously easy, and it's like using Uber. So that's it. All the same mechanisms are in there. And if you call a cab and you're watching, right, you've got a map and it shows your cab pulling up to you and everything. Like, it's as easy as it can be, realistically. I do prefer Uber with set prices, but with Uber, everyone is like, oh, I'm going to come. No, cancel. I'm going to come. No, cancel. And I don't find that with InDrive. Maybe I've had people cancel, but it's very, very rare. All right. Did we look at the burger joint? Oh, I must have, because that's the same address as the other one. Oh yeah, no, we definitely looked at that. There really are not very many restaurant options. This is ridiculous. All this time, all I'm doing is scrolling past the same restaurants because it shows you the same ones in different orders to make it seem like there's more things. But there's so few. I'm honestly just going to see what Burger King is going to cost. Yeah, a Whopper is one of the best options. It is by far the best deal that I can get on. Wait, I got to check out the Impossibles. Do they get the buy one get one meal? Because if they're buy one get one, that's what I'm getting. Like, holy cow. No, regular Whopper is 2 for $7, and the Impossible is 1 for $8. Well, that's just. I'm not saying I need 2, but the 1 is a really good deal, and the other is just, just is what it is. Spelled InDrive. Yes, it is InDrive. InDrive. On Android or iPhone, just do InDrive in your app store. It should come right up. I will do it in the... Where is it? Search InDrive. Always ignore the ads on top, and it just comes up just like that. It's yellow, has an ID logo. The big cities use it. So it exists in Leon, it exists some other places, but really you use it in Managua. The other cities are so small, everyone knows all the taxi drivers, and everyone knows how much things should cost, so it's really, the utility is relatively low. But in Managua, absolutely necessary. Don't do any cabs without it. If you lived in Managua and you really know what you're doing, you can do without it a little bit, but you should not be considering as a tourist, as a first timer, never do a cab without InDrive. That's how you make sure that nothing goes wrong. Because otherwise, anyone can pose as a cab, right? Now, like Calvin said, if you have a hotel calling a cab for you, they're calling a real cab. So that moment that it's picking you up at the hotel, you're okay. But once you want to return to the hotel, what do? You got to call your hotel, have a call cab, and have them send it to where you are. Like, that's super complicated and problematic, right? There's too many things to go wrong. But if you're using InDrive, then you just, you don't have to worry about that the person pulling up isn't a real cab. That's always going to be a risk, right? Posing it as a cab is really, really simple, especially in markets. So like in England, traditionally cabs have custom-made cars. So for someone to fake it, they'd have to have a custom-built car, which you could do, but it would be a big effort and it'd be really hard to hide. You'd be driving around and the cops would be like, okay, so we know someone bought one of these cabs and is, not a real cabbie. Well, it's going to be hard to hide the fact that you have a fake cab. But in Nicaragua, cabs could be any type of car, right? It's any Toyota, Hyundai, whatever. And so, you put on taxi stickers or whatever. You say you're a taxi, you pull up, and then, the cops are chasing you. They find out there's a fake taxi. You just take those stickers off and disappear, right? Now, if someone has your license plate or whatever, yeah, they'll figure things out, but it's much, much, much more complicated to catch someone in a situation where you don't have custom cars. The same thing, New York City used to have custom cars, whereas most of the U.S. had generic ones. And they're not painted a special way in Nicaragua. They just have very subtle placarding, and as a tourist, you don't know what that placarding is. So it doesn't help you because you don't know the details, and someone could put on something that says taxi that isn't the official placarding, and then it's in a gray area. It's like, well, I'm not placarded as a taxi. Okay, but you have the word taxi in your car. Yeah, is that a crime? No, actually, you can write taxi on your car. Oh, okay, cool. So that this person thought I was a taxi, but I'm not my problem, right? Because I'm not placarded. You don't want to get into that gray area. Just stick to InDrive. And in any market, right? If you're in Costa Rica, just use Uber. If you're in whatever, there's rarely a market that doesn't have a cab hailing app. Just you have to know which one it is and stick to it, and that protects you wherever you are. Secrets of safe travelers. And it's the same thing in the US, right? You always use Uber or Lyft. You're in a new city, you never just hail a cab. Like that's that whole system, cab hailing, where you just walk out and you wave down a cab as it comes by. That's like designed by serial killers, right? Like that is specifically human traffickers are like, how can we have a system that completely protects us and allows us to abduct anyone we want, anytime we want? Aha, I got it, right? Cabs with no apps. My dad says, just had a rare 30-second power outage, really messed up a lot of appliances. Renee says, so bus terminals in Leon to say via InDrive. No. In Leon, you don't have to worry about it. This is Managua. Managua, you have to do it. Like I said, in Leon and the smaller cities, you often can use InDrive, but there's so few cabs that it's completely different. The city is so small. If someone had a fake cab, the cops would see them instantly and know who it is. Every cab knows every cab. So you don't have to worry about it in Leon. You could just grab a cab. You can use InDrive for sure, but I've never used it in Leon, and I've heard that it's a little bit difficult because there's so few people using it. But in Managua, you have to use InDrive. Leon is like a village, right? It's a big city for Nicaragua, but it's a village. Like everybody knows everybody. Plus, if you're in the terminals. So if you haven't watched my video on how to get from Managua to Leon, you don't get off at the bus terminal. You get off at the gas station. And there will be cabs waiting there at the gas station. But because it acts like a terminal, it's also a very safe place to get cabs because someone posing as a cab there would be very, very visible to the police station that is within sight of that specific spot. So not a place you would want to fake it. And getting to Via from there is very easy. Via is walking distance from there. I've walked much farther than Via. Not recommending that. That would be a very far walk. You'd be very sad if you had luggage, but totally doable. If in a pinch, if you're me and don't have luggage, then I've certainly taken a backpack and gone all the way to La Barrio, which is several blocks farther than Via from there. But I'm a walker and I know my way around. Not the time to be learning your way around the city. Hey, it's my first time in the city. I'm gonna go. All right, we're getting image degradation from how dark it is now. So I'm going to take a quick moment and start turning on some lights. Let's see what we can do. So I'm just gonna. You can see me moving around the room as I do this. We'll see what happens. I'll get rid of this table. Been in my way. Probably gonna have to bring that back. I'm gonna have to move lights around. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Amongst yourselves. Let's see. I might have to spin this around. All right, hold on. I think all the light comes from that direction. So we're going to do this. How's that? How's that looking? It seems like it works. This one light right behind my head might be a problem. Okay, well, so if I sit exactly like this, it's perfect because it gives kind of a, but then I can't move. So we're gonna turn that off. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely dark, but I've got one more lamp I can move. Okay, hold on. This is all very complicated. be burned out. Oh, it's missing a bulb. What the heck? There we go. I bet that's going to be a lot better. What do we think? At least it works. And now it's a completely different view. So cabs in Leon are identified. I'll watch the video. Gas station. TJ says, yo. Patricia says, what food did you end up ordering? I'm nowhere close to ordering food yet. I keep looking, but I can't find anything. It's looking like Burger King is the only thing that even looks interesting at this point. I want to try some different food. I just can't come up with anything in Uber Eats that looks interesting. TJ says, I saw your lookalike in Houston. Well, TJ, that was probably me because I'm in Houston. Renee says, I think there's 2 buses that run Matagalpa-Leon. One is direct and the other has the layover. Layover? I don't think there's Matagalpa to Leon direct. There might be. I've never been able to find one. My dad says going to leave now and deal with my new problems. Good night. Sorry for the short visit. Good night, Dad. Patricia says that's some nice lighting. Is it nice lighting now, or was it nice lighting as I moved around? Or was it when I had the light behind my head, which would be perfect, but I need to move more than that. I can't be that tied down. So I keep going through. So Uber Eats, it's $8 for Burger King, which is fine. I would get 2 burgers and nothing else, right? I don't need fries. Like, they don't make fries good enough to make it worth getting fries. No, I saw it before you got there. Remember, I sent you a picture. Oh, that other lookalike. Yeah. Oh, Little Roundhouse says, are you still planning the steak dinner meetup? I am, and I have the car now. So my plan is to start running around and trying places out now that I'm able to drive. So I'm going to start gathering the information. Everything has been so dependent on getting this driver's license. What a difference that is going to make. My gosh, my life has been just on a whole dealing with that. And DJ says, by the way, global entry is the best money I ever spent. You know, people keep telling me how much they like the global entry. I just came through U.S. Customs. It was so easy. I can't imagine how global entry would have significantly made it better. Like, what advantage would it give me? Especially if I ever travel with anyone, because they won't have it. And especially because I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to use it. But I just came through. It was great. U.S. border control was so fast and easy. I just came right through. Didn't have to do a thing. My daughter's just texting me. I need a promo code and don't pay a delivery fee on Uber Eats. That delivery fee will be gone soon. Yeah, I don't have a delivery fee on it right now. I've only got a couple more days of potentially using it, possibly ever. So TJ says, I scanned a photo of myself on the phone and then walked through Customs Border Patrol when the guy said my name. That was it. Oh, I get that it's fast, but like mine was so fast that, you know, I mean, it saves a couple minutes. It's hard to imagine I would. So this is the real thing. I expect it would take me longer to look on the website to find out about global entry than the total amount of time it would likely save me in a lifetime by going through, because you said I didn't stop walking all the way to my luggage. I did not stop walking all the way to my luggage either. It was that fast. Like I was actually amazed that it was like that, but that's my thing, is I can't figure out where global entry. It was so fast and easy coming through. I can't figure out where it would have made it really better. Because it was just went right through the line, and straight through. Like Terry says, "Hey Scott, I'm a dual American Nicaraguan. Got my U.S. citizenship through my dad. Scrolled, but didn't live in the States until adulthood. A few years ago, my ex and I had a daughter. I tried to get custody to naturalize her as a U.S. citizen, but the plan was for her to stay in Nicaragua with her mom. It stalled because my ex doesn't want her to lose her Nicaraguan citizenship. She can't lose her Nicaraguan citizenship, so that can't be a reason." Then I went through. So the only way. So if you're American, and she's Nicaraguan, your daughter is American and Nicaraguan. Period. And you cannot just lose being Nicaraguan by identifying other nationalities that you have. That is a violation of constitutional law in Nicaragua, and Nicaragua never has done that and has never suggested anything of the sort. I don't know where that idea would have come from, but that is not a thing. But you cannot naturalize her as a U.S. citizen. She is a natural citizen. It's a little bit different. Naturalizing is when you become a citizen, but that's not the case. She is a citizen of the U.S. because you're American. Children of Americans are citizens. Kevin says, "I use global entry app in MIA, fast and easy." TJ says, "When I went through, there was a long line at CPP." Oh, I mean, the line was long, but by the time I got to it, it was like, whoop, right through. Renee says, "On different note, nice lot with view with easy Matagalpa access, reasonable like Penitas lot. I want an apartment walkable to things like Matagalpa seems and building a weekend hut." That's a lot of thoughts. Nice lot with view with easy Matagalpa access. So Matagalpa is a whole city. Do you mean like easy drive to Matagalpa? Reasonable. Like Penitas lot. I don't know what that means. I want an apartment walkable to things like Matagalpa. So if you want to walk to Matagalpa, you'll need an apartment in Matagalpa. Like it's a city. I don't know where else. I mean, I can walk from other towns to Matagalpa, but normally people don't. That would be very, very long walk. So I think, Terry, you just have to go to the U.S. Embassy with the paperwork and file that she's your daughter. You did say daughter, right? Daughter, yeah. I think you just have to file with the embassy to show that you're the parent, and that's it, right? Because your daughter's an American, she has the right to claim her passport and paperwork and everything from the U.S. Embassy, right? She is protected as the rest of us because she is every bit as American as the rest of us. Now, Nicaragua will keep her from being moved to the U.S. casually because she is also Nicaraguan and has rights to Nicaraguan protections, but she has full rights of the American Embassy because it's her embassy as well. Calvin says, "My flight from MIA to Managua was a few minutes late. We landed just after Spirit and United took over an hour to clear customs." Oh, going through customs. So here, Calvin, is the secret to going through Managua. Use the VIP lounge. It does speed things up, but only so much. The important part is that you're having sandwiches and drinks and sitting in comfy chairs with Wi-Fi and not a care in the world. You're just kicking back, put your feet up, and enjoy waiting for people to come and deliver you your luggage. You don't have to pick up your luggage. You don't have to do anything. It's not like global entry where you just walk through and don't have to stop at all, but there is no global entry for Nicaragua. So instead, the nice part is being able to just relax and not having to do anything. Now that we've used VIP for the outbound, we're definitely not skipping that in the future. That made the outbound so much better. Oh, Terry, thank you so much. Oh, Kellen says I found out about the VIP last week. Yeah, so I mean, I think Terry, the first thing to do is ask the embassy and just tell them the situation. Be like, hey, my daughter's American. How do I do this when her mother's trying to make this difficult and has this misinterpretation that the U.S. is going to like. This is a weird thing that Nicaraguans claim, and I don't mean this one thing, things like this, right? Nicaraguans will be like, oh, the US will take away her citizenship. The US doesn't have the power to do that. No other country has the power to do that, right? It doesn't work that way. They don't believe that Nicaragua is a country, and they think that the US determines people's citizenship other places. It's very strange. But I've had Nicaraguans say to me, I've actually had this conversation. I've had a Nicaraguan say, oh, yeah, I was in the US and a lady said to me, oh, you're not a Nicaraguan anymore. And he just believed her. I'm like, a lady said that to you? He's like, yeah. I'm like, a Nicaraguan official? No. Some American lady told you you're not a Nicaraguan? And for the last 25 years, you've believed you're not a Nicaraguan? Because some lady in America just said it? He's like, yeah. I'm like, you do realize that random Americans can't just say you're not a Nicaraguan anymore. And he's like, oh. And he didn't know. He actually thought that any American could just walk up to a Nicaraguan and tell them they're not Nicaraguan anymore and they would lose it. That was his belief. And it never occurred to him that Nicaragua was the sole arbiter of who is and isn't Nicaraguan, and that other countries have no say in the matter whatsoever. Like, wild. TJ says, I used the VIP coming in. It was okay. I was very happy with it coming in. But coming in, the difference I felt was, well, it depends, because those lines are long sometimes. If you come in behind the Spirit flight, you've got so much waiting to do. But if you and so we did it, you know, for me, it's me and my wife and my kids, and we're all just kicking back, and it's like, oh, this is so nice. We just get to sit, and I'm able to catch up with everything because I can have my laptop and stuff. I think at least at some point I can have my laptop, but I can have my phone, and I can do stuff, and it's like, this is okay. We're communicating. Everyone knows we're on the ground. We're posting things. We're backing things up. I'm checking in with work. I'm talking to the family. The kids are relaxed. We get some sandwiches, and now I know I can just tell them I'm a vegetarian. Just bring me cheese, and they make me a cheese sandwich. And we get some drinks, and we can catch up on the news, and everyone knows we're okay. And it's like, okay, cool. And if you're standing in line, then it's just it's like, okay, you're not supposed to use your phone, but people need to talk to you. It's just too much. And so I'm very happy with it. But outbound, because of the visa stuff, is such a mess. Oh, it was great. You just walk in and they take care of everything. I feel like they could have told me more about what was going on. I guess. I mean, all they're doing is they walk through what stuff did you need to know? I did it, and they didn't tell me anything, but they just, at the end, they just come up and they're like, you're done. They also didn't offer any food. We're in the same VIP. I mean, I've only done it a few times, but it's been the same food every time. There's supposed to be a waiter that just walks up and it's like, you want some food? You want some drinks? And it's all included. Mark is here. Hello from Ohio. Come back to Texas. It's just not the same since you went away. That's the song Ohio I'm singing, by the way, for those who didn't know. So the song Ohio, parentheses, come back to Texas, is like my personal anthem because my family is from Ohio. So I have like this whole Texas, Ohio thing. And the song is about Denton County in Texas, which is my county in Texas. I was, for a long time, we lived in the city of Carrollton, Denton County. So the song is like, Denton wants you back, and it's like that's our county. He just says I bought in a bunch of things back, and they only ding me for the food. I had good results going through there. It was very simple when I did it. So we're gonna be doing the VIP again on Sunday. I'll let you know how it goes. I'm not bringing anything weird, but. Brought a bunch of things back. Charged me $3, but I had a suitcase for the food. Mark says, Butler County in a city called Hamilton. Very nice. I don't actually know where Hamilton is. I apparently can't spell it out either. Hamilton. Why I can't type. Oh, near New Miami. Oh my gosh, the internet is slow here. Okay, I know where you are. I've never been in Hamilton, I'm sure, but I work from time to time in Cincinnati. I managed to get an outdoor rated access point and a PoE switch in with no problem. Oh, that's nice. That's not easy to do. Access points, I think, kind of, but switches get a little bit hard. All right. Just checking all the messages. I managed to, but also put those in my backpack. Oh, yeah. Yep, you can get a lot through in your backpack, as long as it's small enough to go in a backpack. YouTube is complaining again. Hopefully it's, let's see. Nah, it seems okay. I am starting to get a little bit hungry. I guess it is 8:30. Okay, I should order food. But I've come up with nothing but Burger King. All right, we're gonna do this for real now. Let's get you guys back. There we are. Next to Cincinnati. That's why I want to leave before moving here. I came from Los Angeles to my hometown. Oh, yeah. Time in Los Angeles and then Cincinnati. Ooh, that's got to be. That's a rough move, I would say. There's bits of Cincinnati that I really like. I've spent a little bit of time there. It's got some really pretty stuff. Downtown has some neat landscaping and there's some neat layout to the city, right? And there's the whole WKRP thing, that's just romanticized. Cincinnati, baby, if you've ever wondered whatever became of me. I'm living on the air in Cincinnati. Cincinnati, WKRP. I have all of that on my my Jellyfin server, of course. Man, I should watch some of that later. Order some Texas Roadhouse, just the bread. I don't know what Texas Roadhouse bread is like. I don't think I've ever eaten at Texas Roadhouse. Anything that's like Texas food as a chain, that's just the worst. There's Panda Express. I like Panda Express, but Fusion Taco. Buy one, get one free. Okay, I'll look. We'll look, but I had tacos for lunch. Veggie nachos, okay. Okay, come on, tacos. There we go. Fried oyster tacos. That sounds awful. Tell me why you like Jellyfin so much more than Plex. Because it works. That's my main thing. I tried Plex, and what I found was that it was just a bunch of advertising and problems. Never worked well. It was so focused on trying to control everything that I was doing. It was actually awful. I like Plex in that it convinced me this was a kind of thing that made sense, but it kept trying to force me to do things that didn't work and sell me things, and I never managed to get it where it was comfortable to use or worked well. Jellyfin, I opened up, everything worked perfectly the way that I wish Plex did, and I never found anything about Plex that I liked other than the concept, and Jellyfin, I've never found anything that it didn't do more or less as I wanted. I'm not saying it's perfect, but Plex made me angry. Like it was very much like, oh, this is just free enough to make it an advertising platform to piss me off. And it was always trying to limit what you could do and stuff. Like maybe they've changed it, but it was not impressive as a product and very hard to manage. And I found with Jellyfin, I'm like, okay, let's give it a try. I was very hesitant because Plex had annoyed me so much, and I just installed Jellyfin and boom, it worked. And I was just like, oh, this is what I wanted Plex to be. The solution was just switching to Jellyfin instantly. It was everything that I couldn't get Plex to be, and so that was my experience. Ooh, tofu taco with panko crusted tofu and peanut sauce. Yeah, it's got potential. Tofu tikka masala taco, falafel taco, Brussels sprout taco, cremini queso melt taco. Don't eat fast. Do I look like someone who fasts? Actually, I can. But I kind of want to. It's my chance to have food that's different, and so this is not the time to skip food. All right, shrimp taco. No. Tuna poke taco, hand cut, sushi grade ahi tuna, cilantro, jalapeno, red. That's got potential, but like I can do that back home. Fried oyster is a big no. Tilapia, Redfish could be good. But again, we got redfish. But the tofu taco, that sounds really good. So we're starting with that. I'm committing to a tofu taco. Wait, what kind of fresh corn tortilla? Flour, 58 cents more for a flour tortilla. I've learned that corn tortillas make me sad. They've changed a bunch now. I'm starting to look at other options. They've changed a bunch now, like Plex is finally getting better? Or what? Why are you sad that tofu equals soy? Are you allergic to soy? I'm a little bit allergic to soy, but... All right, a falafel taco, but that's too close to a shawarma. I can get that. The cremini queso melt taco? Yes, that's happening. I have to start looking to upgrade my hard drives to have more space. You need more space? Oh my gosh. I need to get more space, but... okay, so this is... fresh corn tortilla? Why? Why do you do this, places? Why do you even have corn tortillas? Okay, I'm getting those are 2 tacos. No, Plex is getting worse. Their app is horrendous now. See, that's I don't know how much I use the app. But yeah, I never got it to a place where I was happy with Plex. It did teach me that it was like, I like this, but use the cloud, not a hard drive. Calvin, I don't think you have a good handle on how costly that would be. Or why you don't do like, so if you use the cloud for what we have, I'd be looking at $200 per month. Is that right? Yeah, $200 a month for storage. And I'd have to download everything I watch every time I watch it. as opposed to having it inside the house not using the bandwidth. So it would cost me a whole lot more, and I'm at a fraction of what TJ is. So TJ would be looking at $400 to $500 per month for his storage, and every time we want to watch something, we're pulling down big bandwidth over the internet. So, like in my house, what if my wife and I and my kids are all watching stuff at a different time? Then we got to stream 3 different things into the house. Part of the goal is to not have that bandwidth be used. That's like part of the goal. And just in case the internet's out, it still works. That's not a big deal because the internet almost never goes out. I'm also getting this Brussels sprout taco. That's the other one that's really calling my name. Also corn tortilla. All right, there we go. 3 tacos. I think that'll do. And so going cloud would there's 2 things that would defeat. It would defeat the cost savings, and it would defeat the technical things. I'm not sure what advantage it would have, because it would be slow and costly, and use a lot of bandwidth. And if you store all that stuff on the cloud, where are you going to put your Jellyfin server? You can put that on cloud, but then you're hosting in what jurisdiction? Because good luck finding a cloud provider where Jellyfin can be used. So that's a problem, right? Nicaragua, it's legal completely in every way, but nowhere where there's a cloud server. TJ says, my server is still located in the US, so I still have to stream it, but it supports my whole family that's in the US. Okay. Yeah, I like it having it in Nicaragua because I can use it in the house, and everything's connected by Ethernet. So there's never using the Wi-Fi, never using the internet. We can stream huge bandwidth because I'm doing uploads and downloads of tons of media all day, every day. It's nice not to excessively use the internet. Part of the goal was obviously to stop paying for Netflix and Amazon and all those unnecessary services, but also all of those use tons of the bandwidth, and we just eliminate that. So that was one thing. But also that we can all watch at the same time and not use any of the bandwidth and avoid any shared connection. But also because it's in Nicaragua, when we travel around Nicaragua, those networks don't bounce through very far, right? So like if I'm at my house or my apartment or one of my hotels, they're all on the same fiber. So it's never hitting Managua. It's all right just around our neighborhood. And even if I'm on my phone in Nicaragua, just be like boop, and it's instant. It's such fast bandwidth. View my cart: tofu taco, cremini mushroom, and Brussels sprouts. From Fusion Taco, go to checkout. There's also the corn queso melt taco. Oh, I didn't get the tofu tikka masala taco. Oh. But can I eat 4 tacos? I mean, there's small Mexican street tacos, but I mean, they're very small, and I'm getting tofu. Oh, Calvin said, I avoid soy. Why do you avoid soy? I am a big fan of soy. Not as big a fan as I am of garbanzo beans, but I'm a big fan of soy. I am slightly allergic. It makes me but there we go. I'm trying a bunch of tacos. I can always put them in the fridge. Oop. There we go. Looks good. Gotta check. Home 2 Sweets. Me at my door. There we go. leave a slightly bigger tip for coming up to my door. It is on its way. Fingers crossed. It's kind of late, so order received. Arrives. Yeah, that's not real. Something I've noticed is that Uber Eats, their time that your food is arriving is way off. But the time that Pedidos Ya has in Nicaragua is pretty close. Mark says chalupas. Yeah, they didn't have any chalupas. When Donna says, are you using dehumidifiers? I mean, I'm in a hotel room, so no. But I do have air conditioning, but it's not on. Patricia says, you have a mini fridge. No, Patricia, I have a full-size fridge. That's awesome. You can save tacos for later. Exactly, I can save tacos. And I have a microwave. I can get a hot pot, or not a hot pot. I can get a hot plate. Hot pot, something different. All right, they're preparing my order. Good deal. Tacos are on their way. It's a double Torchy's tacos for lunch and Fusion tacos for dinner. It's a bit much, but it's working. All right. But yeah, TJ, you should check out Plex because it's very simple, right? Renee says, where are you? I'm in Houston at the Home 2 Suites. 3 more days. GoPro is attempting to upload, but it's not going to upload. It has no Wi-Fi. But I do need to change a battery and charge it. So I'll do that while we're doing this. We do not have dehumidifiers in... Well, that's not true. So in Nicaragua, we all have dehumidifiers because air conditioning units in Nicaragua and most places, right, have a dehumidifier function. So you can just flip them over to that if you don't want to use them as an air conditioner. Dehumidifier that way. We rarely do that because if we're going to run it, we always want to air condition. Like, why use the power? Obviously, it uses less to dry, but it's not much less. You might as well get the advantage of being cooler and drier because it's going to dry. It's going to dry the air as an air conditioner as well. Tricia says the delivery app stack orders so your tacos could end up driving around Houston for an hour. Yeah, they don't do that with Pedidos Ya. Everything comes on a motorcycle, so it's real fast. It works really well, and they show where things are all the time. You see them coming through the whole city. It's really funny. So if they're doing stacked orders, you know, which they will from time to time. You'll be like, they just went somewhere else, but it's so fast, it doesn't matter. Yeah, some of that stuff, I mean, there's some efficiency. The thing about here is that they're coming in giant cars and SUVs and stuff to deliver your food, and you're like, holy cow, and sometimes with 2 people. But when you've got... in Nicaragua, it's one guy on a tiny little dirt bike, and they're there in minutes, and it's just the thing on it. It's like, oop, here's your food, right? It was so fast, and he uses no gas, and it's only one person, and you're like, no wonder if things are cheaper. And here, it's like, holy cow, how can they afford to bring you your food like this? A Lincoln Navigator baller, SUV with TVs in the back seat and 2 people working, and they're like, here's your food, and you're like, what? Come to Florida. I'll take you out on my sailboat. Awesome. What part of Florida are you in? Miami? Tiffany says, Scott, make more friends with boats. I have lots of friends with boats. They're just pangas that go out for fishing. Not the kind of boats you want. Cincinnati, WKRB. We have no new Nika Loro members this week. If anyone wants to sign up, remember this is when I can add you right away. I've been doing really well, I think, with keeping up with keeping content, especially when I'm traveling. Oh, Tampa. My wife's going to be in Tampa in August, but I will not be. Before I answer any other things, this is Nika Loro. I've been posting things like my hotel and my food, those kinds of things I post on Nicaloro and like my travel updates. And then on Nicagram where we do photographs, I've been trying to do like one photograph per day or one series per day. I try to be like a good example of like, how to use both platforms and provide cool information. And a lot of people follow me. I've noticed I get a lot of like likes and stuff, and my numbers are way up. So you guys are engaging, but no one's posting because I follow everybody pretty much. And I see very little, but I'm finding more and more people in the ecosystem. So I see stuff happening, but make more friends with yachts and catamarans. I don't think there's a single yacht or catamaran in Nicaragua. If there was, we would see it in the ocean. If anyone knows of someone with a yacht or a catamaran, let me know. That would be cool. We had that one person who claimed to have a yacht who went around pretending he was going to buy everything, which worked out in my favor because we knew he was full of crap, but what? Someone just gave some bad advice. I'm going to say that's not good advice. Like forever getting all the data. I have people sending me view once messages for some reason, probably because it's secret work stuff on on WhatsApp, and I'm like, if I do this while I'm on the show, because it's probably audio messages normally. I know what you're thinking; it's photos, but it's not. It's not. And it'll be like, I'll have to listen to this, and then it'll be on the show. That's why you type to me. I skipped something. Nope, yachts. Mark says, before summer is over, I want to go spend a week in Nicaragua. Yeah, you need to just hop a plane, make it happen. My flight on Sunday is like $100. Mark says, of course, that's not from Ohio. Mark says, have you had wild animals come on your property in Leon, and what were they? Yeah, sure. So cats, for sure. We have a cat that comes through our house all the time. He's hilarious. And he steals all the dog's food. We have had skunks, porcupines, of course, endless basilisks and iguanas. They're everywhere. We get all kinds of snakes, little things, king snakes, coral snakes. Toads, frogs. Frogs are always in our kitchen. Oh my gosh, always. You're doing stuff in the kitchen, frogs hop all over you. Squirrels. We always have squirrels in our trees. I feel like that might be it. Tiffany, the friends that I do have with large boats are all in Jamaica and Miami. They both require travel. They also have docks. We're missing those. Kelvin says, I had a rental house on Coast. A couple years ago, we had to lock doors from outside to keep raccoons out of the kitchen. That's funny. I had a rental house in Transylvania. We had to lock the doors to keep bears out of the kitchen. And children. Neighborhood children would come into our kitchen and play with the kids' toys. They wouldn't steal things, but they would come in and play with the kids' toys. It was weird. But they made tons of friends. But the friends would just come into the house, often before they were friends. So, Mark, what where are you planning on coming to see? What do you need to make a trip happen? They're preparing my order. Still saying arrives by 9:35, but 40 minutes seems ambitious. Things are not fast here in Houston. That's something we really notice. Things seem really slow. But not nearly as expensive as I was expecting. That has surprised me that things are. We hear so much about how expensive everything is, and I'm not saying it's not more expensive than it was. Like, yeah, but it doesn't seem that bad. Like food, that's the biggest rise in cost at the moment. I haven't tried to like buy things. I guess like I bought some shirts; they were noticeably more expensive. But most of the stuff we're doing has been fine. We never get raccoons. We have raccoons all over the place. At where my house is going to be, we have raccoons. We have foxes, but that's not where I live. That's just where it's going to be. Do I eat menudo? Like, do I eat often? I mean, mostly every day. I don't know what a menudo refers to in terms of food frequency. If you mean the band, I try not to eat them. But Trinity says, unknown children in my house. It sounds like a horror movie. A little bit. Does menudo refer to some kind of food that I don't know about? Menudo food. Oh, menudo is a traditional Mexican soup made primarily from beef tripe. So, no, I don't. I'm vegetarian, so definitely not. But I've never actually heard of it. I don't think that I mean, somebody must, but I don't think that's a thing in Nicaragua at all. There's an awful lot of soup in Nicaragua, but I've never heard of that. To us, menudo just means often. Luke is here. Hola, never saw the announcement of the live feed and figured you'd be buried in the storage facility. I posted on the group. I think that's why most everyone was here. We've been up for 4 hours already, and I have tacos on the way. I may take a little break when the tacos arrive so I don't actually eat tacos on the video because that would be ridiculous. But I eat so fast, you guys will be like, what just happened? You need like a little sheet that I can stand up that says like, after these messages, we'll be right back. But there will be no messages, just the sound of me eating tacos. Nom, 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 nom. Luke, how's everything up in cold Matagalpa? Trisha says, we want to see the tacos and get a full review. Well, I can show you the tacos, but I'm not going to show you me eating them. It's a bad scene. Luke says, the rain came in sideways. Oh, I wonder if we're getting rain in Leon. I will ask. Mukbang videos with Senor Scott. Yeah, I'm not much of a mukbanger, really. I did last week a little bit. What did I eat? I don't remember. I ate something. Something less messy. I was thinking, I was lazy though. I really don't want to go out driving. Like, I like being able to sit in the room. I've been running errands all day, every day. What I really want to get though is some good, like, hell of a good French onion dip and some good chips and just go crazy. But you guys would be appalled if it was me eating those. I'd be like, nom, 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 nom. And you'd be like, okay. Brent says, just saw something about geothermal energy in Nicaragua on Canal Cuatro. I didn't realize that it was pretty well developed, up to a third of the country's energy during peak periods. Nice. Oh, yes, our geothermal is huge. Actually, one of my friends on the beach is a geothermal engineer from the power plant. That's how he got his visa to live in Nicaragua. We have multiple power plants now and more coming online, and they're actually pumping water, as far as I know, down into the volcano to superheat it. That's how they're generating the power. It's actually magma powering the power plants. Luke says, my window, 12 feet of covered hallway to the exterior windows, had to close all because the rain was coming in. Patricia, Scott is having a mukbang live. Everyone misspells my name. It's amazing how many people misspell my middle name and how many people think my middle name is my first name. And the funny story is, I once worked at a company that prided themselves on how good they were. They were the worst. And they had to change my name because their computer system was keyed off of names, and it never occurred to them that two people might have the same name, and they refused to use middle names. And so there was another Scott Miller, and he was a head of finance, and when I was hired, it shifted all of his permissions to me and shut down payroll through a completely predictable computer glitch that I had literally predicted before I started working there, and said, no, you can't use Scott Miller, you have to use my full name. And then once I started working there, their only fix was to make my name Alan. And so I worked an entire job from 2013 to 2015 in which every single person knows me only as Alan and has no idea what my real name is, because they had to call me Alan because of a computer glitch. And it was not a small company. It was a multi-billion, it was a many billion-dollar company. Luke says, pre-made queso pupusas fried in avocado oil with garlic and pickled onions here. How do you get pre-made pupusas that you then fry? Or you mean pre-made, like the whole thing's pre-made? Or they're cold and you're frying them in avocado oil? People want to know. Pupusas what I had last week. They were so good. I forgot. It was Mike and I having pupusas. Yes, those were good. Patricia says, my phone changed the spelling of your name for me. Oh, that's great. For some reason, Marcelita just sent me a message in English, but I know she sent it through Google Translate because it translated the name of our local smoothie store to Juicy, which I know it does if you run it through Google Translate, because it doesn't realize, well, because the name is Juicy, like that's its name, but it's Jugoso in Spanish locally. So I got to ask my kids what they want. Got to ask my kids what they want. Super Express purchased pupusas 3-pack. I've never seen that. What? I don't know why I would do that. I would just order fresh pupusas, but that's really interesting. Luke says, please remind me, for the request for residents to leave Nicaragua, the letter addressed to Migracion listing dates, flight info, total number of days out of country, do you attach the actual flight info? I have never needed to attach the actual flight info. I don't think you need to. Anything you can say, like I'm flying out on Spirit on this date, like that tells them. Mark says, are a lot of people Catholic in Nicaragua? I mean, a lot compared to where I'm from in the U.S. But overall, sorry, I'm arranging smoothies. Overall, no, I think the real thing is that if you're here, it feels to me like the country is not anywhere near as Catholic as you might think. There's Catholic culture, of which there's tons, but Catholic religion there seems to be very little. Loads and loads of people. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna keep finishing. I'll come to the next thing. Um, Loads of people identify as Catholic, but then if you actually talk to them, they're not. It's just a thing that people say. So it's like for every two people that say they're Catholic, only one of them's Catholic, like we mean Catholic. Other people mean it like, well, yeah, they grew up in Nicaragua, so they identify as Catholic, right? And it's purely a cultural thing or a thing they're just expected to say, but doesn't actually mean anything. So there's tons of Catholic processions, and people go out and get very involved with them. And I go out and do processions with the Catholic Church at times, but I'm certainly not Catholic. So it's very much seen as a cultural thing. And what you will find is that of active churches, the non-Catholic churches are in most locations way more active than the Catholic ones. And Nicaragua is considered a secular country. In general, people are not very religious. Of course, you're going to meet lots of religious people. It's a religiously free country, so with no state religion, so people are free to do what they want. But there is uh, uh, a surprising number of people who are not someone you would identify as religious. Of course, almost everyone says they're religious because you're trained to say that, but in reality, you would consider them not. So in general, think of it as a secular country, but don't be surprised if you meet people who are very religious. It's very much a mix, but I would not say that it is heavily Catholic. Of course, the architecture is heavily Catholic because it was heavily Catholic when things were built. Ella Fancier says, Scott, do you have to renounce your Canadian citizenship to get Nicaraguan citizenship? No, you definitely do not. However, that is going to change in 2026. See the videos that came out this week. There's a new law on its way through that you will have to renounce Canadian citizenship to get Nicaraguan citizenship. However, you cannot get Nicaraguan citizenship unless you know something that we don't know. So it's a moot point. How would you get Nicaraguan citizenship? That's all but impossible. But yes, I'm sorry. I stated that incorrectly. You do have to renounce your Canadian citizenship. You have always had to do that. Enforcement of that has been loose in the past, so we often think of it as not having to. Legally, you have to renounce it. Starting in 2026, they are making a point of reiterating that you must renounce it, and they are definitely going to be enforcing it because they've made a huge point. This is all over the news, even though there's no change. Yes, you must renounce your Canadian to get Nicaraguan, but you cannot get Nicaraguan, so it doesn't matter. Does that make sense? Patricia says you would never want to trade Canadian citizenship for Nicaraguan even if you could. That is generally correct. But the even if you could is actually the far more important part. You just can't. Tiffany says, can't wait to hear about what the lady in Las Bonitas is doing for dog and cat rescue. Would love to be a part of this. I have connections to great vets in Florida who donate their time to great causes. I have a ton of vets in Florida as well. Luke says, by the way, Netflix Argentinian sci-fi show Eternaut has a great plot twist watching in LATAM Spanish. Oh, that's awesome. I'm looking that up. I gotta track that down. Always interested in that. All right, what do my kids want? They want... Oh, San Juan del Sur. Okay. What if the old lady is Costa Rican and also is Nika descent by genealogy? So So the answer here is very straightforward. There doesn't need to be any gray area. If you are Costa Rican, you are the same as Canadian, American, European, you are foreign, right? Costa Rica has made itself not a part of Central America. So Costa Rica is the same as any generic external country to Nicaragua. So you cannot seek dual citizenship as a foreigner in Nicaragua without renouncing. Period. Full stop. So if you are Costa Rican and you want to seek Nicaraguan citizenship, if you were able to convince them to give you Nicaraguan citizenship, which you can't, but if you could, then you would have to renounce your Costa Rican. If she is a Nica, meaning she is already a Nicaraguan citizen, then none of this applies because she is not seeking citizenship. She is already a Nica. So descent by genealogy on its own is a meaningless statement. I don't mean you're saying something meaningless. I mean that it doesn't do anything. If you're genealogically Nica but not born a Nicaraguan, then what your genealogy is meaningless. All Costa Ricans are Nicaraguans by genealogy. They are the same people, right? But to be a Tica is to be a Nica in that way, right? They are separated only by politics and time, not by peoples. So if you are distantly Nicaraguan, meaning you're culturally Nicaraguan, but not a citizen, then you would have to renounce. But if your parents were Nicaraguans and you were born a Nicaraguan, then you are a Nicaraguan and there's no seeking the second citizenship. You're already a dual citizen. So that's what it comes down to, is what that status is. All other conversations are confusing, right? Anything else that we bring into the conversation just serves as a red herring. So the question is, what was she born? If you are born a dual citizen, so the law is very simple. If you seek to obtain a new citizenship, you must renounce your Nicaraguan citizenship if you're Nicaraguan. If you seek to become Nicaraguan, you must renounce your former citizenship if you are not Nicaraguan. That is it. The verb is seeking. So a person who's already a citizen does not seek citizenship. Someone who wants to obtain a citizenship they did not have before seeks a citizenship. And so whatever scenario we want to question, you just apply that logic. Are they seeking to become something they are not already? Then they will have to renounce something. Are they simply announcing that they've always been a citizen and they just want it to be recognized? Then they're not seeking, they're just announcing. And then you can be dual citizen. You can be triple citizen. So that one I can't answer because I don't know if your grandfather makes you a citizen. You would have to find out if her grandfather made her father a citizen, right? So if her grandfather was legally Nicaraguan, there may be a situation where he made her father Nicaraguan, which her father would have made her Nicaraguan. But without finding out what that is, I don't know. I don't know how far back Nicaragua goes. That is something that she would have to talk to the Nicaraguan embassy, I would assume, and ask for a ruling, or talk to her father and find out that situation. Or if her father is still alive, I assume he can go get his passport and then be like, I was always Nicaraguan, so my daughter is Nicaraguan. Right? That is where breaks happen in some countries, like in the United States. It's like, oh, these people, they never did anything, and now they never got a passport, so they lost their paperwork, they kind of renounced by default. That's where you got to look for some stuff. Renee says, I'm going to get some sleep. I'm planning my trip. Enjoy hemorrhaging money while you're here. Yeah. No, it's not that bad. The company pays for a lot of it. Fancy, oh, thank you. Luke says, booked my outbound travel and return flight through the VIP salon at Managua. McLovin' it. Heck yeah. Yep, I just did the outbound on the VIP and coming in on the VIP in a couple days. I think we caught up there. But yeah. So her whole thing will be figuring out if she is Nicaraguan. Now, if her grandfather's Nicaraguan, she has a little bit more. If I'm an American and go fishing in Nicaragua, do I need a fishing license? I think legally you do. I don't know that anyone actually does. I don't 100% know. I'm pretty sure nobody bothers. Pretty sure. But don't not bother because I said that. I do not fish. Paul's about to do some fishing. It's one of the reasons we're here. We're doing stuff. But if you're fishing offshore, it's like, and fishing onshore, there's very little places you want to go fishing. Nicaragua is not the greatest of fishing locations, but it depends what you're looking to do. My food is supposed to arrive in 7 minutes. Bum, bum, bum. Everybody hear me drop my phone? Oh yeah, he's pretty close. He's coming through Hidden Valley. I'm going to real quickly put on some sandals just in case I have to really quickly run downstairs because something goes wrong. Hopefully my light is still kind of decent. Yeah, it's not bad. I have my key in my pocket. Just in case they don't come up to my room. But I did see other people come up to the room. So Hidden Valley as in the ranch. Well, this is Texas, so I'm pretty sure it was Hidden Valley Ranch, but I don't think it's that Hidden Valley Ranch. John Blair is here. Hey, Scott, curious if you had watched the... Everyone's asking that today. No, I've only watched the first couple minutes. One, I'm busy because I'm in the U.S. right now, dealing with my own stuff. So watching YouTube is not in the cards. I have not seen anything of anything. But so many people sent that to me today. Eric sent it to me early this morning and was like, oh, I figured a lot of people had sent this to you. I'm like, no, this is the first. But then all day people have been mentioning it. I saw a few minutes of it, and it was obviously, some crazy creep who was just making stuff up. There was nothing valid in the first minute. And, that there's some creepy passport bro making, what... I didn't watch it, right? I don't know the guy. It feels like a predator making the kind of videos that Americans get arrested for overseas. Definitely has a super duper creep vibe to him. And literally every single thing he said in the first few minutes was fake. So, and you even notice he's like, oh, there's a cop coming. I'm not going to be able to record. Really? Because he didn't record the cop saying that. So that didn't seem likely. But I didn't watch any more than the first, knowing that there's a guy making a fake video. There's so many people making fake videos. I didn't know what the point was really of watching more, but a lot of people have asked me to comment on it. So when I have time, maybe I will. I'm going to have the private group have a discussion about it and see what we think. But yeah, Luke's right. He's just a horrible person. And so the thing becomes is there a value to pointing out he's a horrible person? Probably not, right? Because his audience is not legit people who are looking at coming to Nicaragua or anything. It's people who are I assume, either fascist or sexual predators. I don't know that, but that's the vibe he's got, right? Just watch him those first few seconds. And you're like, this is not someone I want around my family. And like it really comes through. So, and a ton of people are like, this is a passport bro, which is definitely the vibe. So it's, you know, I have a feeling that there wouldn't be a value to it. My personal feeling is that there isn't a value to a response. Because we all know, you just watch it and you're like, yep, totally fake. Right? So once you know it's totally fake, what's the point of refuting anything else? Like, obviously, it's just propaganda that he's probably paid to make. Mark says, Hidden Valley is a neighborhood in North Houston known for its family-friendly atmosphere, convenient location, and easy access to the freeway. Mark apparently has spent a lot of time living in North Houston, or has been on Wikipedia. Luke says, he gets stopped by cops in every other country video and narrowly gets out of it. I wonder if he's not really being stopped by the cops and narrowly gets out of it because none of it really happened. I've been stopped by the cops in Argentina, but I didn't narrowly get out of anything. They just said, don't film here. It appears impossible to get citizenship in Nicaragua. That is correct. It is, for all intents and purposes, impossible. How hard is it to get PR? Crazy easy. And that's part of it. Is residency is essentially, you don't even do anything. That's not true. But it feels that way. Like, permanent residency, assuming that's what PR is, permanent residency or long-term residency is, someone is going to have a challenge getting it, right? Like, somebody can't get it. But I've never heard of that person. It is so easy. And in so many cases, you don't even need it. Like, I've met people who've been here for 12 years and they're not yet on the radar to need to apply for it. Now, generally, that's an extreme case. But lots of people can be here for like 3 years and not have it come up. I know people who've been here for 8 and then it did come up and then they just got their permanent residency. It is, to the best of my knowledge, and I guarantee this is not actually a true statement. Well, it is, because I'm going to say to the best of my knowledge. It is true because to the best of my knowledge, but I'm assuming if I knew more, this would no longer be true. Make sense? To the best of my knowledge, it is the easiest country on earth to get permanent residency. I have never heard of any other country easier. I've heard of a few that basically match it, but only a few. But almost all are significantly harder. It is so easy. And there's 2 things that basically really matter with permanent with residency as far as ease, right? We can define it in one of 2 ways. One is how easy it is to start the process, meaning how easy is it for you to start your life where you get to live in Nicaragua or wherever. And the other is how easy is it for you to complete the process. So some places it might be very easy to complete, but you can't start your life until you've completed this process. And a good example there is Mexico. Mexico has a relatively easy process, but it's supposed to happen before you move. And so starting your life in Mexico to actually live there, if that's your plan, is a little bit difficult. Not bad, but a little bit difficult. But to complete the process is not bad. So if that's all you're looking at, how hard is it to obtain the paperwork of residency, Mexico seems not bad. I need to watch this notification. Okay, he's supposed to come up to my room. We will see if he does. So that's completing the process. But starting the process in Mexico requires you to wait for the completion of that paperwork before you can live there to do permanent residency. If you're coming to Nicaragua, you simply show up and you can live here for years in most cases as you reside here. You just don't call it residency. Then you, sorry, my food is supposed to be, okay, arriving now. Let's see if he really comes up to my room. You start immediately. You simply show up in the country and you live here, like I did. I showed up in 2021. Now, I knew how to do this, right? I'd lived here previously. I simply showed up and I lived in Nicaragua. I didn't apply for my residency for 3 years, more or less. It's that easy. So I just got off the plane. So literally the initial portion, how easy is it to move into Nicaragua, is the easiest country on earth. That's a guarantee. There might be others that are just as easy, but they are very few, but no one is easier. Nicaragua is the easiest to move to. To complete your paperwork, maybe it's not the easiest, but as Luke pointed out, 8 days and he was done. For many people, Nicaragua's complete process, which you do already living here at your leisure, is incredibly easy, but maybe someone is easier. But if it is easier, it's barely easier. So the combination, it is reasonable that Nicaragua may be the easiest residency in the world. I think it's unlikely, but it's really close. There's no one in the region that comes close, that's for sure. What are the benefits of being a resident? Not very much. Basically, no one wants to be a resident once they understand how it all works until they have to be. You become a resident because at some point, Patricia, they're supposed to be on the elevator. At some point, you're no longer allowed to stay here without becoming a resident. You've been here for too long. 1 year, 10 years, it depends on your behavior and where you live and all kinds of things. But at some point, they will say, okay, you need to be a resident. Then the benefit is that you get to stay. But you're already living here. You just need to do some paperwork. Technically, it gives you some slight benefits for banking, although I found it actually made it a little bit harder. Because the cedulas they give you, the banks don't know how to use. So in theory, it makes it easier, but in practice, I didn't find that. And in theory, it makes owning a car easier. But we already owned a car, so it wasn't very, very much. All right, hold on, I'm getting called. Hello. I do. Can they come up? Oh, awesome. Thank you. Awesome. My food is here and it's coming up the elevator. That is very cool. They call to get permission to send them up. I didn't even occur to me they would do that, but that makes total sense. But so we had a car before. So it may make the process easier and more straightforward for getting a car, but did it make it possible? No, we already had one. So all that stuff's pretty easy. The one thing that's supposed to be easier is crossing some borders, but even that I think we already could do. Basically, you only want residency when you know you want to be here for forever, or more or less, and generally only when they tell you you need it. Now, Luke decided to move forward and get it just right away, so he didn't have to worry about it later. Not a problem. You can do that too, but unnecessary. He could have been here for a really long time and not worried about it. John says, why does it seem that the eastern part of Central American countries are undeveloped and the western sides are somewhat developed? I thought it would have been the other way around. So pretty easy. If you actually go to those areas, the Caribbean zone is awful. It's like Belize, right? Like, why is Belize undeveloped? Well, because when you go there, it is flat. It is subject to flooding. It's I mean, some people really like it. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it is not the most habitable zone, right? Very, very flat. Water level, I gotta get the door. All right, guys, we have fusion tacos. All right. Yeah, so the eastern zone is Caribbean, right? It's completely flat, sandy soil. It's not good for growing crops. It's not good for building houses. Those zones are traditionally extremely poor. They were British colonies where mostly like escaped slaves tend to live. They were very hostile hostile meaning they defended themselves. Indigenous populations, they're very wild jungle. So in even pre-Columbian era, these are not areas where people wanted to live very much. Whereas the Pacific is really beautiful in most of Central America. You have the mountains that create volcanic soil. You have really good crop production. You have lots of animals to hunt. You have loads of fish to fish. The Caribbean does have fish, but not on the level that the Pacific does. It's as someone who lives in Central America, we always have why is anyone interested in Eastern at all? We're surprised by how much interest there is in the East. And people who don't live here have a tendency to be like, why isn't the East really interesting? And it's a little bit hard to describe, but when you go there, you instantly go, oh, not that there isn't nice stuff, right? There's a lot of people who really like Bluefields. There's a lot of people who love the Caribbean, but it lacks the water supplies to have big cities. It lacks the infrastructure from the history of where things were coming from. Might be from Buc-ee's. Oh no, they might be from Buc-ee's. No, that's easy to know, Patricia. Buc-ee's can't make edible food. It's all so gross. How are the police in Nicaragua with American people? Same as everyone else. The police are great here. There is no problem being American in Nicaragua. Period. Any question. What's it like being American? Same as being anyone else. Like seriously, living here as an American, you are never treated differently. I mean, a beggar, right, is going to treat you differently just because you're a foreigner. They don't know you're American. But as far as police and legal stuff and all that, Nicaraguans do not have a treat people differently because of their nationality or because of their race mentality. I mean, there's always somebody who's racist somewhere, like obviously. But the worries that Americans have about figuring out what country someone's from and treating them differently because of that, America is one of the most strongly focused on race and nationality countries, and Nicaragua is one of the least. John Blair says Western sides equals Caribbean side in my mind. Oh, that's weird. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that stuff at all. But yeah, so the Atlantic side, the Caribbean side, is just not conducive to populations on scale, and it's very hot. Houses are built on stilts because they get hurricanes and stuff. It's just a rough zone to build in. It's kind of like, why is Eastern Houston not very populated? Well, because it's a swamp, it's the bayou, right? And that's a lot of Eastern Nicaragua and Honduras, which is primarily what you're referring to. Is just it's wild jungle in a bayou, swampy kind of area. So not very much. And the same thing in Belize. Belize is part of that zone, and so the Keys in Belize are very heavily populated, but mainland Belize is just the extension of Nicaragua and Honduras, and it is also empty, right? But when you get down to Costa Rica, that jungle ends and the mountains start coming out to the east coast, and then you start finding a heavy eastern population. So it's not that they're avoiding the Caribbean, they're avoiding the very low-lying, very non-supportive for agriculture zone, right? Or just wild jungle. And then, of course, by the time you get to Panama, it doesn't even have that zone anymore, right? Cool. World? Hi, Scott. Curious about residency for my husband and kids in Nicaragua. I am a Nicaraguan citizen. Do I need my passport renewed? And I have no cedula. Should I process all that in Nicaragua, or here I'm a U.S. citizen? You can do either. As a U.S. citizen who has expired Nicaraguan paperwork, you're allowed to come to Nicaragua, but you need to renew your paperwork there. So you're allowed to come in. This is what I've been told. I'm not an expert because I'm not Nicaraguan. But what I've been told is that you are allowed to travel in on your U.S. paperwork and then just go to Migracion and be like, hey, my cedula is expired. My passport's expired. I need new ones. I came in on my U.S. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, we got a thing. Because you're a citizen, so you have a right to all that stuff. And you certainly, I don't know any country that if your stuff expires doesn't let you return. Luke says, John Blair, Nica, Honduran, Caribbean side is jungle, low-lying land, second largest to the Amazon in this hemisphere. Yeah, huge jungle area. But part of it is, why is it a wild jungle area? Because we could have cut it down and put people there, right? But it's just, it's not, it's kind of like the Amazon. It isn't conducive to supporting a lot of people. Mike says, if it's that easy to get residency, why would people wait? Because once you have residency, it takes more work to keep for most people than not having it. Are there downsides to getting residency? Yes. As a non-resident, as a what we call permanent tourist or a border runner, we do border runs. Now, depending on where you live in the country, this could be much easier than being a resident or much harder. I've got a number of videos where I break down like how do you decide which is easier for you. For most of us, those in Managua, San Juan del Sur, Granada, even Leon, border runs are easier than, in most cases, almost all cases, than maintaining your residency. Now, if you get an investor residency like me, that changes a little bit. Ours is more work to get, but easier to keep. Not dramatically, but just a tiny bit. So if you are able to do border runs, generally that's the better thing. And the thing is, there's a certain amount of work you have to do for residency, no matter what your lifestyle is. But if you are a border runner, like I was for 3 years, I had to do a total of 1 border run in 3 years because my lifestyle naturally reset my visa without needing to do border runs, just because I travel. I work in Belize, that resets my visa. I work in Bolivia, that resets my visa. I visit family in the United States, that resets my visa. Sometimes I vacation, that resets my visa. So I never needed a border run because I just always kept resetting my visa. For a lot of people, that just works. But some people never leave, and so they have to do border runs every 6 months. And if you live really far away from a border, or you're really not ambulatory, that could be difficult. So it depends a lot. But depending on your residency, you may have to go to Managua every 6 months and redo paperwork. It's fast and easy in theory, but nothing going to Managua and going to Migración is fast and easy. So for a lot of people, the border runs remain easier every 6 months, but you don't have to do them every 6 months, just the ones where it applies, as opposed to your cedula, which is every 6 months. So on average, not all by any stretch, but more than 50% of people find that they preferred being on the border run system to the residency. So most of us delayed residency as long as we could. Alex says, how difficult is it to rent an apartment without a visa? It's not even a factor. It's just as easy as could be. Patricia says, did you check the address? Oh, yeah, I already said that. Downsides, 2 trips to Managua Migración every year. Patricia says, Chuck E. Cheese can't make food either, but they have a ghost kitchen. Oh, that scares me. Mark says, I just Googled this. Never. Also Google my video as to why you never read things from the State Department. Because its purpose is to be fake. That is the actual purpose of that website. All right, we're gonna open up some tacos. We caught up here. Why not eat on the show? I'm gonna grab some paper towels, and I'm just gonna make a mess. You guys are we're gonna what's this called? Mukbang. We're gonna mukbang, yeah. I hope you guys appreciate the degree of bravery that it takes to eat food on live. All right, we are starting. Oh, I got to get some photos of this first. Okay. Eat your tacos and I have a beer. Couldn't help doing a mukbang. Yep. Any hot sauce with the tacos? No. These are all different types of tacos, so they should have whatever sauce they're supposed to have on them. I would say we're starting with the cremini mushroom queso taco. Oh my god. All right. That's amazing. Not what I was expecting at all. Next thing, Scott's drinking game. Heck yeah. Okay, this is amazing. This is a lot of cheese. This is like cremini mushrooms wrapped in melted cheese. It is not what I expected as a taco. It is so good. Now, all of these I switched to flour tortillas. I don't like corn tortillas. Oh. This is seriously good. All right, I got a lot of tacos to get through, so. I have no quick way to tell if I get food on my face, so. This is a little bit nerve-wracking. All right. This next one is clearly tofu with so much coleslaw. Hopefully you can, oh, you know what? A little bit better. I'm gonna pick up a little bit of this. I'm pretty sure this is the straight-on tofu taco. Oh yeah. Okay. The tofu isn't firm enough, but the peanut sauce with all the cabbage is excellent. Yeah, I like that. The cremini is definitely the winner of those two. Both are very unique. These are things I need to learn to make at home. Well, have made at home. I love tacos. Oh, now this is messy. Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta get some photos of these. So clearly this super messy one is the tofu tikka masala. And what's the other one I got? Anybody remember? It's Brussels sprouts. Oh, heck yeah. I don't know which of these is more dangerous. Okay. Tofu tikka masala. Here we go. I act like it's spicy. It's just messy. Okay. It's kind of like sort of bland Indian food on a tortilla. It's not bad. Would be better with paneer than tofu. But it's almost paneer. It's good. It's not like the big winner. I'm going to finish this one because it's too messy to put down. Fusion tacos, pretty good. I definitely like the variety. I haven't had fusion in a really long time. Torchy's is really good, but their selection for vegetarians is very small. They have 2 avocado things, and then 1 shrimp thing, and 1 salmon thing. And the salmon is decent. I don't really like shrimp tacos very much. And then I like avocado, but like that's the only thing. Velvet used to do a hot Nashville tofu. That one was really good. Okay. This is ridiculous. So this is Brussels sprouts. Grilled Brussels sprout taco. That's really good. I didn't know what to expect. That is excellent. It's all kinds of slaw on top of grilled Brussels sprouts with a really good sauce. This might be the winner. I'm very scared every time I look up. The fear is like, sauce running down my face or something. My hands are a mess. I have no way to see your comments because I have to watch the live view. So talk amongst yourselves for a minute. You guys are probably all like, this is terrible. I don't want to watch this anymore. And I don't know because I can't see your comments. We should make this a segment where I do live mukbangs. Go to Nicaraguan restaurants. Have someone film me as I eat. I am so impressed with this Brussels sprout. That is, someone was ingenious coming up with this combination. If I was to do this again, I would definitely skip the tikka masala. And if I'm not hungry enough, I would skip the tofu, which I might save. I'm definitely going to eat these mushrooms right now. This one's not messy at all. There's a lot of cheese in there. It's almost like a mushroom grilled cheese taco. Fusion tacos is a win. Whew. All right, that was my dinner. That was fast, right? I spent so much more time deciding what to get than eating it. That is the story of my life. Nonsense. Next thing is got drinking game. Things you should do before going to Nicaragua. Watch my show. I could see you don't. Mark says, I could see you don't eat many tacos. Luke says, eSIM upon arrival, plenty of ATMs and credit card use, no need to travel with large amounts of cash. Alex Brown is here. How difficult is it to rent an apartment without a visa? Oh, I already answered that. Did that happen twice, or did I? Oh, he just asked it twice. Alex, it's super easy. Like, you don't need to do anything. Visa is not part of the process of getting an apartment. I've never rented an apartment. I just washed my face and was drying off. I have never had a cedula, which is what you get when you're a resident, and rented an apartment. My house is a rental. I have an apartment rental. I've rented other places, all without that. Now I have it, but I am in a place I've been in already, so it doesn't count. So very easy. Yeah, apartment rental, cash and ID. Yep, that easy. Believe it or not, Alex, most everything in Nicaragua is just super easy. That is kind of the thing. Not everything, for sure, but a surprising number of things are just really easy. Most of the things that are hard come from adjusting to a new life, changing up everything, not knowing anybody, not knowing, what normal is. There's a lot of questions about things. That's where it gets difficult, right? It's just the unknowns, the worries, the what do I do now? But the actual, like, how hard are things? Generally quite easy. Do you pay the entire length of time in advance? No, generally it's much like the US, deposit first month, once in a while last month. So, if you're only renting for 3 months, yeah, probably. But if you're renting for even 6 months, no, no, no. You'd very much like the US. Someone posted on the expats group. I've been asking the owners of chancletas to find out about building a home, but neither of them reply when I ask these questions. Am I being rude or stepping over the line about these? That's awesome, thank you. I didn't know the chef was provided. Are there any monthly fees, such as HOA or maintenance landscaping fees? Is there owner insurance? What happens if something needs repaired or is damaged by guests? Do you think the property would be booked often, or do most guests typically stay in rooms instead? Or the home rentals requested separately? Would the homes be a good addition for chancletas? I understand the rule about no businesses. Are there any other rules within the complex? How does it work if I want to stay there? Would I just cover the chef and cleaning fees? Thanks again for all your help. Are furnished rentals a thing down there? No. They exist, obviously, but they're very rare. If you are looking for them, Airbnb is the most likely place. Have I seen places that have them? Absolutely, right? I've been with a lot of people looking at apartments and have found furnished ones. However, most of the time, now it depends where you're looking, of course, most of the time, you don't want the furnished ones. I understand you're coming for 3 months. Obviously, you want furnishings. What I mean is that the furnishings are rarely what you want. Typically, furnished apartments that are longer than a week are going to be Nicaragua furnished, right? Because the majority of the renters are Nicaraguans, and so it's got Nicaraguan rocking chairs and Nicaraguan beds and a bunch of things that are probably not what you're looking for, and you may not like what you end up with, right? You may not like the style of the bed. Oh, it's really soft. It's an old-fashioned thing. The furniture is really old-fashioned. It's not really comfortable. As an American, I like a big, comfy couch. That's not very practical in Nicaragua, but I don't care. I still want it, right? And I have that, and it's not very practical. But when I sit down and watch movies, it feels great, right? I go over to other people's houses, Nicaraguans, and you sit down to watch a movie, and you're like, this is not comfortable, right? We just have different ideas of how we want things furnished. And so it's rare that I see a furnished place that I'm like, this is furnished as I would want it. But they do exist. They'll never be shorter than 6 months unless it's like an Airbnb. but you'll pay an awful lot for it. So I have a video that breaks down the economics to understand when you want to financially look at furnished versus unfurnished, and how you can play with those numbers. But if you're staying for 6 months and just leaving after 6 months, yeah, furnished is going to be better. But if you're staying for a year, in many cases, unfurnished is actually better for you financially. Not only do you get to pick out exactly the furniture that you want, but also it may cost you less. It's pretty close to break even. You're not going to make a windfall by doing it. But if you decide to stay even longer, then suddenly it is windfall, right? So it depends. Luke says 1 month at a hotel in Managua, prepaid on credit card. 3 months at Airbnb on credit card. I pay the long-term lease monthly cash. Yeah, we're the same. I think we paid 1 month ahead and then a deposit. I think that's it. Yeah, Luke says North American furnished apartments are purple unicorns here. Very, very, very rare. Furnished in some way, still pretty rare, but definitely exists. I have never rented a furnished place in any capacity, but I know people who have, but it's very limited. And it's as someone who has rented apartment, like I've been the person who owns apartments and rents them. The furnished is very difficult because the cost of furnishings is such a huge portion of the cost of a rental. So if you think about, so I have an apartment. It's not available for rent. It's my own personal apartment in Leon, and it's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. I rent it for $180 a month, unfurnished, on a very long-term lease with a lot of assurances. Right? I'm a local businessman. I rent multiple places from the same person. I definitely get a deal and get treated well. And you're not allowed to have any pets. I can take my dogs, right? There's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. No one's going to say anything. But 180, I get a great deal. It's a nice apartment. I like it a lot. I'm very happy with it. We keep it for no particular reason, right? And we use it constantly because it's really nice. So we have this apartment for 180. But what does it take to furnish it? Well, it's a 2-bedroom. So there's a king bed in one room, there's a queen bed in the other. Each room needs a armoire or a wardrobe. So we pay for that. Now, we don't have anything fancy. This is our, getaway apartment or guest apartment or utility apartment when the house is being fumigated, whatever. So we don't put in fancy furniture by any stretch. So we have relatively cheap armoires in both rooms, and then one in the living room as well to act as kind of a general storage. We have a couch in the living room. Again, nothing fancy. We have a television. We have a few chairs for the kitchen. We have furnished the kitchen with a refrigerator, a full-size refrigerator, with a toaster oven, a microwave, pots and pans and all those things. We put in a washing machine, not a dishwasher, but a washing machine for clothes. We put in, we pay for internet access, right? But in a furnished apartment, you often assume that'll be there. So we have expensive Teco fiber in there. So I have a really good backup. If anything goes wrong at my house, I can go over to the apartment and do uploads from there, or I can use both if I need more bandwidth, I guess. We have outdoor furnishings, right? Because we have a patio. It's very small. We have a little table and 4 chairs. That's the majority of what's there. Plus, we air condition it, right? So we put in 2 air conditioning units. I think 1 got taken out now because we really never used the second room. So we sent that to one of our properties. Just no need for it there. But the space is incredibly comfortable. We have nice beds and stuff. What's important is you add all that up, and our furnishings there are easily costing us $1,000. I'm sorry, $2,000, maybe $2,500 to furnish the apartment. So if you think about if you want to rent that from us, which we do not rent this apartment, so that's moot. That's not the point. If it was to be a business, obviously we have to rent $180 just to cover the rent that we pay. Then to cover the cost of the furnishings, let's say that we had to cover that over the course of 2 years. And let's modify the numbers and say it's $2,400 is what we paid, so it's an even number. That's $200 per month for 2 years. So that makes it $380 a month to have a furnished apartment. And one of the reasons we have to do that is because people destroy things really quickly, and you have to be ready for really bad damage. right? So, um, so the beds tend to hold out, but a refrigerator can easily be damaged. A TV can really easily be damaged. There's just constantly, when you rent to people, typically your furnishings go through a lot of wear and tear. So replacing nearly everything every 2 years is actually reasonable. So it's not like you're making an investment over the course of 2 years. You're actually spending $200 a month as long as someone is renting the apartment. So if you add in the cost of my internet, which is like $75 per month, we'll just make it an even number, right? So let's say it's $70. So now suddenly the rent plus the furnishings plus the internet is $450 per month. Now we have to make some profit on top of that, right? Or it's, why would we rent it out to someone? That makes no sense. We're taking on risk. What if they stole things? We would just lose money, right? So we have to make money. We have to make a minimum of $100 a month, or it's not even, I mean, even at $100 a month, my business partners would be like, why would you ever come up with this amount of expense and this amount of risk and only make $100 a month? Our risk is so high, it's not worth it. All it takes is people being a little bit rougher on the furniture. All it takes is someone stealing the microwave, and suddenly we're losing money over a year's lease. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I guess that would be extreme, just a microwave. But you get the point that you just, it's very difficult to make money. At that, you need to make a little bit more when you have that much risk. Because furnishings are so easy to steal or damage. It's not like an apartment where you're like, concrete walls, what are you going to do? You can't steal it. And it's very hard to damage without doing something that's going to land you in jail, right? Setting it on fire or something. So furnishings introduce, you notice that it was $200 a month on a $180 apartment. It's more than 100% just for the furnishings. Then the wear and tear and risk go on top of that. And so the furnishings dramatically increase the cost of the apartment. If you were to rent the apartment from us unfurnished, we might be happy getting $225 a month. We don't have any furnishings in, we don't have to put in any big investment, our cost is per month, we're not front loaded. All right, yeah, we have it. We're willing to take on the long-term lease in order to make a tiny bit of money on the short term. Plus you have people take it 3 months here, 3 months there. You got to pay for all that stuff when they're not there too. Of course, there's no wear and tear. So the numbers are just difficult. So as someone renting, you come in and say, wow, $180 apartment. This would be really nice. How much is it furnished? $600. That's more than triple the cost. Let's say it's exactly triple. It's triple the cost. That seems excessive just to have furnishing. Well, it is. Except it has to be. It's just the way it works. And of course, it's our furnishings, not your furnishings. So they're not brand new in many cases, and they're not exactly what you want. Well, when you take that same number and say, well, I'm going to be staying there for a year, that's $1,200 that I could, I'm sorry, not $1,200, that is $2,400 that I could spend at $200 per month. I could buy most of this furniture and own it. And then I would make sure I don't ruin it. And I'd make sure I don't steal it from myself, right? And so the risk is basically zero when you buy your own furnishings. So one of the biggest costs goes away. And then suddenly, suddenly you're in a position where furnishing your own apartment can easily be cheaper than getting one that is furnished. And if you decide to leave after a year, you can sell that stuff used. At best, you're going to get 50%. But if it was already close to a break even, getting 50% is a pretty good deal. So it's really easy as someone owning your own furnishings to make it make financial sense to buy your own, which sounds wild in American economics, but in Nicaraguan economics, it actually ends up being most likely the cheaper thing. Mark says, just curious what happens to your body if you pass away in Nicaragua. Can you be buried there like in the US? I imagine no. I think you'd have some big problems. Mark says, my wish is to be buried in a veteran cemetery, but I know they would not have them there. They do not. I was border patrol in the Army in Korea and the DMZ, 77/80, crazy days. Oh, those are the years. Yeah, so a couple problems here. Can you be buried here? Yes, I'm sure you can be buried here. However, one of the things that's difficult is that they don't embalm here. So typically here in Nicaragua, you are buried within 48 hours. I was talking to a friend from Venezuela who lives in Panama, and she was talking about funeral arrangements for a friend in England. And she was like, "What do they mean you're going to go and spend weeks dealing with this stuff? That doesn't make any sense at all." I'm like, "Oh, it's because you're not used to all the embalming." And she's lived all over the world, but she's never lived in a place that does the crazy embalming stuff that we do in England and the U.S. And so she was completely appalled by the idea that you wouldn't be buried and either cremated or buried within a day or two. Um, and for us, we're like, what? You can't even arrange a party that fast. Like, you got to have all this stuff. And so it's pretty crazy how different it is. Nicaraguans would be like, you want to do what with the body? Like, was this ancient Egypt? What are you doing? Like, we don't have the facilities for that. It's very strange. So how would they get your body back to the U.S. in that time? I have no idea. I imagine if you die here, it's super complicated. I don't know anyone who has died here, thankfully. So it's not something I really know, but it's a bit much. Do you suggest walking around the area you want to stay in, like in other countries, or by website? Always walking around, definitely not by website. There is no website here, so the impossibility of that answers. It's just the way you have to do it. Brent says, second, Luke's Eat or Not recommendation. Just finished season 1 and was stoked to hear there will be another season. Awesome. You would need to coordinate final remains transport out of pocket. No embalming here, so the clock is ticking. Yep, that's what I just said. Learn the neighborhood and do not trust web posted properties. Yeah, anything that's on the web, assume is fake, in one way or another. It may not be, but the chances are really high. If it's a really cheap barrio property, the chances that it's real or intended to be real gets reasonably high, meaning many people accidentally mispost because they just don't understand what it is they're posting. So we see all the time people post things in Cordoba or US dollars incorrectly because they don't know how to write the thing, or they don't know how Facebook is going to display it. And so they end up quoting prices that make absolutely no sense. And I've had people literally be like, I can get this apartment for $50. I'm going to go, get this or whatever. Or they think they're going to buy a house for $5,000 and it's actually 5,000 Cordoba per week or something, and they can't figure out. The people don't post the correct time periods or denominations for the money. And so the amount of misinformation is so high. You have to be, even if you're a Nicaraguan expert, and you do this all the time, you are often in a position of heavily guessing what the posting is supposed to mean. And they will post the number of bedrooms wrong, the number of bathrooms wrong, the descriptions wrong, and they often don't know because there aren't strict rules as to what the different things mean. And so you end up with some wacky situations where there's just tons of misunderstandings. And of course, it would get resolved before you actually get the place in those cases, normally. But it'll make your process essentially worthless. You put in all this time and effort, and then when it comes down to it, it turns out you had the price wrong, the property wrong, it's not a place you're actually interested in, or it's not a price you can afford, or whatever, right? Because we always lean towards it being the best case scenario, and the result is almost always the worst case scenario, because the other person is imagining the best case scenario for them. And so it typically is pretty bad. Janet says, one of my very best friends who owned a hostel when I was here died here in Leon in 2017. Since any family of hers lived in Canada, they took her body to Managua and she was kept in a morgue until the family came to Nicaragua. Oh, wow. Alex says, it sounds like you have a nice apartment and a good deal. Without the connections, what would the rate on your apartment? Sorry, I know it's a lot of questions. No. So I actually got the apartment a couple years ago for $180 before I really had any connections. Now I had a little bit. Like, I'd been in the country a little while. I had some stuff. So it was easier for me to get But I don't think we got a special deal. The person, it was offered to someone else. I was helping someone. This is my story of how I ended up at this apartment. I was helping someone else who is the subject of one of those crazy expats who lost their minds and is a psycho killer stories on the channel. They were looking for apartments and had engaged me to help look. This is back when we were still trying to help do that stuff, and we just can't because of that guy. And we looked at this apartment, and Marcela and I were both like, this is like the best apartment deal ever. Not that the price was so good. Like 180 is actually not that good. It's not bad, but it's not that good. But it's that the location is that good. It is such a great location. It's an area I'd been looking at for a year or two. I've been like, what a great area this is. Had no idea those apartments were there. Discovered these apartments while doing this for someone else, and he was all like, this isn't the right place for me. And we're both, Marcella and I were like, is he crazy? This place is perfect. But he decided not to get it. He then looked, so this is funny. I did not take the apartment because he looked at it first, and it was the right apartment for him, so I was waiting for him. We then went and looked at another house offered by the same person. Now that house I did not love anywhere near as much as this apartment. That one was $200 a month. However, that house Marcella fell in love with and was like, this is the perfect house. And then that guy didn't take that house either. And we're both like, what is wrong with him? Then he ended up taking another house. He did actually get a very good deal on the other house, but it was so wrong for him. I have no idea why he took it. It couldn't have been more poorly designed for him, and he lost his mind, and he turned out to be some kind of psycho. So, like, for real, like, people were scared. It was very, very bad. So he, because of this process, we ended up seeing this apartment and seeing this house. Well, Marcella was not in a position to take the house, and it rented very quickly, and she was very sad because it kind of became her dream house. And so she dreamed of having this house because it was in like the perfect location for her. It's the right size. She has 2 kids. She's a single mom. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 bath, cozy but plenty of space. I was describing it earlier, and both of these properties are on the show. Right? We filmed them at this time to put on the show, and we waited to post them until he had decided if he was taking one of the properties, and he never did. So the house ended up renting, the apartment did not. I eventually came back and said, hey, I would like this apartment. It was the same price that he would have gotten. He had no connections. He had only been in the country a week. So I didn't get anything special to get that apartment. What is special is that I've had it for a few years and the price has not changed. Probably if I was to give it up and someone else was to rent it, it would probably go up in price. But I've had it for that time. A year later, the house that Marcella liked so much became available again. And this time we were like, we just have to grab it because it's what makes sense. So we got her that house and she moved in, and that's where she lives. So she lives right next to the apartment, not right next, but like you could hear each other from the doorways. It's probably 150 meters apart. So very, very close. It's like the one backs up to the street that she's on. And so both of those are in my name. And so we definitely get a little bit of a deal because we have both properties now. So neither one moves in price. We pay them together. We pay every month. We've paid for years. So we're a sure bet for them. You know, we take care of a lot of our own maintenance issues, minor things. We just deal with it. We've added air conditioning to the one unit. We added a pad out back for laundry. We added a roof over the laundry. Like, we made some improvements because we were going to use it. And so it's worked out really well in that regard. And our housekeeper doesn't have enough to do at our house, which seems like she would, but she really doesn't. And so a couple times a week, she goes over and maintains the apartment as well. So that works out really well for us. And once in a while, she uses it and whatever, because we often don't use it. It's empty much of the time. And I think she likes working over there because it gives her a chance to go be completely alone. It's like, she has her own apartment while she works. There's TV, there's really good internet, there's, and most of the time it's an apartment, so she can clean it in probably 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. And then the only thing she has to do is laundry over there. So she has nothing to do. She can just take a nap. She can watch TV or whatever because she's just at this little apartment. But so it's not a deal where like I got this magical deal, but now I'm probably getting a discount. I would expect if you were to rent it today, it'd be between 200 and 220. But it's definitely in a prime location, so it definitely ups the price a little bit. Um, but if you were to really hunt around, I think you could find, if Luke or Federico was to really put in a bunch of time, they're pretty good at finding this stuff. I bet they'd find something equivalent for 160 to 180, maybe in not quite such a prime location. Like this is the only apartment with this particular set of locational features. So it's really perfect for us in a lot of ways. But you could find something really good to live in for a little bit less, just giving up a little bit on location. Janet says, since my family, she wanted to be cremated, but it was too expensive for them because she was quite heavy. So they buried her in somewhere in Managua. I have no idea where, sadly. Her brothers were not at all nice. Oh, that's very sad. Luke says, I found a purple unicorn on the high end of cost, 775 square feet, one bed, one bath, furnished, 450 a month. And think about that is high end cost in a way. 450 a month is expensive. It's a one bedroom, one bath, but it's furnished, so it has to be reasonably expensive. And like I was saying, ours is a 2 bedroom, one bath, probably more square feet than that, maybe not. I would estimate it would be around 600 a month. To rent it at this point, maybe a little bit less, maybe 550, but in that's a kind of the range that we would be in. It just has to be with the furnishings, but it can. That's a really good. I think I use my apartment as an example all the time because I've looked at a lot of real estate. This is one where I put in the effort and found a deal. It's definitely not the cheapest place I've found. Locals are like, yeah, that's a good price, but it's not like a wow price. It's just a good price. But everybody loves the location, right? And we use it for a lot of parties. Oh yeah, I should mention Luke has free internet, but it's really bad. And the one that I have has really good fiber, the same fiber that I stream on all the time and do all the show on. His has public water. Ours has public water. His electric is 10 to 20. Our electric, every time I've seen it, is between 10 and 11, even with the air conditioning. But that may have changed. Mark says, what is the best thing you like about living in Nicaragua? I mean, honestly, it's the culture, right? I like the people. I like the lifestyles. I like hanging out with Nicaraguans. That's super important and very ephemeral. But that's got to be my favorite thing. And that's why we stay in Leon. We have so many close friends, and it's it's easy to travel around. It's not like if we moved to Matagalpa, we'd never see our friends in Leon again. But there's something about our crew on a Friday night. We go out, and it's just loads of our people. A few of them are expats, but most of them are Nicaraguans, right? And we've become a part of the community, and it's a community that we really like. So that's been a big thing for us in Nicaragua in general, but Leon specifically. When I lived in Nicaragua in 2015, I lived in Granada, and we didn't have that feeling. We didn't have that feeling of community and stuff. Granada just didn't do it for us, and we knew way more expats than we did locals. We also didn't live as long there, but it was very it was a very different experience. And it's amazing that we moved back, and the things that we love most are things that we didn't get to experience the first time, and not in the times that I visited after that. And yet we still managed to get to. I mean, you can move just about anywhere and have really nice people. Yep, TJ, you're at least the sixth person to mention this on this particular video. It's been on the WhatsApp all day. Eric sent me a thing about it like 4 a.m. this morning, and it's been the topic all day. Yep, it's a mess, but it's not just that he's telling it all wrong. Like, obviously that was a planned all wrong. It was staged. But yeah, everyone's been asking me to do a response video to it, and I just don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if there's really a need to add more to that or what. Someone's asking about jellyfin. TG says, sorry, I was eating. You missed everything you were eating. But yeah, the community, the lifestyle in Nicaragua, that's my favorite thing. It really is. Um, right. Don't feed the crazy. I feel like that's where it is. Um, I do want to do a response video because those things are easy and entertaining, but it's just gonna be angry Scott doing a response video that isn't to me, right? When someone does stuff to me and I'm like responding to people being a jerk to me, it's like, hey, listen here. So I kind of, I think I earn it, right? But when it's just someone just being a general douche, making a video to be like, hey, this douche is being a douche. Well, guess what? People watch his channel because he's a douche. Like, that's his vibe. That's his thing. So who's going to care that I make a response video? His audience isn't watching because they want legit info. They want this jerky guy, right? And the people who actually care aren't fooled by him, and they're all saying to me, hey, make a response video. So it's like, I don't know. I want to, but I don't know that it benefits anyone in reality to do so, and may actually support him in his trolling, because that's what he's doing, right? It's a form of trolling that takes a bit more effort than just posting nasty comments or whatever, but because he's taking the time to go places and make false content. So yeah, is what it is. I just don't know that I can add productively to the conversation. But if anyone has an idea of how I can, let me know, and I'm certainly willing to entertain it. So I'm going to note something that people may not be thinking of. When we say use jellyfin, we mean in Nicaragua. Don't take that information and be like, I'm going to go follow all this information when I'm not in Nicaragua. Jellyfin itself, completely fine anywhere. But getting the movies and stuff that you put on it, the way that most people use it is not okay anywhere. It's only okay in Nicaragua. So don't just jump on that and be like, I can do that proactively before I go. If you really know what you're doing, you can. But otherwise, patience. But hold on, I'm going to... Yeah, never argue with a fool or a troll, right? Because it's all just a setup. There's no winning. There's no upside. So yeah, it gnaws at me that there's this BS going on out there, and what can we do about it? But there's really nothing we can do about it, I don't think. So I feel a little bit helpless, but it is what it is. But anyway, I was saying, I use my apartment quite often as an example of how easy it is to live really well in Nicaragua, because for me, it's a perfectly comfortable apartment. If it was just me, I didn't have kids and stuff, it would be so easy to set up the second bedroom as an office. And I do a few things to make the master more comfortable, right? I'd add like a nice Persian rug, not a real one, right? But something along those lines, not that expensive. I'd upgrade the TV. I'd put in a bigger TV. I'd add a nice switch and add some Ethernet cables. It's got a drop ceiling, so I'd run some cables through the ceiling. I'd add a new access point. I'd add an air fryer to the kitchen. I'd switch out the couch. I'd add some window treatments. If it was mine full time, I'd probably actually add a third air conditioning unit, just so that I had the option of the whole place being air conditioned. If if I own the place, I would swap out the windows and go to modern windows. It's just a few windows. It would make such a difference. Um, I'd make the front more of a garden. There's a little bit of things I'd do compared to what it is now. But if that was mine and that was my place, I would make those changes. And for not very much money, because it's a small space, that place would be so comfortable. It's not a ton of space, but if it was just me, and it's plenty for entertaining, right? You have a friend come over, you want to watch TV, or you have a friend come over that are like staying, you have plenty of space for whatever. Have a couch that pulls out into, you don't even need that second bedroom because I made my office in there, right? Make a pull-out couch for guests that want to crash in the living room or whatever. Maybe add a hammock out back. Like, it could be a nice, really nice place to live at very low cost, right? 180 a month, plus the internet, right, and the electric. So that recurring, so I pay extra. Let's say you're not me, you're a normal person with normal internet, and you're paying 40 a month. That 180 becomes 220, and let's say you're paying 20 in electric just to be safe, that becomes 240. It's a great example that even without cutting corners, you're paying 240 a month for electric, internet, and your apartment. And then let's say you drop a little bit, 4,000 to get all the furnishings to make it really comfy. Nice couch, nice bed, big TV, right? A few of those things. And the air conditioning units, right? 3 air conditioning units. They're $450 each. And you really can make do with just 2 and cool the whole place. That we've done that as it is. And that's without window treatments to make it more sealed. Like, there's so much you could do to so easily make it more efficient. It could be this small, but so comfortable place. You stay there for years, and that monthly cost is basically fixed. And and you put in Jellyfin, like we've been talking about, instead of paying for Netflix and all that stuff. You don't have those costs. Like, seriously, you can live on such a small budget, and it's in a spot where Petitos Jaw delivers everything in the city. You're in a spot where you don't need a car. It does have a parking spot for a car, but you don't need one. You can have food delivered, and you can walk to a number of places, and you can take the public transportation from right out front of the apartment in both directions, to the beach and to the city. You've got everything at like no cost. It is so perfect as an example of a comfortable but not flashy Nicaraguan, super safe experience. It's a safe neighborhood in a safe part of town, and it's in a gated, locked apartment complex. So there's only 4 apartments in the complex, and they're gated inside. So to get to your front door, you have to go through a really hefty barrier. Like really tall, like, I don't know, 25 foot. I don't know if it's really that tall, but it's really way tall. Big. It's meant to stop cars because it's meant for parking for cars. And so that's locked all the time. And if someone was trying to break in there, all the neighbors look right at it. Like, it'd be really obvious that someone was trying to break in. And then if you did break into that, you still have to break into your apartment, right? And then there's other apartments that can hear you, and someone who broke in would be stuck with you, right? So all these people could get to them. It's really safe, and the police are really close. So it really is a good location. It's really popular with professors and teachers. That's who mostly lives in the neighborhood. And then the family across the street own a pretty big business. So there's a thriving business across the street. So it's relatively busy, which is perfect for security because they own the building. So you have like this extra security of a busy business right there. And the owners are local. Like, the owner's dad lives in one of the apartments. Like, it's just like, it's the best combination of so cheap, so safe, so comfy, and so accessible. It's like my win-win apartment. I probably will never give it up. Never argue with you. Personally, I wouldn't make a video to address him, but I would leave an informative and heartfelt response to your love of Nicaragua. No reason to give him additional views. Comment on his video. Even commenting, it increases the amount that YouTube shares it, and no one sees it. He'll never, trust me, as someone who gets these, like, if he's got that many people, he'll never see it. Luke says, still can't get Petitos Jaw app or website to recognize my address, so it won't list any restraints in Matagalpa. Finally got Chafela's app to acknowledge my address by basically writing it backwards. Oh, that's weird. I often don't use my real address. I use a description. Cool RLD says, how do you find online work needing legitimate websites for customer service type of afraid to move without jobs? We are having a hard time choosing here or there. I am Nika and his U.S. citizen. So I have no idea. Customer service is very tough because it's such a competitive thing, and most places are willing to hire non-Americans for customer service. So finding American customer service jobs is one of those needle in a haystack kind of things. It just basically doesn't exist. As a company that does that work, we are not allowed to hire Americans. It's if you're American, you're not eligible. So that's a really common thing that places will not hire Americans for that type of work. Someone will only hire Americans for that work, right? But that's what you're trying to find. This idea that there's like websites with online work, my opinion as someone who doesn't look for work of that type is that these don't exist. That's never how we found work. In the past, now I understand that right now finding work of any sort for anyone is super hard and there's no easy answers. But when I was out, wait, TJ, we didn't see Army Matey? Yeah, I did see that. Your pirate comment. Yeah, I got it. I got it, TJ. Yeah. So finding customer service work or whatever, the thing that I think you need to do is focus on what job skills you have and apply in a traditional way, right? Any website that had legitimate online work would be saturated and every job would be gone in seconds. There would be endless competition because if there was a system for that, it would all be gone because everybody wants it. Everybody. And there are people willing to do customer service work with a lot of skills because there's just not enough online work for people. People will take whatever they can get at any American rate. So that's going to be very difficult. If you want to find online work, you really need to focus on what skills you have that set you apart from generic. Customer service on its own is a generic skill, unfortunately. Yes, it's more than just being able to show up to work. You got to be friendly. You got to learn the scripts. You got to figure out but it's considered generally unskilled work pool, and it's any job that is people say work online, and so teaching English, customer service, call center, all those things. One, mostly they're outsourced to non-Americans, and two, they're going to well, he's Nika, but he's in the U.S. So presumably he's able to work cool RLD presumably can work in the U.S. because that's where they live. I'm assuming. Otherwise, you can't get U.S. work. You have to get Nika work. But assuming. Alex is a recruiter 100% remote. Wait, Alex, are you 100% remote or do you recruit 100% of people remote? Focus on your skills and go after it like traditional jobs, right? So if you were looking for in-person work, it's a little bit easier because you have a location to narrow down to, but you say, okay, here's the things I'm able to do. What companies could I work at? And then you go after those, right? I was in the past years ago a recruiter. Must be what she means. I had a recruiter that I worked with for 15 years. He just died recently. I was talking to his partner, and he's like, "Yeah, he passed away." I'm like, what? He was quite a bit younger than me. Like, holy cow. So cool RLD, I assume both of you have the right to work in the US. That's an important question for figuring this out. Oh, yeah, recruiters might be the way to go for us from what it seems. Well, recruiters are mostly the way there's been to go for a long time. Maybe there was a time period, and I mean this, like maybe there was a time period where that went away. Um, but I've worked with recruiters since the mid 90s, and while there are ways around them, they are few and far between because recruiters generally are working with the hiring managers and provide a layer of simplification. So a lot of places just work through recruiters, uh, and they don't want to deal with anything else. Marmar says, if I put $30,000 on a piece of buildable land, would that qualify me? In no way whatsoever. Property and real estate investments are not valid for investment visa. That is a common thing in a lot of countries. Nicaragua, it is 100% business investment. Not only do you have to show a legitimate business, it has to be pre-approved by the Department of Tourism. It has to be a functional business that takes customers. It must have a business site where business is taking place. You must be inspected as a running business, and that business must have a minimum of 2 employees for which you are paying their taxes. Just they have legal taxes the normal way you do with employees to ins, and you have to demonstrate all of that and that it is a fully registered business operating in good tax standing, both with tax revenue service DHE and with the social security service ins. All of that must be shown. So property, if you buy $30,000 of property, that is $30,000 lost. That will in no way go towards your business investment. You're welcome to buy the property, that's fine, but it doesn't get you anywhere. But yeah, cool RLD. I would say recruiters definitely. That is start talking to recruiters. All my good jobs, every job I ever got over 200,000 a year was always through recruiters in the old days. Um, it's if you're looking for local work where you can walk in, recruiter is generally not very helpful. But if you're looking for something where you have to get past barriers, recruiters are the ones that move past that HR barrier in a lot of cases. Do you think they will ever change that? The investment thing? Absolutely not. They have no interest in selling land. That is not what they want done. They want investment. Could they change it? Yeah, but would it make sense? No, that would be crazy. Already they have the easiest process for getting into the country. There's no reason to make it easier. If you're able to invest, you're able to do so many things. To welcome in more people to come in and purchase land in Nicaragua, that is the last thing that they want, right? Nicaragua is not in the business of loads of people that are just random, and they got burned by people buying land between like 2012 to 2018. They do not want that behavior. That is so negative. It's one of the most damaging things to the country. Not the act of buying land, not that Marmar's idea is negative. It's that thousands of Americans and Canadians came in, did exactly that, and then took off and abandoned that land. And Nicaragua has very strong property laws that they don't want to have to give up. And abandoned land causes major problems. It is a way for, if you think about it, if the United States, and the United States would never do this, but the United States has the money to literally buy at Nicaragua prices all of the viable land in Nicaragua and just not let anyone use it. And that's essentially what's happened in swaths of the country already, is that and they didn't do this through a concerted effort. This was not a plot, but loads of people came in, got, in most cases, scammed by real estate scammers, bought loads of land, literally legally own it, and then found out that they got scammed, and they just take off and they abandon the land, and they intentionally, in some cases, leave it abandoned just to screw over a community of people they now hate because they took the being scammed by another American and turned it into a hatred of Nicaragua, and they're willing to lose money to damage it. And so it is a thing that Nicaragua really wants to avoid happening. And so, if anything, I would see laws making that less capable I can't imagine a law making it more capable. Cool says, I keep telling my friends to subscribe to my channel. Well, thank you so much. Hopefully they do. I need lots of subscribers. It's all I get out of this. Tiffany says, you mean people who came in and abandoned the land? Yes. So famously, right, just as an example, there is a whole hillside in San Juan del Sur. It should be some of the most prime real estate in the country. Absolutely beautiful location. It should be built into just a hillside of gorgeous homes, every single one of which has a sunset view. The entirety of that region is empty because it was a large land scam. A group, for some reason, they targeted U.S. doctors who are a very vulnerable population. Going after doctors is a lot like going after the elderly. Doctors have a tendency to have gained a certain amount of wealth and gone through an education system that teaches them to respond in a way that is very dangerous for themselves. No, it's not necessary. Not every doctor is like that, but a doctor, a medical doctor in the United States has an extremely high degree of being easy to scam. They're very vulnerable to scams because of their background. And so they preyed on doctors and did a real estate scam. And so like basically this whole hillside was purchased by different doctors because that's who this scam was targeting. And then everyone found out that they had been scammed and they had paid way too much, like, I don't know, $50,000 for plots of land that are worth like, $3,000. And then nobody was willing to build because everyone else had been scammed. No one was willing to be the first one in, or the second one, or the third one. And so everyone just abandoned it. And because the doctors abandoned building on the land, the builders abandoned putting in roads, water, electricity, all those things. There's no infrastructure. So even if you got one of those plots of land, you can't use it because you would need to get all the plots of land, take over the entire complex, put in the infrastructure, and then start building houses. But because those doctors are pissed off and all separate, no one can get them together and say, hey, we need to buy it all, and no one's willing to buy some of it. And so it's a situation where they've basically parceled out the land in such a way that essentially guarantees it is gone for all time. One of the most expensive and valuable pieces of property, and we're talking millions and millions of dollars worth of land alone, is lost to Nicaragua because eminent domain does not permit them to simply re-seize it and do something with it. And the people who own it are basically caught in a gridlock where no person can start fixing these problems. So it's a major issue. Alex says, what area in Leon would you recommend for safety, walkability to everything you need? Leon isn't a super walkable city. The areas that are super walkable to most things, probably I would recommend Saragossa. And if Janet's here, she'll jump in and be like, Saragossa! She loves it there. La Barrio is pretty good. El Centro is fine. You do get a little bit of a criminal element in El Centro. But are you walking around at 3 a.m. to go do your grocery shopping? You might be at risk. Are you walking around at, 7 p.m.? No, there's no risk, right? Like, it only becomes dangerous when it's like crazy middle of the night. So those areas are really good and pretty much walkable to things. Saragossa has La Colonia, the big grocery store. La Barria, where I used to live, I would walk to the Saragossa La Colonia and walk back. That's a little bit extreme. Again, I'm a bad example. I will carry things and walk really far compared to most people. So that might be a bit much, but it's still pretty walkable. And you've always got the mini marts. I live in Sutiava. It's a little bit far out to get to like grocery stores, but it's not bad. But it wouldn't be walkable. Like, you'd be like, oh yeah, no, I do. Grocery store's too far to walk. Could I? Yeah, but it would be really annoying. Now I live really far out in Sutiava. Obviously there's much closer bits of Sutiava that you'd be like I said, it'd just be a little bit annoying. Where I am, you'd be like, is Scott crazy? Those are the main barrios. I think those are the ones. A lot of people, so really safe is Fatima, but there's no grocery store. Oh, that's not true. Okay, Fatima, it's a different La Colonia. That one may work. Fatima is really safe as well. There's Janet. Saragossa is wonderful. There happens to now be 3 places around the corner for us for sale. The new one also says for rent. It's next to the one that Don almost rented, the pink one. Tiffany says, I've heard of countries that set rules and regulations. For example, build in 1 to 3 years, or we will put it up for sale. Yeah, that's a lot of places that have more rapid development do that. Nicaragua has always opted for really strong property ownership laws, and so there are. Oh, Claire's here. We're in Fatima. Walk to Paseo Real all the time. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The La Colonia Paseo Real. I had forgotten about it. Whenever I'm thinking of Fatima, I forget how close it is because I never go to Paseo Real and Fatima at the same time. So I go to them on different roads and forget that they connect. Not a lot of restaurants in Fatima, but next to Paseo Real, like the new Trattoria is there, and Summer is there, and of course there's Jalisco, but there's that new kind of I don't know what to call it, kind of food courty kind of place right in the middle of Fatima that looks pretty good. Um, and of course, there's a couple things in Paseo Real. There's a couple street places. Fatima's nice, a little bit pricey, right? But really nice. A little bit farther from downtown. So if you're looking to go to like concerts and stuff, that's farther. But to like get some basic food, go to the grocery store. I mean, the Paseo Real is the mall, right? So you're able to walk to the mall. So you've got a Chinese store in there. You've got De Todo, which is like the traditional dollar store kind of thing. You got a couple clothing stores. You've got a Libreria, like a stationery store, school supply store. You've got the coffee shop, Casa del Cafe is in there, Subway is in there. There's a Pizza Hut in there. There's a nice gym, one of the nicer gyms in the city is there. A little bit more expensive, but really nice. A lot of people drive there just for that. Fatima's got beautiful houses available, like really nice stuff. Watch my videos on so all of those. La Barrio, I've got a million videos because I lived there for a long time. Saragossa, I did a video for Janet when Janet was looking for a house in Saragossa. She had me walk every single street in the barrio, so it's a long video, but you can see every inch of Saragossa in that video. And Fatima, I've got some older videos that I've shown quite a bit of Fatima, so you can get a feel for it because they are quite different. Like you see Saragossa, you're like, kind of inner city, and you see Fatima, and you'll be like, whoa, what is this? Like this is not what I pictured, and that stuff. So yeah. Tiffany says so strong that they allowed these people to sell land in San Juan del Sol and just walk away. Yeah, it's really tough. Jan says, I didn't make you do that. I'm pretty sure I have messages where you said, I need you to go do this. It's a tough one on property laws, partially because Nicaraguans are so poor that Nicaraguans need protections from, imagine you're a Nicaraguan, you save up, you buy some land, and then someone wants to take your land. So they go and they somehow create a problem for you. Maybe they sue you or something, and they have a lot of lawyers, and they tie you up in court until, you didn't have money and time to build. Too bad, we're taking your land. And then they have connections with City Hall, and they get to know when the land's going to be available. They put in a bid. And if this was the United States, which also doesn't do this, right? But if this was the United States and the U.S. had a process by which you could tie someone up so that they didn't have the resources to build their house when they bought land, and if you knew the mayor's office, you could be like, hey, let me know when that's going to be on the market. People would do that all the time. It would be a standard process to steal land. And then the government would be like, like the City Hall would be like, this is amazing. People spend $30,000, we get the tax revenue, and then we just take the land. And there's a process, right? 3 years they didn't build, we just take it, right? And so it's really easy to do that. You got to have really good assurances that nothing's going to hold up building. Or if I went to a place and they're like, you have to build within 3 years, I'd be like, oh hell no, I'm not investing in this country. All it takes is them not issuing a permit fast enough, and Fatima is part of Leon. Not its own city. None of these things are its own city. All these things are like, if I was to go from the cathedral in downtown Leon and run as fast as my old fat ass can go, I could be in Fatima in 20 minutes on foot. I could be in Saragossa in 10. It's just that Saragossa is so close that you walk to the center for food, and Fatima is just far enough away that you hop in a pedal cab to go downtown for food. I have walked to and from Fatima. I have walked from the far side of the city to Fatima, right, from Sutiava to Fatima, but that's me. So, oh, Luke says early class tomorrow. Audio, y'all. We're actually up to 22 people right now. We're pretty busy for Thursday night, especially with the odd time and everything. Yeah, I'd be really worried. So, for example, as someone who has bought land and plans on really, really investing in my community, and has, right? I bought multiple properties where the community was looking at major collapse, and I came in and made large scale investments to prop up the community. I have current offers out to buy places now. I own land where I plan on developing, like big plans, big development. But we had to buy that land when it became available. We didn't have any option to wait, and that's often the case. We're investing wherever we can. If Nicaragua said, "Oh, you can't build, you can't keep land you don't build on for 3 years," we would have bought none of it, and we would leave, right? Like we would be done. That would be it. All of that real investment we would just take away. And part of the reason is I've had land for 3 years that we've not built on, but we're not keeping it from developing. We are going to build on it, right? We're just busy building a few streets away currently to develop those places. We're trying to do where it makes the most sense in multiple places. And so when you're looking at a place that's like a residencia and it's like lodifications and there's a ton of protection, it's one thing. But when you're looking at kind of land and you have a lot looser rules, having build rules could do a lot of damage. So many families buy land and set it aside for their kids or so forth, and have long-term plans. And because you can't get loans in Nicaragua, a lot of people have to buy land and wait 10 or 20 years before they can build a house on it. But that they're building their legacy, they're building their multi-generational home, like we are. Like we plan on this being not just our home, but this is our children's home. And realistically, it's many of our friends' homes are going to be on that property. We've had long-term plans that Marcela and her family are going to live on that property. We've been talking about that for a long time. Not just we, but her as well, right? That's where she wants to be, on that property, because it just makes a lot more sense. So we have this huge investment that impacts many families. And my kids, we expect it to be their forever home as well as ours. So a lot of the design and planning is going into making a place that is right for them long term. And yeah, they plan on, during their early 20s, they probably are going to move around a bit, but they plan on always having their foot partly in our community in Nicaragua. So they're not necessarily looking at moving abroad, they're partially looking at moving to Managua, right? But eventually this is almost certainly going to be where they end up, just because it will be their home, it will be their stability, it will be the place built for them. And so those are things that would go away if we had this like really big pressure to, okay, you got land, you got to build now. Us and so many Nicaraguans would be like, oh no, just not, it's not worth it. Irma says, "Usted vender su casa, Scott? Will you sell your house?" Which house are you referring to, Irma? I mean, the answer is, I'm sure no, but I own a lot of places. Which one are you referring to? Tiffany says, "I feel for the Nicas. Some Nicas better go squat over in that land and take domain." They should. The problem is they'd have to squat without resources. So the way that it works, so squatting is a very long-term thing, and that land is highly visible. And so all it takes is someone, this is the problem, is that it's really easy for someone to hurt the squatters in that particular case. I've certainly thought about that. Because that is what would be great, but it's so visible. The entire city of San Juan del Sur would be looking right at them, and they have to squat for like more than 10 years, and they have to make a substantial financial contribution to the property, which means they'd be investing in a place with no utilities, where they'd be stuck for a decade, and at any moment up until the last day, every single person in town can be like, I'm just going to call up this doctor and screw this guy over because I don't want him getting free land. I didn't get free land. I'm not going to let him have it, right? All it takes is one person being vindictive, and all it takes is one of those doctors being evil. They're like, I'm not letting some Nika take my land. They're already damaging. If they cared, they would sell it. They're holding on to it out of spite. And so the fear is that that spite will cause them to go out of their way and spend more money to ruin the lives of potential squatters. So yeah, that would be a great thing to have happen. I don't see it happening. I think it would be a crazy risk for a squatter to take. If you want to squat, there's so many places in the country where you could squat for 10 years and nobody would know. There are so many abandoned properties for different reasons, not out of spite, just out of complications. Sometimes property is forgotten. There are, in Las Piñitas alone, 20 properties that you could effectively squat on today. And, you know, as long as you didn't piss off the neighbors and as long as you didn't get really unlucky of somebody showing up, you could easily end up owning that property in a decade. And honestly, as a member of the community, you come do that, you put 10 years into improving one of those crappy spots, and you get it away from the people who own it, good for you. You're the neighbor I want to have. Tiffany says they can see that you're a part of that community, though. Yes, they can, right? And it would be like, we're going to take your land. We'd be like, we're standing right here. And they're like, all right, right? So, but it's a risk if they were like, no, you have to start building, and they just decided that the law let them be jerks about it. That would be bad, right? And all it takes is one official that doesn't like you, and if there's a law that says they can cause this problem, they might decide to do so. And so as much as I wish there was a middle ground, and I mean, I wish that there was a middle ground chosen, right? Where they're like, okay, in a situation where there's like determined to be gridlock, there is a way to force building or infrastructure or some kind of eminent domain, something. And, you know, ignoring San Juan del Sur, which is one problem, come look at Las Piñitas, which is a different one. We're an old beach, not old like Ponaloya, but we're pretty old. And we are full of properties that have fallen down. They're worthless. We'll pick the worm farm as an example. A Chinese business long ago built a worm farm. This is how cheap the property was. They decided a worm farm on the beach made sense. So there's this ugly, old, terrible concrete structure that's all just destroyed. But it used to be a worm farm. It is a pretty good part of town. It would be a perfect spot for somebody, but it takes a whole bunch of cleanup to make it usable. Not that there's worms in there, right? But there's a spot where you could come in and potentially have a really nice home. But the investment is big. So no squatter is going to be willing or able to take the kind of risks it would take to make it a livable property. But no business wants to come in and clean it up. It's just too much work, and no one's sure how to buy it. It's not for sale. No one knows where the owner is. They've been gone for decades. So at best, you've got rumors of a person somewhere, probably in another country. What the heck? And it's probably a property that they let go in their minds long ago. It was probably a business. They invested and they said, oh, you know what? At best, we're going to sell this place for $5,000. It'll cost us more than $5,000 to try to sell this place. Let's just abandon it. And so this is my guess. So they probably left the country. They probably left no forwarding address. There's probably no one to get a hold of. And so the property is now worthless. And yes, a squatter could come in and fix it, but squatters can compete against other squatters. Squatters can have problems with the neighbors. Squatters can have an owner show up thinking that, you know, they're just going to check in every 10 years to make sure there's no squatters, whatever. There's so many risks for a squatter to go in there that this is an example of, I wish there was some kind of eminent domain. This is clearly an abandoned property. This is clearly falling apart. This is clearly really impacting our community. What can we do to get these places? I remember watching your videos and seeing so many abandoned properties. I hate to see them. It's real. And there's a couple different processes that cause abandoned properties in the way that there is. And it's very difficult. And all of us out on the beach, especially, right? In the city, you don't notice it so much. On the beach, it's really prevalent that it's not every other property, but there's times where it feels like every other property is an abandoned location. And you're just like, how can the beach be all abandoned properties? This is the spot that everybody wants, but no one can buy. And that's why, if you ever, watch my interview with Jeff from Bramwell from Playa Tesoro, they put in 20 years accumulating the properties to build back a single beach property, right? And even so, they had to deal with squatters and all kinds of problems. But they made their business off of fixing these old problems and going through all kinds of legal hassles and tracking people down and really complicated things to be able to put together a beach property. I just realized that the cleaner took my water bottle away that I used to drink water, and now that's why I don't have a water cup. Hold on just a second. I have to find a cup for my water. I mean, I'm in a suite with glassware and stuff. There's got to be something, but I was keeping a bottle because it was convenient. Oh, there's a toaster. There's nothing good to drink water out of in this room. How is that the case? All right, here I come. I found a glass. It was in the dishwasher. Patricia will appreciate that it was in the dishwasher. Ta-da! Mark says, Buenas noches, mi amigo. Es tarde en la costa este. He's on the East Coast, and he is tired. He's in Ohio. It's not really the coast. Good night, Mark. Have a good one. Tiffany says, I remember watching your videos and saying, I was out of order. Yeah, that's one of the big things. If I ever get to the point where I have a little bit of excess money and time, putting together a crew that goes after abandoned properties, I would love to have. And honestly, that would be a great show, right? Like, we could have our own YouTube show that's like rescuing abandoned Nicaragua. But the YouTube show will never make enough money to pay for itself on its own, but it would be a really interesting show, having a crew that goes out and, like, Las Bonitas is just a perfect example. Go down the street, identify everything that looks like an abandoned property, and begin doing deed and ownership and land searches to figure out who owns what, put together the pieces, and figure out who can be reached, so that they can, rescue whatever they can. It wouldn't be all of them, certainly, but 2 or 3, very likely. It's just that no one knows which ones to go after. Like, I use the worm farm as an example, and that one we're pretty sure is problematic. But there's a load of places. Some of them are in halfway decent shape. Some are completely worthless. It's all over the map, but they're out there, and all it takes is finding one. And along the beach, there's no bad property on the beach, right? Some are small, some are big, some are whatever. But all of them are good enough for a house or an apartment or a store or a restaurant or whatever. Something. Beaches always need something. Rescuing Nicaragua. Yeah, right? Like that could be a cool thing. We could have every other episode would be about rescuing animals, and then the other one would be about rescuing properties and have like a whole thing. If I could just get donations to come in fast enough to cover, but like how much would that be? We would need to bring in like, I don't know, $5,000 a month. And we could employ a few people to go out and do this stuff full time. And at $5,000 a month, we would eventually be able to come up with enough money to actually buy a property. Like it could be done. I've got a couple ideas like that where I feel like we're so close to something, but how do you get people to donate enough money to make the process work? That's the difficult thing, because it does take a lot of money, because it's like, okay, you got to pay people to do this, and then you got to pay people to actually get the property, and then you got to do something with the property, right? Like there's just a lot of pieces. Although we don't have to do a lot with the property. If we got properties and cleaned them up and did stuff, hey Freddie, that is one hell of a title, right? Maybe I should make that. Here's the thing, guys. Figure out how we can fund this. That's where I am terrible at coming up with money for things, because I hate asking people for money. Okay, I'm able to do it when I'm asking you for a coffee, and I'm able to do it when I'm asking to help out with like people who are in medical need for Nikas. But being like, hey, I've got this like quasi business idea that basically all the money goes into fixing problems in Nicaragua. For me, this would be like a dream thing to be doing, is have a show, and because I love making YouTube shows, in case you didn't know, and I love fixing things in Nicaragua, in case that wasn't obvious, and I'd love to do a thing where we're rescuing animals, right? And we can do a show that's like all the positive, here's the great stuff that's going on, and you can imagine there must be bad things, that's why we have to rescue them, but we're not going to show you the bad stuff because none of us can handle that. And you know, let's meet all the dogs and cats we've rescued this month and show the clinics going on and find homes for things and you know, all this great stuff. But then have like a team that goes out and looks for abandoned properties like this. That would be amazing. And then we could be like, okay, so this property, this was originally abandoned by this family. We've tracked down all their kids, and we put all their kids on the show. And it's like, and they're all like kids, they're like in their 60s, 70s, right? All right, all you guys, this is, I'm just checking what's going on with my camera here. Charged, ta-da. We've got them all together, and these 4 kids, they've had this property for years. We've raised $8,000 through our community, and we're gonna buy this property from them, so each of the kids gets $2,000, and we're going to take this property. It's got, you know, decrepit remains on it, like of a building, not people, and we're going to bring in a crew, and we're going to tear all this down. We're going to level the ground. We are going to find some investment dollars, and we're going to set up a pulperia. We're going to build a house. We're going to you know, put in a parking lot. We're going to put in a park. This was an eyesore. We have no business. There's no need for anything here, but we're going to take this thing that was ugly and that was useless to Nicaragua, and we're going to turn it into a wooded area or something, right? It doesn't have, or we're going to put, you know, endangered trees or something into this area. Anything not like this? Yes, I know. You know, it would, and then show, here's how we're making Nicaragua better, one plot of land at a time. And it could even be like, we did all the cleanup, now this plot of land is available for sale for $9,000 because we put in months of putting all the people together so that we could clean up the title, and now it's got a single owner and it can be sold. Right? Things like that, like we could make a big difference really quickly. And if we did it well, right, we clean one up, and then it becomes a business, or it sells, or it becomes an apartment or something that in theory brings in a small amount of money. And over time, that would contribute to the next one, right? So if we just sell a plot of land, but there's a small profit, that small profit goes towards buying the next place. So we can do it a little bit faster or a little bit bigger. And this is just like the idea I had that I would absolutely love to do, where we go in and like go into like the barrios of Managua, could be anywhere, and find a block that has like one house that's just terrible, and we buy that terrible house and we tear it down or we fix it, and we take it from being the worst thing on the block to being the best thing on the block, and we film the whole process. Here's the cost of construction, here's the crew we found, here's what we did, here's how we decorated, here's the materials we used, here's where we went shopping, here's challenges we ran into, here's what we found when we dug under this, here's show what it was like, show what it becomes, and show how we can turn bad properties into beautiful properties, and how we can make really good living in areas that feel like they wouldn't be, and use it as, yes, a way to improve neighborhoods, and hopefully, yes, a way to maybe make an apartment that would then rent out for $100 a month and bring in a few dollars of profit to contribute to the next place, but also use it as an inspiration for expats who may be like, I want a slightly different life. I want to do something off the beaten path and not just take the easy path through life or whatever. I'm going to go into the barrio. I'm going to find one of these crazy houses that's in such bad shape. I'm going to have the adventure of rebuilding it, and then I'm going to live in this place that I've poured my blood, sweat, and tears into, and it's amazing and beautiful and in the middle of a barrio, and it's going to be this really great experience where I get to integrate into this little community where I've done these things, and then I can go adopt some animals from our show because they all need adopted, right? And what a great potential experience that could be. And one of my things that I'm really passionate about is figuring out how to get expats to want to live spread out throughout the country. Not just some of us in different cities, but even if we're in Managua, what about being in different barrios around Managua? Why are there no expats in Villa Libertad? Why are there no expats in Venezuela? Why are there no expats in Bella Horizonte? Right? Well, because they're rough, and because no one knows how to get into them, and no one knows what to do. But what if we went in and pioneered that? Right? I know Villa Libertad a little bit. So we go into Villa Libertad. We can easily, for all time, buy itty-bitty, terrible shape houses that are run down, abandoned, whatever, but it's in the middle of the city. So there's an opportunity for building a really nice place, fixing up the street outside, making, and it's unbelievable how much taking the eyesore of a block and turning it into the shining example on a block turns a block around. And suddenly everyone's like, oh, I could repaint my house. I could plant another tree out front. And pretty soon you have a tree-lined, beautiful street, and you're like, whoa, this is great. And you can go through the barrios of Nicaragua. You can go through the barrios of Leon, and I've shown these before, where there's some pretty rough barrios that clearly were built with some nice planning. And you might be in like, oh, this area feels rough, yet they have beautiful planters and tree-lined streets, and it can be, like, if we just got the slightest amount of everyone come out and clean up, everyone come out and slap on a fresh coat of paint, everyone do a little bit, and everyone needs an incentive, everyone needs a little bit of help. And maybe that's something we also do, right? Oh, we're going to finish this house, and when it's done, we're going to go to every house and we're going to pay for paint, or we're going to pay for some cleanup. We're going to pay for people to come out and clean everything up on the street and plant some new trees and help at every house. And it only costs a couple $100, like tiny things. And suddenly a little community comes together, and it's like, whoa, this is how this street can do it. You guys could do this in the next street, right? And be this inspiration for expats, but also an inspiration for Nicaraguans. And it's like the litter thing. It only takes a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of getting that message out, and Nicaraguans will be like, wait, if we all don't let all of us litter, the country is just clean. Ta-da! And then it's beautiful. And you're like, what? That's it? And all we have to do is take all these animals in and get them spayed, and suddenly we don't have a pandemic of dogs everywhere in the street, and we can drive twice as fast, and like, there's so many things that are so easy to fix, but because we don't have a way to coordinate everybody, they're very hard. But it would be awesome to do these projects, and it doesn't take a ton of money, but it does take a bit of money. Figuring out where that money would come from, that's the thing I need. Like, I can get out there and do stuff, but I have a revenue stream that's going into projects as it is. And so I can't pull it out of them to put in, because these are not things that are likely to make money, right? That's where this is tough. This is not I can go get investors and be like, let's make money doing this. That won't make sense. It might make money. I'm not saying it couldn't, but in many cases it would not. It would lose money, or break even, and we just do our best to try to make money. And hopefully, right, because the more you make, the more you can do more projects. But realistically, it's going to not make money. And so getting people to be willing to donate because they want to see their money making a difference, because they want to be able to contribute in a small way, it's that's I'm not quite sure how to make that happen, but that would be amazing. Richard says, yeah, the stray dogs get bad in some countries. I've been bit a few times, usually while riding a motorcycle. In all the time I've been here, I've never been bit by a dog, knock on wood, but I've had some pretty close calls. And people have said my reaction to dogs is so shocking to dogs that dogs have no idea what to do. They panic because I've been on video before where packs of dogs have come at me, and I'm like, oh, who's the cute little puppy who needs attention? Are you going to come with me? Come with me. Let's go for a walk. And the dogs are like, oh my gosh, he's calling us. This is not okay. And they're like, no. So luckily I've never, and I don't tend to panic around dogs. So, which is generally foolish because I probably should, but it keeps the dogs from like really attacking. But I've learned, like, you got to keep eye contact. You got to have no fear. My complete lack of fear really messes up the dogs. So I'm luckier than most in that way. But people watching are often like, that's not normal how you talk to dogs. But I was walking through Via Democracia one day, and something happened, and this dog was like right behind me, and like something happened, and I jumped, and the guy was beside me, and he was laughing and laughing. His dog caught me so off guard. And it was not attacking me. It just surprised me so much I almost fell over. Armenia had the best system for stray dogs. Ear tags to identify if they had been fixed, and the tags were colored, showing how aggressive or friendly they are. Oh, interesting. I wonder how you determine how aggressive. Like, I'm sure it's a simple scale. We're lucky out on the beach. We really have no aggressive dogs that I know of. We used to have one, but I haven't seen it in a long time. Of course, I don't spend that much time on the beach in a long time either. But soon I will have a car again. Although I rarely want to drive to the beach, because at the beach, it's nice to be able to go out for a drink and if I drive, I can't do that, right? But it's nice to be on the beach and actually have, a cocktail or whatever. It's like nice to go relax on the beach. That's why people go. So, just reading a few messages. Something that they're discussing in the Matagalpa group. One of the things that you really can't do in Nicaragua, you can, but it's generally not a good idea, is trying to run a nonprofit. Nonprofits are just problematic. But that's actually one of my secrets is, if you're going to do a project like this, the secret is don't run it as a nonprofit. Run it as a for-profit. A for-profit that has a really tight agenda that it has to do these things and try to make money at it. That way, the downside is you can't take tax write-off donations, which some people are looking for, and that's just unfortunate. But it allows the business to become a business and to potentially get funding, and just it gets to act like a legitimate business. Nonprofits have so much opportunity for money laundering and for malfeasance and mismanagement. They're just, because of the way a nonprofit has to work, they basically can't work. It's not 100% true, but it's very difficult. Whereas a for-profit, you come up with a model and say, here's what we're going to try to do, here's where our money is coming from. And realistically, and this is worth mentioning, having a business of this nature could function, in theory, as a investment for investment residency option. And I only mean it potentially. I mean that it technically meets the requirements if Intour was to approve it, because it would have a YouTube show attached to it, because it would be improving properties, because it would be it would have the necessary number of jobs. It would be able to maintain an office to do it. It could be a thing where you'd be able to have, if you invest $30,000, and there's some mechanisms that have to be done here, so I don't know the details. But there is the potential that you could register as an investor in it, and then the business would be able to show that it was putting effort into these things that increase tourism, these things that are pre-approved. This is how the money is being spent, and it would all be like this really positive growth in Nicaragua, where it's not just $30,000 going into Nicaragua, it's $30,000 going into really effective revitalization of Nicaragua. I think that would be a slam dunk, where there's people who are like, wow, I'd really like to be able to put in some money and not have it just evaporate, and not have it do nothing, but I want to get residency and not have to oversee a bunch of stuff. It could be, right, exactly, for-profit organizations, here's your residency ticket. This would be I feel so clearly desired project that you would see departments like Intour being like, absolutely, $30,000 check, here you go. And they'd be able to see it all the time, right? What it's doing, what positive impact it's having. John Blair says, do Cubans look to migrate to Nicaragua? It seems as if Nicaragua has a much better food supply. Some Cubans do. We see Cubans come in on the plains. I know of some Cubans in the country. Nicaragua and Cuba are very close allies, and culturally very, very close. So we have a lot of normal back and forth about things, but I don't really see a large migration by any stretch. We don't have, excuse me, if you had a lot of Cubans coming into Nicaragua, you would expect to have a lot of Cuban restaurants popping up, a lot of Cuban accents, a lot of Cuban culture, a lot of Cuban things happening, and we don't really see that. Now, keep in mind that if you're leaving Cuba, you're generally going to be looking for work, right? So a Cuban coming to Nicaragua has the same challenges as an American coming to Nicaragua without the benefits of the American economy. So as an American who has moved to Nicaragua, I can't work in Nicaragua, and I need to pay my bills in Nicaragua. Now, for me, I have work from the United States that brings in money, and I'm able to pay my bills in Nicaragua, so life is good. If you're Cuban and you are already not with that revenue and you move to Nicaragua, now you are unable to work. Under normal circumstances, you're unable to get residency because you can't show a pensionado, presumably. You can't show a rentista, presumably. If you could show those things, you probably would have quite a bit of money in Cuba and not need to come to Nicaragua. It's not like there's no food in Cuba. There's just no food for the poor. And if you could be an investor, again, you could be an investor in Cuba. I get that's very hard, but you'd be doing okay. And without those things, you can't work in Nicaragua. Cubans do not get a free pass on that. So basically, anyone coming for that reason would find Nicaragua to be all but impossible to get into. So we really don't see that. You would expect Cubans to be going to Spain or Argentina or Uruguay or Mexico, places where there's a lot of jobs, so that they'd be able to get in on a work visa and then pay for themselves. Otherwise, they would stay in Cuba because they're doing all right. Cuba has a tough food supply. Nicaragua has an amazing food supply. So that is super different, but that food supply isn't available to someone who isn't able to pay for it. Tiffany says, for-profit organizations, here's your residency ticket. Haha, that's one way to get people to do something good, $30,000. That's got a picture of the Guadalupana pupusas de queso that Luke got at the Super Express. Excuse my leaning in. Interesting, but they're made in Managua. Oh, getting a little bit tired here. I know for you guys, it's not as late as we normally go, but for me, it's an hour later because I'm an hour shifted. Wait. Yes. It's 10:30 back in Nicaragua, but it's 11:30 here. So it's getting a little bit late for me, and we started early. So it's actually, we've been on for 6.5 hours. Freddie says 30,000 for some is just spending money, so why not have them do good things with their money? Exactly. And if we could get, a handful of people, if we could get 10 people who wanted to get, Ella fancier, 1225 must be East Coast. If we could get 10 people who wanted residency to do something like this, 300,000 is not huge. If we were to go to a nice area of the country and try to do something really interesting, well, we could do something, but 300,000 would not be that dramatic. It would be like, we could get a start on something, or hopefully we can raise some more. But for a project like this, 30,000 is more than enough, right? That first 30,000 allows us to, hire the first 2 people who are going to go out and do those searches, and it's enough to buy the first. $30,000 will buy a barrio house, no problem. You could buy a barrio house presumably as low as like $5,000, but typically we'd probably be looking at more like 10 to 15. But that leaves another 15 to 20,000 for construction, whether it's repairs or a new build, and that's all if we only have that first 30,000. Plus, we can take in money where people are sending in money, right? We have, but you have to not make it selling residency. Well, it's not exactly selling residency. This is really selling. We're just making residency as a bonus for getting to do this really interesting project. Because other stuff is just selling residency, right? I'm not sure how they word it, but they have selling residency, as far as I know, is okay, as long as it's real business. But this would be real business. Like, this would be a lot going on, right? But even I think 30,000 is enough to rebuild a really nice house. And if we could get a second, if we can get 60,000, get 2 people in, that's enough to do a really nice construction and get the next place ready. Like that's potentially quite a lot. The problem with a lot of business plans around this stuff is that they're trying to come up with ways to make $30,000 by selling residency. I think that's what Janet is alluding to. That is, Richard says the tree farming stuff is definitely selling residency. You're just giving money to the tree farms. That one is essentially a donation to the government. That's like, okay, I don't want to run a business. I don't actually want to do these requirements. I'll just give you the money. And the government's like, okay. If you want to just give us the money, that's okay too. I think that's kind of how that ends up being. But a lot of times the selling residency type thing, what they're trying to avoid is a person who's like, you give me $30,000. Now I made $30,000 and you get residency, more or less. I'm sure it doesn't quite work that directly, but that's basically what it ends up being. But this would be, not making any money. This would be every penny going into creating these improvements, whether it's the beach land or the animal projects or the revitalization of inner city barrios or whatever, or it could be country homes, right? If you drive down the highway, sometimes you'll see, a spot that's like, that's a beautiful farm or whatever, and it's just let to go, and you can tell the windows are gone and no one's been living there, and it's like, oh my gosh, put up a fence, mow the lawn, fix up that house. This could be a beautiful property. We could make it into kind of a country stay and put it on Airbnb, or find someone in the community who needs a house but couldn't afford to fix it up or whatever. There's so many things, and anything that we can do that creates a market on like Airbnb that's like, hey, here's a property that's available this weekend. Come stay, come, fly in and do stuff. Spend a week in this country living, and who knows, it could be really cool. All right, guys, we are at 6.5 hours, and for me it's 11:30. And even though we've got 17 people on, which is really good, I need to call it a night. I got to do my Duolingo, and I got to get editing done. I've got more stuff I've got to do tomorrow for everything, but I'm really glad we got a really good, active 6.5 hour session in here on a Thursday when I'm out of town, and this really worked on the laptop. This is pretty cool. I like how well this turned out, so I'm excited to have something that was different this week. And we did the tacos on the show. That was a bit different. So again, just remember that if you can, consider helping out Marcela with her GoFundMe for all of her family stuff. And of course, if you'd like to buy me a coffee or give a super thanks on here, it's much appreciated. I do have an awful lot of expenses that I have to cover, and I'm here in the U.S. bleeding out trying to buy tacos and stuff. But we'll be back in Nicaragua noon on Sunday. I'm able to drive, and hopefully very quickly a lot of really awesome new content. Oh, and of course, new people joined right as we're about to sign off. But thanks for joining me, everybody. Like and subscribe, and I will see all of you tomorrow.